Okay, we should be good.
So, I'm still seeing zigzag. Here we go. Yeah. And so we've got people waiting on. Mm-hmm. While we're waiting, folks, if you're all on the Webex app, if you go into view, one of the things you can do is you can, there's an option there that says hide non-video participants. So if you want to get rid of the all of the names with no faces, then you can click on that, and we'll just get bigger pictures of people.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not including the video because my internet is a little bit sketchy. So
that's no problem. Yeah.
Where was that again?
I'm not having my videos, so you can hide my initials. My internet is not very good at this location. I'm doing the best I can.
Eric, did you get that message about the recording last night?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
I'll have multiple recordings going, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
It should be good.
It might not be a terrible idea to use our last name initial for the Erics now, since there are 4 of us.
Yeah, true. Sorry.
It's all right. I'm a newcomer, so I'll assume in general you're not talking to me until it's time to present. But I perk up every time I hear my name. Might not be a terrible idea to use our last name initial for the Eric.
Oh, yeah. And unless that was Eric running his tests on YouTube, it's a good idea not to have the YouTube stream playing as well as the Webex stream, because you get a 15-second delay on the audio and video, and we'll get an awful echo. Just while you're waiting, guys, can I draw your attention, if you're using the Webex app, there is in the top right-hand corner of your grid view, which presumably most of you are on, there is, if you hover over the little grid icon, you should get some icons to the left of it, and there'll be active speaker views that you can click on. So when we're doing the presentations, hopefully it will switch automatically for you, but if you want to switch between the grid view and the presenter view, you can do that. So that's some of you have found chat, I see. I'll start a breakout, well, the tea room we've called it, a breakout room, and you will be able to go and join that if you want. If you're not interested in one of the discussions, one of the presentations, you can go and join that as well. Anybody got any questions at the minute? Or everybody happy? All quiet.
I'm just trying to wake up.
Can you say again how to not see the people who aren't sharing video?
Webex meetings, go up to the view menu, and down near the bottom should be hide non-video participants.
Got it. Thank you.
cleverly hidden under hide non-video participants.
And the view menu.
Exactly. I was instructed on it yesterday. Don't feel bad.
Yeah. We've been using this Webex for club meetings for since March, April now, whenever COVID appeared in England, and they've changed it every week. So we keep finding new features. We got the breakout rooms. Was that last week? I think, and we all heaved a sigh of relief because we'd been talking about having breakout rooms and we couldn't figure out how to do it. And then miraculously it appeared. So.
Yep.
Mark, can I just interrupt? There's an email from Brian Walsh saying he can't get in. Are you in, Brian, or do you want? If not, I'll email back and try and sort him out.
Let me. We can't sign into Webex. Let me forward it that. I don't know why that is.
Yeah, the email was from his Gmail account.
Yeah.
If that's the only email you've got, he should be fine. So I'll ping him an email saying you're going to send it again.
I've sent it. Yeah, I've sent him a join the meeting. Oh no, I haven't. I've sent him start the meeting. I've sent him one. Never mind.
Eric Recklin, are you going to put a post in the museum forum announcing the link for the stream?
I should have a link already.
Oh, you posted that?
Yes, it's a comment at the bottom of the current thread.
Okay, I hadn't seen that. Okay.
Is that the test, Eddie?
Yeah, just to see if I need to show anything later that everybody can see, or the letters are the correct orientation.
Yeah, we had trouble with. Oh, you can actually see it today.
We currently have 30 people watching on the YouTube. I think it was working briefly, but seems to have stopped again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I've got the live icon back again, so might be feeding back into YouTube now.
I'm seeing Bob on YouTube. Eddie.
What view are you using for the stream? All the heads or following the talker?
Looks like he has it set up to follow the talker.
Okay.
Eric, should it be on your homepage? I can't find the link.
No,
On YouTube, this is.
I might have a link on the homepage. Yes, I think I do. I believe I added that yesterday.
Unless there's someone else with your name. I'm
Yeah,
just getting
it's there.
And Kittingham.
No, just go to my website in the third paragraph. The last link is the live stream.
I put it on the chat as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I went to your YouTube home, not your homepage.
Oh, yeah. I have multiple YouTube accounts.
It's all on the HPCC website.
I was going to say, you don't want the calculator fans seeing the cat videos, right?
Like this one? This was the mother. I had a live stream of her with the kittens. Adopted her, and turned out she was pregnant, so we had a bunch more kitties.
Participant has left the meeting.
Ooh,
Somebody left.
somebody has an announcer.
Yeah.
Someone's got a cat allergy.
Dan Johnson, did you come to an HHC conference about 5 or 6 years ago?
2013, yes, sir.
You're the guy. I traded a bunch of stuff with you back then, right?
Yes, you did.
I've regretted every one of those since.
Oh, no.
Who here has not gone through that? On a given day, a trade seems like a wonderful thing, and about 24 hours later, oh, what have I done? Oh, my God.
Oh, dear. Well, I'm kind of a hoarder, so nothing ever leaves. It's like a black hole here.
I kind of can associate.
Yeah, I think we all know about that.
As you can tell, looking in the background here.
Yeah, wonderful work area there. Everything within reach.
I've sort of never really thought of myself as a collector until one time over the winter, I pulled out all of my calculators and put them out on a table. And yeah, it was something.
Yeah, there's no table here that would support
Yeah.
One table?
Yeah.
Do all of those calculators still work?
Let's see. No, there are a few that don't. Mostly TIs.
All the HPs work?
I think that there's probably one or two of the HPs that don't work. But I think almost all of them do.
I had a 48GX fry right in front of my eyes. I was looking at the display and it just went berserk. That's the only time that's ever happened to me, though. I've had good luck.
Yep.
Well, I'm in the process of building a database of all of my calculators, so I'm hoping to be able to see the whole collection at some point.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got everything I own up on a web page somewhere.
Yeah.
And so far, it's not a huge collection, probably bigger than a lot of people's, but not huge. I've got about 250 calculators, something like that. Of those, I would say probably about a quarter at Hewlett Packard.
What's the dominant brand?
Probably the brand that's most readily available in this country, which is likely to be Casio.
Yeah. Da, 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 da.
I'm trying to make sure that it's.
A participant has joined the meeting.
That's Johnny on audio. I will try and see if I can turn that off. Good.
Everybody say hi to the best looking participant, Scotty Hall there.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Scotty.
Hi, Scotty.
How's everyone?
Great. How are you?
Good, thanks.
You're here for the full 8 hours, are you?
She and I will be tag teaming it.
Yep. Yep.
While there's a little gap, I'll just say hello. I saw Joey on the list. Say hi, Joey. For those who don't know, I think he got Best Speaker at last year's HHC. Perhaps
Yeah.
if you say hello, your picture will pop to the front and people can know you forever.
Oh, thanks, Bruce. Yeah, I really enjoyed it last year. It was awesome.
I saw somebody else that was new. Mark. This is your first time in one of these, right? Mark Stapps?
No, not really.
Oh.
I've been a member of the of the UK club for many years and then stopped doing that. So, but I've visited many conferences all over the world, but I think I haven't joined any of them for 15 years. So,
Well, welcome back.
yeah, thank you. Like, yeah.
Hi, Jake.
Hey.
Hi, Jake. Hi, Mark.
There's Jake. Hey, man. Jake, I got some excellent new stuff for the collection.
I'll take it as soon as you send it.
Let me get it.
Is it going to hand it through the screen?
I have never ever seen this brochure before.
It does not look familiar.
It's from September of '74, and it's all financial calculations, but no specific model. I haven't actually read the whole thing, but just flipping through, there's no particular reference to a specific model that I've been able to see. It's just basically how to do financial calculations, which is kind of interesting.
You need to send it to Carly Fiona.
Fiorina?
Well, she knows how to do some of them. She knows how to do subtraction, that's for sure.
Yes.
So for HP, only the 80 was out then.
Yeah. So, and maybe that's why they don't reference a model, because there was only one and there was no need to specifically reference it.
Wow.
Hi, Jackie.
Hey, Jackie. How are you?
No audio.
You're on mute, Jackie.
I still have to figure out how to rotate the video on this little handheld video camera. I know how to do it for my Zoom calls. I know how to do it for Webex. I've actually turned the camera physically around, but it's kind of hanging funny.
Wow.
If I sit it the normal way, it looks like this. It looks like I'm in the bat cave. There. So it's camera that's used for displaying. That's fake. Your hair.
Sorry? Jackie, that's fake. Your hair is not hanging down.
Oh. Okay, wait a minute.
Your hair is not hanging down. That's fake. It's fake.
Yeah.
He knows how to turn off gravity in that place.
Yeah. That's how it works. Wait a minute. But anyway,
he does it with a Raspberry Pi. He could counter gravity with a Raspberry Pi, I'm sure.
That's it. Yeah, they don't have this. They don't have the feature anymore. So I have to physically turn the camera and either hang it from the top like this, either hang it upside down, or turn it like that.
There might be software for your camera that lets you invert the image so you don't have to mechanically flip it.
Yeah, that was what I was trying to figure out for Webex. I know I can do it for Zoom very easily. There's just a little rotate thing, but there's no settings on the camera here.
You can fly goose backward, but not the image upside down. It's too bad.
Yep. So how's everybody else doing this morning? Or afternoon, should I say?
So far, so good.
Good. I'm still worried that the stream dropped itself, which is a bit weird, isn't it? But
still rushing to finish my presentation.
Oh, have you not quite done it yet?
No, but the presentation is done. It's just that I'm not finished the timing of each slides.
Ah.
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah, I've been up since 4 this morning. Wow.
If you fall asleep in the middle, we'll try and wake you up.
Well, normally I sleep 3 hours a day. So that's for me. I slept 4 hours last night, so it's a big night.
Yeah.
Ouch.
We'll turn our cameras upside down, and then you'll know that either you've fallen over asleep.
Or I prefer it that way, isn't it? You cannot do this. I can't. Can you? You.
I'd try it, but Apple are probably super clever, and they use the accelerometer to realise you've turned the machine upside down, and then it would put the camera back the other way, thinking that you've just propped it up somewhere. It would try and be too clever.
Finally got it.
Oh,
Eddie, you're showing up.
It would be easier to switch the video on the camera.
now Frank's upside down.
I have a second camera.
Ah.
Eddie, you're showing up and being in here twice.
Yes. What happened? I was trying to look through the camera options, and the Cisco app just froze on me, and I had to Control-Alt-Delete out.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then I just.
It's still here.
I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of the original.
It's gone. Well, no, it's just moving around.
It's moving around.
Frank, have you got a duplicate feed on the co-host?
I have the co-host running on my phone.
Oh, good. Yeah, okay, that's all right. I thought that was I'd left one line of it somewhere. That's okay.
Okay.
So if you lose me, you're in charge. No problem.
Just don't touch the disconnect everyone button.
Yeah.
Okay, Ghost Me has been kicked out. That's good. There's only one of me now.
For a minute there, we thought you were twins. I mean, there are times that would come in handy, like when mowing the lawn or something, you know.
Yes. I gotta figure out how to duplicate myself, so I can send like one part of me to do the lawn, do the yard work. One of me could be here. One of me could be taking care of family. One of me could be doing errands.
Difficult conversation for your wife, though.
I'm not married.
Oh, okay. So strategic advantage.
The textmen might find that interesting. If you have multiple use, they might be double text.
Yes.
Well,
but Bob, that would be great. That duplicates of me would be great because one of them could be dating.
What I mean, every time I read about England, Britain, that's what seems. They slap a sticker on it, a tax sticker on it. It seems like, you know, a car, your waste bin, you know, anything that's hanging around outside is, you know, they'll slap a tax sticker on it, and you have to your television set. You know, I mean, it's wild. I don't mean that as insulting, but it just seems like you know, it just seems like everything is taxed.
I didn't quite get that. Everything is taxed, did you say?
Yes, yes. And there's tax sticker everything.
Tax sticker. What does it look like?
Well, on your car, for example, it says
No,
you know,
we've got rid of those. They went.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, and then there's the television, which you have to pay a television tax on, I guess.
Oh yeah.
It's like
It's because our governments like to claim that they're a low tax government, so they try to reduce income tax but they tax absolutely everything else to death.
Yeah, I mean, if you take
the car one didn't strictly go. The tax is still there. What went was the bit of paper that you stuck in the car window to say you've paid it. So the unintended consequence of that is if you drive a company vehicle, you personally are liable for driving untaxed, but you now have no way of knowing whether your employer has taxed it properly or not, because there's no longer a bit of paper in the windscreen to tell you you're breaking the law. So it's wonderful, and you know, so people have been fined for this when it's completely out of their control because they're not responsible for paying the money, and it's just another classic government special unintended consequences.
Yeah, it's an absolute swindle. I mean, I'm paying about 600 quid a year and I've got nothing in return for it, not even a piece of paper.
You either have lots of cars or one with a very, very large engine.
I wouldn't say very, very large. It's a 2.8 litre V6 turbo.
So can you
not very
change not having the tax paper in the car?
Sorry, what was that?
Can you get a ticket for not having the tax paper in the car?
No.
Not anymore, no.
Okay.
I thought they could boot you, can't they?
There are number plate recognition cameras all over the place, and if a camera picks up on your registration plate and there is no road tax associated with it, then you get something through your letterbox, something nasty that you have to deal with quickly.
Okay, sorry, car tax is very interesting, but I paid for mine for a year, a week before lockdown, so I then paid for 6 months that I've never used. But there we go. Anyway, the observant amongst you will notice that I started the breakout session, and a number of you went off to that breakout session, I think. So the breakout session, the tea room, is available at any time. And you can go into that room if you want to, but you won't see what's going on in the main conference. Okay. If you want to chat offline or outside of the main conference room, you can do. You can use the breakout room. You don't have to use it. It's entirely up to you. Okay.
Wait. Let me get mine, and you can send it to me. Go ahead. Here.
The YouTube channel chat's interesting. We've got somebody on from Hong Kong. That's pretty cool. They're very late then, aren't they?
Yeah, of course, that link's going to change in 3 hours, isn't it? That channel.
I don't understand what this is supposed to mean, but it looks cool.
No, he was just playing to see if he could see the IR. I was just receiving it.
So if you hold your printer in front of the screen, Bob, can Eric print something on your printer?
It's not a problem. It's just too much latency through the internet. Damn it.
Damn.
Also, it could spontaneously burst into flames, according to a guy on the Swiss Micros forum.
Sorry, guys, didn't mean to do that. I just had a problem with the remote a couple of nights ago, and I realised I could test it by just pointing it at some cameras that see infrared and some don't. And my Apple doesn't see infrared, apparently. It doesn't show anything when I press print. But it's one of the tests, you know, do you change the batteries, do you throw it away and buy another one, or what do you do?
Can anybody hear me?
The DM42 is going quite nicely. Can you see that, the display there?
Tilt it the other way. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
I've told it to walk around the screen and turning off and on the pixels. So it starts in the middle and just works its way around. If I just start it again, I just told it to do that. So it starts in the middle I'd never written a program for DM42, so I thought a basic program I'd write. Something just writes to the screen. So it keeps walking. When it goes to the edge, it goes back to the middle. That's all that does. And it wouldn't it wouldn't print this. It still won't print the screen. It's supposed to, I think. When you get a pattern, when it's finished, it doesn't print it.
I don't think you can do a full screen print.
So I wanted to see whether it was actually communicating at all, but it does print everything else, but not the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the print screen function of the DM42 is limited to the original HP resolution of, 161 by 16 or something like that. 131 by 16, I think.
But you do get some quite hoopy pictures. You just don't know what they are. It just randomly picks the random number generator, and that's all it does. It just walks around the screen. But it took me about an hour to write that, so it was a good program just to play with it.
An etch sketch with no controls.
That's it.
So following
like a real Etch-a-Sketch.
Following the theory of a million monkeys with typewriters, et cetera, if you run that enough times, you're going to get some Mona Lisa or something, right?
Well, it's getting pretty close to it right now. How about that one? Oh, because I'm going back and up and down. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Ugh, yeah.
Do the maths. It'll take you much longer than the age of the universe to get anything sensible that way.
Well, I can do a screen grab if I get something really good. Anyway, I was quite impressed with the DM42, and the DM41X just arrived. So, but I've had that crash a few times on me. I'm not quite sure why.
Oh.
I had to do a reset. I lost everything, so it's blank again at the moment.
What were you doing that led to the reset or the crash?
If you do execute alpha function alpha, sometimes you can write execute alpha, and then you type in one or two characters, then it locks up. So you have to do a reset.
Execute alpha.
Execute, execute, and then you're going to do an alpha, and then you're going to type in a function as compared with just using a key, and then it locks up sometimes after you hit the second or third character.
I've never come across that one before.
No, but I do a reset a couple of times on that one, so I'm a bit cautious of that. But no, it's no particular characters.
So execute alpha, and then
start spelling out the function name, and then it'll lock up apparently.
Yeah, that's in program, of course. When you're programming, of course.
Ah, right. Only when you're in programming. When you're just in normal usage, that works fine, does it?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you're programming, is it in single line or multi-line mode?
In the second largest multi-line mode.
So 4 lines.
No. I think I know what's going on. It actually didn't lock up. It's just the display is not refreshed. If you exit, it appears to be locked up. But if you just exit alpha or just hit on to shut it down,
it didn't accept anything. Then it just didn't accept any characters, any keys at all. But other than that, yeah. Well, I quite like the DM41X. I must admit, it just arrived. I'm interested to be able to use some different modules and such like on it later on. But I was quite surprised that they're all in there. All the modules I can think of have been already added.
A lot of them are there, yeah.
Yeah,
all of the vanilla HP ones plus the PPC ROM are in there, but obviously there's 500 more.
Yeah,
in there.
Is the documentation for the PPC ROM, is that on the HPCC CD-ROM?
It's on Jake's ROM, DVD or USB.
You can have it also on the hp41.org.
Okay, right.
It's there. Okay.
Yeah, because there's lots of stuff on there.
Yeah. I'm looking at some point when I have time. Right now I was working for the presentation, but I'm looking to take the ROM that Monte is publishing each month and he has a text file with all the fields inside. And I was looking to how to take that with the configuration file and create the mod out of them automatically.
Automatically? Wow.
Yeah. So that should be easy to be done. Just I need time to do it. I know how to interpret all those. Just I understand also the mod file format. So if we can do it, then we'll have a mod update each month.
So you
or
want
you can do it by yourself.
Create an automated system to create about 400 ROMs into mod format that no one will ever use?
Yeah, well, okay.
Optimist.
There's some obscure ones in there.
Sure, but
Mark Hardman, how do you do?
Good morning. Sorry I'm late. I work for marine industry or shipper, and we've been cleaning up after Delta. Can't wait for Epsilon to arrive.
Ryan finally made it in.
Good morning.
Morning.
I feel like I should be setting up camcorders right now.
Captain Video.
how many participants right now do we have?
50 on Webex and 59 on YouTube.
So we maxed out on the Webex side.
No, I've got 100, I think.
Okay, but it was planned to be 50?
Sorry?
Did you plan to have 50% on the Webex?
Yeah, about that number, but we decided we could go a bit higher. We've got some spares for all the recordings and the backups and that sort of thing, just in case.
Okay.
Right, and the website said there were 70 registrations.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Hey, Jim Donnelly, you're here, but we can't see you.
The laptop I'm using here has a camera issue which seems intractable, so I will send you virtual pixel face rather than pictures itself.
It's interesting. The system knows that your camera is on because it hasn't hidden your image, but there's nothing there. So it's kind of interesting that it can correctly see nothing, I guess.
Yeah, isn't technology great? I thought if I imaged it for a while, I might get a picture of a black hole or something.
And we got Brian. Hi, Brian. Oh, we did. Good morning. Oh, yeah. Hi, is there? I can only just see the top of your head, Brian, because the
Yeah, my camera is kind of better, so you can see all the junk in the back.
Almost. Yeah.
Do you have somebody called hpcalc.org?
Yeah, that's Eric. Eric 1, that he'll be referred to.
Recording of this for later posting on YouTube that I can edit separate from the live stream that we're doing.
Okay. And it's asking me to join a breakout session.
No, Martin, you don't. Yeah, so just for everybody, you don't have to join the breakout session. It's available for people to use, but you don't have to do it now.
No.
So if you want to leave the main meeting, I'm just going to make sure everybody has got access to it. Just a minute. Loads more of you will see the invitation to join. You don't have to join it now.
Okay.
And the idea of that is that if you don't want to be watching the main presentation, you can go up into the breakout room, have a chat, have a separate text conversation, use the video in there, and then then come back. What I would try and do is try and remember to warn people who are in the breakout room. I should be able to send. Well, if you'll be invited to come back when we start the next talk. Okay.
As Jake would remember, this is what Jack Stout used to speak of, breaking up into smaller groups.
Absolutely.
Mark, following the discussion we had yesterday, I cannot show this. How can I remove the virtual background?
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, let me quickly say good morning to everyone. This is Gene Wright. Appreciate everyone being here and appreciate HPCC for putting this on. I hope this turns out to be the first of many.
Hi, Gene. Thank you. Can't see you on video, Gene. Is that intentional?
Yes, no one wants to see me on video.
Decide who was going to show the slides for your double app.
I'll be showing them and we'll alternate the audio.
Okay.
You have a backup copy in case things don't go well.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you, Mark. Mark, worth pointing out that if Q&A sessions overrun, they also will be invited to go to the tea room.
Yeah.
Gene, did your 41X arrive?
It has not. I'm 41X less.
Goes up there. Patience.
Well, unfortunately, I put the wrong address on it, and Michael had to grab it out of the mailbag, and it took a couple extra days to leave the continent. So I'm hoping it'll be in early next week.
That's good news. That means if it's, even though it's not delivered, it's not lost. Mark, I see that Jeff did not sign up. Is he flying? You're muted. Mark, you're muted.
We forcibly signed Jeff up. We're not sure if he's on the plane or not on the plane. So
Jeff did say that he would try his best to join wherever he is in the world, even on a plane, because he's in the cabin. He's got Wi-Fi and could join us even there. But he hasn't. This happens to him sometimes. His flights just mix his timing up completely, and he's just not with it for a time. Emailed him to remind him.
Sorry. Sylvain, you should on the you see where the stop video button is, the little drop down arrow next to it. You should be able to go in there and hit change virtual background and turn it off. We lost Sylvain. Hey, Diego's on the YouTube. Hi, Diego.
Yeah.
Eric Smith, howdy. I just see you're here.
Hello.
Hey, Mark. This is, I looked yesterday after the talk on the assembly language.
Oh, right.
Well.
Is that the assembler, the debugger?
The HPCC EEPROM programmer, the EEPROM box, the ZPROM module with the ZVC, an EEPROM box also in the cardiac form, and it was an article from Brian.
I'll bet he remembers the pain of producing that more than the content.
Yeah.
It was a good article and set of articles. There was multiple ones that give you a good overview of what was available at the time.
Yeah. Did you see Diego's article that he posted this morning or overnight? On he basically went in and read the contents of the EEPROM in the heat packs. He instrumented the chip on his heat packs and went in and took a look at the format that the instructions in the EEPROM are saved.
Yeah. What was interesting was the jig that he built in order to do it.
Yeah. Bold. A bold move.
Yeah.
Well, Dan Mack, howdy. Lots of people popping in. I'm not even noticing.
Hello, can anybody hear me? Roger Hill from Southern California.
Hey.
Hey, Roger.
Hi, Roger.
Roger.
Hi,
Oh, good.
Hi, Roger.
I can't find myself on the screen here. Is there a way to get a matrix of everybody?
We're all boxed in here.
Top right-hand corner of your Webex session, there should be a little grid view.
Oh,
I was going to ask. That seems to not be working now.
Yeah, we have noticed that Webex has a few little bugs. You might need to drop out and come back in again to get that to work if you're on a PC. Seems to work all right on the Mac, but yeah, we observed it locking up yesterday.
Okay. All right. I think we're going to try that, so we'll be back in a second.
Okay.
But also, the buttons disappear if you're not near them. If you just go hover in the area, they may pop up.
Yeah, no, I'm covering. The buttons are there, but when I click on them, nothing happens.
On the Windows version, you can click the button once to change the mode, and then it never lets you click it again unless you quit and start again.
Wow,
I think it's a bug in recent versions of the client, and I don't know what the newest version is where it works, but for now, you can't do it.
Okay, I think we'll just stay here with the thing that shows the speaker.
Yesterday, when I couldn't connect, the reason I couldn't connect is it needed to do an update. And when I rebooted, it put the new update in, and it seems to have fixed that bug at least. But I think an update has happened literally every time I've connected with this. So,
For instance, I am on version 40.10.42. 40.10.4.2.
who would think you need 10 or 12 digits of precision for a version, right?
You're changing it so fast, they just haven't had time to update the entire number, so they have to shorten it.
Hey, could somebody just pop into the breakout session for me and rescue Henry and somebody else in there who got stuck? I think they've. We learned yesterday that if I go in there, it'll break stream, stop the recording, and do all sorts of bad things. So, and once we've got everybody back, I think we'll make a start. I just need to try and find Vlodek.
I'll jump in, Mark, and see if I can tell them.
I'm here, waiting.
I think God just went. Rick Furr, are you the Rick Furr with the poster and all that?
Hello, good to see everybody again.
Well, nice to meet you, and I thank you for all the stuff that you've done. I own a lot of the things that you've done. That's great.
Great, yeah, thanks so much.
We're due for version 3.
I put up the Naster the other day and thought about how will I squeeze these 6 missing calculators in there, and I drew a blank and quit.
Well, probably 5 of them aren't.
Okay, sorry to cut everybody off. It's just after 3. We should have Vlodek. No, we haven't. We've lost Vlodek. 1 tick.
I'm here.
Yeah, I was trying to get your picture locked for everybody. Sorry. There we go. Vlodek, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, I'd love to kick us off. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to HPCC members. Welcome to HHC people whom I haven't seen for 3 years. I'm delighted so many of you could join us. Richard Nelson for the past 3 years has said hello to me from a distance because I couldn't come. So my turn to say hello to Richard Nelson, who hasn't joined us, but we're thinking of him. After all, it's thanks to him that much of this is going on. Welcome to everybody from Auschville. And welcome to anybody else who doesn't belong to any of the clubs yet, we hope you'll join at least one of the clubs or groups sooner or later. We have been holding HPCC meetings on the second Saturday of the month for 37 years now. And once a year, we have a conference, usually in October. And we didn't see any reason for the coronavirus to stop us doing this. Thanks in large part to Mark Power, our webmaster, but also to a group of other HPCC members, we've been holding 2 monthly meetings now. And we felt they went so well that we should have a conference as well. So once again, greetings, delighted everyone's here. Sorry I can't say hello to everybody in turn, and we're not going to do a self-introduction session because that would probably take up an hour of our time. You're all very interesting people and you'd have something interesting to say. So unfortunately, you can use chat to talk to each other individually or in groups, the whole group. And I hope that soon we'll all be able to meet physically again. If you want to know more about us, you can join HP. There's a website address at the bottom. We still publish a data file magazine. You can see a copy here. And I'll finish by thanking everybody who has helped start this up and keep it going. Mark, Bruce, Frank, and over to Mark, our webmaster, to tell us how the whole thing is going to go. Mark. Mark, you need to unmute now.
Thanks, Vlodek. I will just try and get my screen back. I don't think you can see me for some reason. This is going to be confusing. Okay, never mind. What I'd like to say before we continue is that the Webex tool allows everybody to come off mute and interrupt. We've got 60 people or thereabouts on the Webex, so in order to give the presenters a fighting chance at getting their points across, we'd like to make sure that everybody stays on mute for as long as possible. So you should have, if you're on the Webex client, you should have a button down the bottom that says mute. If you are muted, then it will say unmute. You will see the little red microphone as we've shown on the slide here. I think most of you have found that you can text chat within Webex. We've also got a YouTube live stream going on, and there is text chat on the YouTube live stream as well. It's probably best if you don't run both YouTube and Webex at the same time because there's a bit of a delay between the two. It'll use your bandwidth and all the rest of it. Our timetable is pretty packed. So we've got 7 hours of talks. There'll be an hour at the end, or as long as we can leave the meeting running for people to chat on the video and talk after the sessions. Each of the sessions will have Q&A at the end of it. So what we'd like to do is for you not to interrupt the presenters unless it's absolutely essential, but save up your questions. If you want to put them on the chat, then we'll try and read them out and deal with them at the end of each presentation. There is a tea room, the breakout room in Webex. Feel free to go and use that if you want to. We may use that if people want to do Q&A following a presentation. You can go and text, chat, talk, video in the tea room. I can't go into the tea room, I discovered. If I do that, then I'll break the live stream. So there will be a notice coming there saying when we're going to start the next session to remind people to come back. There is a 15 seconds delay or thereabouts on YouTube, so it's a little bit behind us. Everybody who's on Webex, you should have found the grid icon view in the top right-hand corner. It looks something like this. It's over here, but it's highlighted in blue. You should be able to switch to the main presentations. They should switch automatically, and you can, by hovering over the grid view, you should be able to see the extra options, although there seems to be a bug in the PC version this week. Okay, this is our timetable. As I've said, it's very packed. There are some short breaks throughout this session. If you want to eat during this session, because we've got people in all sorts of time zones, feel free to eat. You can catch up on YouTube, or you can leave the Webex running, or whatever. That's absolutely fine. If you would rather not eat on camera, please remember to turn off your webcam. And also, if you get the icon up in Webex that says that you've got a poor network connection, unless you're presenting, we don't need to see your camera during the session. So you can turn that off and save a bit of bandwidth, and hopefully you'll still be able to receive us loud and clear. I think, Vlodek, is that about everything?
I think that's everything. People are welcome to type questions into the chat box.
Yes.
I'm sure Mark and I will keep an eye on that. I think let's get going. Thank you once more for attending, and thank you to the people who prepared this, and thank you to all the speakers in advance.
Okay, so first up we have Eric. So I think you should have presenter permissions now, Eric.
I see that. I have access. Let me go ahead and start sharing my screen.
Thank you.
Well, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. This is my, I think, 18th HHC conference, but this being HPCC is new for me. I've never made it to a London conference before. I was hoping to make it to Allschville this year, but unfortunately that did not work out. So this is the next best thing. For those of you who have been to HHCs recently, you would know that we have had USB drives with the registration every year. Before then, we had CDs, we outgrew that, switched to DVDs, and now we've been having ever-growing USB drives. Since this is not a paid conference, the USB drive is obviously not included by being here, but you will be able to order it, and I've still made one. This talk is going to be very similar to the one I gave last year, just updating what has changed on the drives. So going to what my role is, since there haven't been any new calculators in a while, and the user community seems to be shrinking, although the attendance at today's conference is the best I've ever seen, so maybe it's not shrinking. It means I've been spending less time on new things and more time on looking at what we've seen before. Bring back old dead websites, putting together information. As I said in last year's presentation, I'm more of an archivist or historian. I document and organize everything I can find about HP calculators. And then I share it. I have my website, hpcalc.org. I have torrents on there for you to download large amounts of information. And finally, the USB drives from the conferences. The 2020 USB drive is pretty much the same as the 2019 one. The general categories are emulators, ROMs, instruction manuals, photographs, fonts, publications, archives of the discussion forums, CompSys, HP48, HP Museum, that kind of thing, conference proceedings from past years, as well as Jake Schwartz's PPC DVD, which he will be telling you about in the following presentation, Warren Furlow's HP41.org snapshot, my hpcalc.org snapshot, and a lot more. This drive is now twice the size it was last year, 128 gigabytes. So 2017, 2018, we completely filled the 32 gig drive. 2019 doubled it to 64 and still just about filled it. It was 60.5 gigs at the conference, and I can never leave it alone. It's really a moving target. So people who purchased drives post-conference, as the year went by, got more and more data until at the end it was finally at the full 62 gigabytes usable capacity. So now we're at 128. But amazingly, it's not full, about 80 gigabytes used. So we have some room to grow. The PPC DVD grew by 2.7 gigs, my website by 1.1, HP41 by 2 gigs, Valentin Alvio's site grew by 130 megabytes. I added a bunch of Palm Top materials, another 1.2, and then put some more videos in, which accounted for most of the remainder. The drive is not complete because it's going to be incorporating all of this year's materials. What you see here, I'm around just under 80 gigabytes, and I expect it to be higher once I add the recording of this conference, plus any presentations that anyone has given will be included as well. sections of the drive that are unchanged since last year. The font section, it's official HP fonts, also some by Ted Kerber and Luis Vieira. HP Solve newsletter, that was Richard Nelson's publication and published by HP. HP learning modules for a bunch of different calculators. I think Gene Wright had worked on a number of those. Old HP calculator ads, and not just HP, but other brands as well. That was Gene Wright's presentation, I think, last year, over 1,500 images. Photographs, this includes the HP official press photographs of most of the calculators, as well as some photographs I've taken and ones that people have posted online. It has the PPC Notes archive newsletter, PPX Exchanged archive newsletter, ROM dumps of basically every HP calculator we could get a ROM dump for, as well as, for historic interest, a copy of my website from 1997. More parts that are unchanged from last year are some of the other archived websites. HP42S.com, that was Eric Erling. He had made that and it's no longer online. JacquesLaporte.org. He had really done a very in-depth view of the HP35, and there is still a website for him up, but it's missing a lot of stuff. And by working on archive.org and talking to other people, I was able to get that fully restored a couple of years ago. HHUC.us, that's the archives of all of the HHC conferences that Joe Horn has maintained over the years. And then the Greendike.nl, that's recreated instruction manuals mostly from the 70s. And that website went down a couple years ago, and I was able to restore that as well. Finally, the HP Journal, that I think I added last year, held 478 issues of the HP Journal. Some sections that have seen some minor changes since last year. The emulators have been updated. Christoph Hieslink has updated AMI 48, 28, and 42. Tony Nixon, who creates the TNIX emulators, those are under continuous development, and all of his latest ones as of a couple days ago were there too. Claudio Lapili's new RPL is on there. WP31S, 34S, Windows emulators are there. The Non-Pro, which is Eric Smith's collection, and the HP emulators have not changed lately, although one amendment, that Prime emulator, is updated. Then another minor change, my website, I've got it synchronized to the October 6th update. Because this is a larger drive, I'm able to include the entire unzipped contents of everything on there as well. So when you're browsing through the site and you go into an individual file listing, it will show you the contents of the zip file, and then you can click on anything in that zip file to view it directly without having to extract the zip file. It adds a couple gigabytes, but we've got plenty of space. I also have historic old versions of all the files on the site as well. So if you want to see what a program looked like 20 years ago, it's on there as well on the detail pages. Both of those things you can get at anyway over the internet if you're a logged in user in my sites. If you create an account, log in, then you can access the historic files and you can access the zip file contents directly. I just don't allow that for unlogged in users because it would create a lot of unnecessary bandwidth usage if, for example, Google is continuously indexing all those files. And then finally, the HHC conference proceedings will be updated through 2020. That hasn't happened yet just because the conference hasn't finished yet, but the HPCC 2020 materials will be on there as well. More minor changes, Warren Furlow's HP41.org. 2016 is when he released a torrent that was based on the original DVD. The torrent hasn't been updated since then, but I have been manually updating it ever since to incorporate all of his latest changes. So that's current through as of the other day. Compat System HP48 newsgroups updated through the end of September, and there have not been any posts since then. Unfortunately, that's dying off. I'm not seeing much activity there at all. I've not changed any of the other archives of newsgroups and discussion forums. And finally, Jake Schwartz's PPC DVD has been updated to version 2.37, plus I OCR'd all of them as well, so you can search that. There's one more year data file, and he had one more folder for HP materials. He's going to talk all about that once I'm done. The manuals collection has seen some updates. Katie Wasserman has a collection of scan manuals. There are a few she added there. Book section, again, has a few new books. The basic calculator manuals, that has not changed since last year. Valentin Elvio's site has seen some pretty good updates, so that's synchronized to his latest update from a few days ago. And the Gazette de Pocatier, however you say it, I won't try any harder. That's a French calculator publication that is still going on, and I added their latest issue from last year on that, number 12. There's some bigger changes with HP manual section. I'll talk more about that later, but I've got a new interface for that to make it easier to browse. And the video section, a number of new videos, either ones that I came across online or found in my storage. The HP Calculator Story, that was one I think that came with the HP-35S. I've put that on there now. There's an SMI training video. There's a video with some famous French programmers. I don't know if Cyril is on yet, but there's a very brief section of him saying hi from '97. Floppy Days podcast had several episodes relevant to HP calculators. There are a couple on the 41 with Richard Nelson and Gene Wright, and there's some on the HP-85 and a couple others. So I included those as well. The HHC 2019 conference recordings, which are on YouTube, are on the DVD, on the USB drive now too. 2018 is still on there, and if this recording works, we'll have 2020 on there too. Some new additions are the Palm Top paper, also known as HP Portable Paper magazine. I've got 114 PDFs from that I downloaded. And hpmuseum.net is the HP Computer Museum, I think from Australia. And I went through and picked out some relevant brochures from there about HP calculators, mostly from the 70s and 80s. That's another 100-some PDFs. Finally, the Super site. I don't know if any of you remember that, but we're running out of calculator material, but I've been finding Palm Top material. And that was a website, I think, maintained by Michael Bell, maybe others as well, but his was the last name on there. And it was collecting all of the software he knew of for the 95LX, 100LX, and 200LX, over 1,000 programs. There are a few archives at that site out there. They all have broken links. So I went through them, combined them, went on archive.org to try to find missing files, went to original author websites when they still have websites up to pull those down. I even emailed a few people asking if I could get the files from them, and I was able to fully recreate all that. So all the material from the old Super site is on this drive as well. The biggest new thing now with the manuals collection, in past years, I have had a number of calculator manuals on the USB drive. And something that I've been meaning to do for well over a decade, ever since I got permission from HP to do this, was to host manuals on my website. And I finally got around to it. It was both a matter of waiting for bandwidth to get cheap enough that I could host it, and also taking the time to put it together. One thing I think all of us have encountered over time is that HP's website tends to break. You have a link to something on the page, link to a page on the site, it disappears. Calculators disappear off the site. If you want a manual, you can't always find it. But over the years, HP has published many different manuals for their calculators, even ones that predate their website, on their website. But then they tend to disappear. So I've downloaded them over the years, and I have them all collected. So I have probably close to 350 manuals that I've downloaded from HP's website over the years that anyone can use. And then I've also got the manuals that have been scanned by the community, published on the on various websites, manuals that I've scanned myself. I've gone through ones that were scanned by others. I've disassembled the PDFs, cleaned up all the images, reassembled them, made them into new PDFs with OCR. So these should be the highest quality I have so far. On the other hand, I'm still working on it. I have a fancy scanner for scanning new manuals. And at some point soon, I will be making a request if anyone has manuals that they can lend me that I can scan at high quality. If they're spiral bound or comb bound, I can easily disassemble them and scan them perfectly, then reassemble them, send them back to you. If they're perfect bound, I am not going to do a flatbed scan. That takes too long. Quality isn't good enough. So I would then, in that case, be asking permission to cut off the binding of the perfect bound book, scan it, and then I would rebind it as a spiral bound book, which might be better in some ways, but it, of course, would no longer be the intact original. One thing also, Felix Gross has presented several times over the years. He's pestered me about getting it published, and I finally did, and that is his bibliography of calculator literature. He's got a large PDF listing thousands of books about calculators, not just HP, but TI and other brands as well. And that is on this new website as well. Or I should say, will be on this new website. This website will be going live once I finish this talk. So this is brand new. Here's a screenshot of what the site looks like. It's an interactive view. In fact, if I could probably even demo it for you. At the top, you have filters. You can pick which calculator you want to filter by, which language you want to filter by, and what source, whether it's coming from HP or from the community. Hold on right here. I'm going to bring up an example. We need to reshare this. Hold on while I reshare my other window. Okay. So here's the live website. You can go in, you can filter it by language. I pick English. These are all documents that are in English. I've indicated on them the format if it's an original document or it's a colored scan or a grayscale scan or a black and white scan. Ones that say official HP are files that are completely unchanged from what I downloaded from the HP website. Files that say community could be based on an HP scan or an HP file modified by me, or things were scanned by other people. So if we just bring up an example of HP one, some of the HP ones have not been cropped. So if you look at them, you can see this one's pretty good. But we can go through on the 48, we'll see how long some of these take to download because there's some quite large files in here. Like the advanced users reference in color, this is a couple 100 megabyte file. But this, for the 48, we have the full thing, and we can do a search once it finishes downloading. Telling it to search, but it's taking a while. Let's pick a smaller one that won't take so long to download. So if we pick up a 55 handbook. Search for their math, and there it comes up on math. It's all OCR. They've got all the pages equal size. So if you view them in a 2-page view, for example, if we go here, it's a little different here in Firefox. Even spreads and zoom to fit. Now it's just like you're reading through the book. It views a little bit better in an actual PDF viewer than in the web browser. Again, going up to the top, let's say we want to find something for a certain model, we can do the drop down, we can pick 17B2, and there's the 17B2 manual. 35S, there's the 35S manual. Go back to all languages, you can see these are all the languages that are available for download. This is a work in progress. We'll be seeing more stuff as time goes on, but I've got something pretty good now. It's over 400 manuals, mostly originally from HP. So if I go back to the presentation. It's the presentation. Now, how to get the USB drive? You'll be able to order it from my website. It's not up yet. I'm going to give it a couple more days just to make sure I'm caught up on things. One thing that's been causing me a lot of problems lately is making these overlays for the 31S and 34S. I'm trying to get that resolved first before I add anything else, but I think I will try to get this out for pre-order this week. It's going to be $45. $20 of that goes to the HHC committee to fund the future conferences, and the remainder is either covering the cost of the 128 gigabyte drive or my expenses. And shipping will be another 5 to 15. So you can't pre-order it yet, but it will be available for pre-order pretty soon. For those of you who have the 2019 drive, you're not seeing a lot that's different on the 2021. Much of what is different you can get on the web for free anyway. So this isn't meant to make money. This is just because when you have 80 gigabytes of material, it's a lot easier to ship on a USB drive than to download. Although, as I said, most of it is on torrents already or direct downloads. Also, something that I'd mentioned last year, the HHC Videos USB drive, that is videos of all the conferences that Jake had made and that I had made, 256 gigabytes full of videos. There isn't that much interest in this. In fact, this is all also online on videos.hpcalc.org. You can view not all the individual videos, but all of the talks are on there. That's like over 1,000 videos on that website. You can view them there or buy the USB drive, which I have been selling at cost. So that concludes everything that I put together in USB drives. I suppose we have some time for questions if anyone has any questions.
Thanks, Eric. That's great. Amazing piece of work. If anybody wants to ask any questions of Eric, please unmute yourself and we should be able to take questions for a few minutes.
Hey, Eric, it's Mark Hardman.
Yes.
Could you possibly include the 3 converted pneumatic training videos for the HP-95?
I can include anything. If you can point me to a source for it, if there's a YouTube source, I can download them. If there's not a YouTube source, I don't know what format they're in, but I can convert them if they're an optical disc.
I had them converted from the original pneumatic tape, so a fairly high expense, but the quality is okay, and it's a very nice historical archive item. I'll point you to where you can download it.
Okay, that would be perfect. I can
Also
incorporate that on the drive.
Thank you.
Are all the participants going to get an email when this drive is available?
Yes, I will make sure. Eric will let me know, won't you, Eric? And I will send an email out to all the attendees. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eric. No more questions. Right, so next up, we're still slightly ahead of time, is Jake. I will just make you the presenter, Jake, and then you can, if you're ready to go.
Okay, I'm good to go.
You're good to go, Jake. Yeah, you should have a share button now that you can put your presentation up on.
Yeah. What am I want to go back to my main screen here. Okay, so I'm getting a share content panel with a whole bunch of choices.
Yep.
I just want to share my whole screen.
Yeah, there should be a whole screen one there for you.
Screen, Firefox, Thunderbird, Windows Explorer.
Up at the top. Has it got screen at the top and then it's got all of your applications underneath?
Okay, says screen 1. All right.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm still looking at the grid. I can't get, maybe I need to minimize.
As soon as you share your screen, yeah, you should be okay.
Have I done it? Or you're not seeing my screen?
Not yet. I'm still seeing you.
Okay. Share content. Session 1. Is that?
That's the one, Jake.
Yep. Here we go. All right, good. Okay, so we're going to talk about my little PPC archive. It's been going since 1998. Started out as CDs, it grew to 4 CDs, then 1 DVD, and in the past year, that also outgrew a double-sided DVD, and it's been a USB drive on its own ever since. So last year we had version 2.35. There was an interim version, and now the one that was released in April and is on this archive is 2.37. Okay, so in the archive history, you'll see the release date was April 1st, and there are 6 sections to the drive, and each one has gotten an update. And as of that point, we're close to 46,000 pages. And we'll talk about each one briefly. So the opening screen used to look like what it is on the left, and now it is on the right. There was a bunch of growing number of miscellaneous HP materials within the HpCalc section, and it seemed like it did more justice if it was separated into its own section. So you see down on the bottom there on the right, a section called HP Related Miscellaneous Material Version 1. So within the year, as I had said, we had increased from space to fit on a double-sided DVD around 8 gig, and it expanded. So we're now on a flash drive on its own. So section 1, when you go to section 1, you see what I call a jump page for the PPC, the US PPC material, 65 notes PPC journal, PPC calculator journal. And the primary expansion there, as shown in the lower left-hand corner, was there were member letters and auxiliary material that was added and scanned in color. Also, some sample issues that had not been available before were added, such as the promo sheet for the 65 Users Club, which is shown there at the bottom, and as many of the PPC special issues as could be found at that time. So you'll see in the jump page on the right, you'll see a couple of additional rows of material related to special issues and additional member lists from 1976 and a document related to HP-41 assembler. The rest of it is pretty much the same at this point. Section 2, which it covers the True Chronicle, the HPX Exchange, PPC ROM material, and others, also had Keynote stuff and HP65 Keynote. And on the left, you see the jump area that it used to be there, and on the lower right is the new one. The short story is listed there on the lower left. It's called, I called it the Keynotes Project. Sylvain and Felix both offered materials, and we were able to add in European versions of many of the keynotes, which differed slightly from the American ones. So you'll see in some cases the month is the same, like in 1977. In 78, 79, they differed by 1 month, and then 1980 and 83, they're in the same month. So now you can go between the US and the European version of some of these documents. These are all the ones that were able to be found at the time. Also, I was made aware, and I probably should have known this already, there was a short-lived newsletter called the HP65 Users News, and 2 issues were located, so I've got them in there as well. Section 3 is the HPCC data file, and in that time period, we had volume 36, number 3, so on the left, I was just showing the last version that was available under 2.35, and then 2.37, we added the 36, number 3. And this is the current version of the jump page for the section 3 for the data file. And for those who haven't seen it, the color corresponds to the color of the printed cover, the physical paper version of each issue. And there in the lower right-hand corner, year 2019 has volume 36, number 3 added in. Section 4 was sort of a potpourri of the Australian publications and calculator conference proceedings. And for this version, the HHC 2019 conference material was added, along with a relatively old HP-48SX alternate index, which had been presented at the 1992 London conference proceedings, and I finally got my hands on it again and incorporated in there. And there had been a preliminary conference report for 2019, which got replaced with the final version, which had expanded by 7 pages. And this is just to show the HHC 2019 material there, and you can see on the left-hand side is a list of all the presentations that were done there. Quite a lot of pages of stuff. And I think this was the second year in a row that Gene Wright presented remotely, and now we're all together remotely, so it's kind of interesting turn of events. In the EduCalc section, the only major change there was that the miscellaneous material was broken out and separated. So the specific EduCalc related materials will remain in there called additional EduCalc materials. And then the HP stuff got moved to its own section because that was growing, primarily through materials made available by Bob Prosperi. So originally on the left, you see the list of the material that was available, and the top half, the top 20 were EduCalc specific, and the bottom part were HP miscellaneous. So on the right there, you'll see the EduCalc specific stuff remained, and I just put a little picture of the first page of each one. And then you'll see section 6 coming up here. So here is the new section 6. Going back again, you'll see I had 11 items, and now it's greatly expanded. The left-hand 2 columns of that jump page show individual documents, mostly in chronological order. I did have to rearrange a few things, and you'll see some samples of those, like in the left-hand column, Series 40 Advanced Programmable Calculators brochure, and a 4171 brochure, the AME port extender manual, and then on the right-hand side were samples of documents that were periodicals, and this shows all the issues that I was able to cobble together, and I'm still searching through my material for additional issues, such as like HP qubits. I have no issues from 1986 and 87. I'd love to get a hold of those. HP Basic Exchange, I suspect there's a few more issues to that. The SMI 48 forum, I had issues 1 through 11 plus 1 called volume 3, number 3, but my numbers 7, 8, and 9 are probably in a pile of stuff I haven't gone through yet. I got to find those. One quick story about the port extender manual. I happen to be the author of that manual, and the idea was that the port extender is a complex device, and you really have to know what you're doing. You can't just throw modules into the slots and expect the 41 to understand. So I put in there quite a lot of diagrams and explanations as to, port addressing and absolute addressing and stuff like that. And sometime after it had come out, Richard Nelson conducted a survey, and he asked people to discuss their feelings about manuals, the ones they like, the ones they hate. And it looks like this port extender manual was voted the worst manual anybody had ever seen, which I thought was kind of amusing. And it's because I guess people weren't entertained sufficiently. I've gone through it many times, and I like it, but maybe that's unfair. So last but not least, at the last minute, Eric went through and OCR'd everything, And just as an example, I went and searched through 4 documents for the word register, and sure enough, it popped up. HPCalc catalog number 40, page 7, the HHC 2019 conference proceedings, the PPC calculator journal, volume 8, number 6, found it, and HP keynotes, volume 4, number 2. So it looks like it's working really well, and that should be a real helpful thing moving forward. So last but not least, you can check on the progress of the USB drive for the PPC archive. I'm still working on it. I've got another update coming probably in a month or so. So I've got a website there listing. You can go check on it to see when the next version will be available. And finally, again, if anybody happens to have missing issues of things such as Basic Exchange, Keybits, 48 Forum, Solve and Integrate newsletter, I would appreciate any chance to borrow those for scanning to add to the archive. So that's my story. I guess we can move on. Let's see. I need to give the system back. Or Mark, can you take it back?
Yeah, I can take it back. Thanks, Jake. That was great. Does anybody have any questions for Jake?
Yeah, can you put that slide up again that shows the website so I can take a snapshot? Thank you.
Sure.
And for newbies, this is Andras. This is where you can order, right? If you wanted to get this thing.
Correct.
Jake, you are doing really a great work. This is fantastic work you are doing. And I have, sort of two questions. First, we contacted a long time ago in 1999. I sent you some last member letters from True, from Richard Nelson. So at that time when we talked, you said that you have a huge amount of papers from that most exciting period of PPC history when 2 clubs got separated and something. You had a lot of material from that time. Will that material ever, come to this PPC?
It turns out I do have a PDF of all those documents. It's approximately 135 pages of material, collected mostly by Richard Nelson. And, my concern was that it was controversial, but perhaps 30 years later, it doesn't really matter anymore. It was like 1983, 84, so it's 36 years ago. And maybe since you're requesting it, maybe I should just add it in to the thing just so people could see it. The only stuff related to that in the archive right now was Richard Nelson's, I think it's a 4-page or an 8-page write-up called An Experiment Concludes. He got that published on the PPC side, and then when he started Chew, he wrote another, dare I say, manifesto called A Club for Hewlett-Packard Handheld Users, and he sort of described his ongoing philosophy there. And, sadly, PPC kind of took a left-hand turn and eventually ran out of support and stopped in the middle of 1987. And then Richard was continuing with Chew, but he couldn't get critical mass for the thing to be self-supporting. And then Brian Walsh attempted to pick up the slack with HPX Exchange. So we reached out to like 1990, but things kind of petered out at that point. So yeah, I mean, perhaps you've convinced me to just add that PDF to the system. I might as well do it because when I got the material, I immediately scanned it and put it together. But then I was kind of worried about releasing it to the public. I guess I should ask Richard if he's okay with it. He'll probably say yes, and then we can just go ahead and put it out there.
Great. And the other question, which also goes for that, everything we transfer via post, is it maybe time to change format to make it somehow available online with some donation from a member if he wants to read it, so you don't have to mail the boxes, pay the postage, and so on? Did you think about that even for the future, maybe?
I've thought about it. I guess I'm still thinking about it. I figured I was contributing the latest version to the conference USB drive each year, so attendees at least are getting it with their conference donation. This year, obviously, is different, in the past, the sales were helping pay for textbooks for my daughters in college, and I'll have to give it some serious thought.
Thank you very much. Keep up good work.
Thanks.
Jakes, have not forgetted you about the pamphlet. I need to buy a new scanner in order to the scanner that I have. It doesn't accept small pamphlet. I have to scan them manually instead of having an automatic feeder. So I need to buy that, and that will happen in the next month, a couple of months. And you should have something around the end of the year or next year.
Wow, that's great. So again, you probably know this, but I'll just throw it out there for anybody who has material to donate or to lend or whatever. My preference is 300 dots per inch, preferably color if it's in color, in the JPEG format, so that I can further manipulate the individual files and combine them to PDF afterward. But thanks for your help.
Jake, this is Andras again. Just let us know, tell us, real quick, how much time you have spent so far cumulatively on this versus how much you're spending, on a weekly or monthly basis on this project. Very curious.
Well, it started in 1998, so it's been going for 22 years.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been working very hard on the next version, which wasn't ready for this conference because I wanted to include the conference materials. And I would dare say between April and now, I've spent an average of 1 to 2 hours a day.
Wow.
Moving forward. One thing I'm working on, and I'm not proud. I was never proud of the original scans of the PPC journals. They were done in a lousy way. And I've been trying to clean that up. So I've been going page by page and fixing stuff. And I'm all the way up to volume 12, number 7 from the beginning, which is about 3,300 pages already completed. But there's still more to go. I guess in the next release, I'll just release it wherever I happen to be at that time. But that's been quite an adventure, going through those pages one by one and trying to clean them up cosmetically. So it's been a lot of hours. I'm sure it's been
work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Okay. If there's no more questions for now, we have a short break and we'll be back at 4 o'clock UK time. You'll have to translate for yourself. So about 10 minutes with Bob, who is going to cover the much anticipated DM41X. In the meantime, Jake, you can stop sharing now if you like. I will set up the tea room for all of the recent joiners. You don't have to go in the tea room. You can all stay and chat on this one, but it is public. It is being streamed to YouTube. So if you want to have a private chat, then feel free to use the tea room, the breakout session, or grab yourself a drink. And we'll see you again in about 8 minutes' time. Thank you.
Does anybody know where Richard Nelson is? I thought he would be here.
Hey, Bob, you probably know the best info about it.
Richard is not here. He doesn't, because of hearing aids and some other issues, he finds it difficult to communicate on these.
Can we not talk about this on the YouTube channel, please? If you're going to talk about specific things about Richard, can you switch to the chat, please?
Okay.
I could do that. Okay.
Just because it's a public channel. So if you're having trouble finding it, you need to bring the participants list up. And then at the top of that, you'll have a thing that says you're assigned to breakout room, T room.
Thank you, Bruce.
Bob, you should have presenter rights if you want to try queuing your stuff up. You should have the share button. Gene, not mute the app. Ooh, yeah, good question, Gene. Not sure about that.
Okay, we're back. Some are still in the meeting, I think, just coming back now.
think we are a bit early.
I can see Dan Johnson's got a Star Trek transporter in his room. Hello, Dan. Is that a real transporter in the background there?
Yeah, I've got a lot of Star Trek original and TNG background images that I ordinarily use for Zoom.
Because if it is, I can just jump into mine and I can be there in a minute.
Wouldn't that be a cool way to get to a conference?
Yeah. We must be able to do it somehow, you know.
Yep. Virtual reality might work.
Or real virtuality, as I call it. Yeah.
Yeah. Real virtuality. I like that.
Well, you know these transporters. Doesn't it make a copy so you get two of you? I think
it's a
Bob
destructive read, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that means that's murder.
I think there were a couple episodes where that happened, where the transporter malfunctioned and they ended up with multiple copies.
Yeah, yeah. Captain Kirk, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
There were also two Rikers in at least one Next Generation episode.
Yeah. But that's why Dr. McCoy preferred using shuttlecraft.
Sensible man. Sensible man.
Yes.
Okay, are we all back?
There's still people in the tea room.
Yes, there's 9 in the tea room, I think. Somebody could pop that back there and wake them up.
I'll go.
We're okay for time.
Mark is not here. Is he not broadcasting?
Hello? It says 9 still in the tea room there. 8. Some are coming back.
I see Mark is not here. Is he dropped
It's
off?
5 now. They're coming back now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, back.
Hey, Bob, you should have presenter privileges. So you can you should have the share button enabled, so you should be able to show your presentation.
Okay, just a moment. Slowly.
Yeah, it's getting there.
It's thinking about it at this end.
It's thinking very hard, isn't it? Yeah. We're there. Yep.
Okay.
It's good, Bob. Away you go. Thank you.
Okay. I apologize for the narrow presentation. I did not learn until just yesterday from Godwin that with a one click, you can make PowerPoint 16 by 9. So sorry for the wasted black space. Today's discussion is an update on the Swiss Micro's DM41X. And I say update because last year at the 19 HHC conference, we previewed it. The subtitle here, A Little Late, A Lot Better, is reference to one of the few but hard-sought advantages of the pandemic. The 41X was originally planned to be released production in Q1 of 2020, but the pandemic happened, and that changed so much of what we know. But the upside is it provided more time before release for some enhancements and improvements, and that's primarily what I'm going to talk about today. The core functionality and features I covered in last year's video. If you haven't had a chance to see that yet, or you don't have one, that would fill some of that in. So I'm not trying to skip some basics. I just don't want to waste time going through them again. First of all, the DM41X it's a 41CX clone with a lot of modern enhancements enabled by the hardware and DMCP platform that Swiss Micros created for initially the DM42. And most people here are familiar with that and probably also have one. The key difference, of course, is that this is a 41, not a 42, but it is a pure 41, and we'll talk about that in a moment. It runs all 41 software, focal software, user code, also all synthetics and M code. It also runs essentially all of the ROMs that are out there. It's fast in fast mode. It clocks anywhere between 40 to 55 times a normal CX, so in the same class as Turbo 50 in the CL, but it also has one times if you have code or applications or things that you're using that require the original speed, or you're benchmarking or something, that's also available. One of the key features and the breakthrough feature in many ways is it's easy to share information from your PC to your 41X or vice versa, despite the enhancements that the pillbox brought to the 41 and others to make it dramatically easier to use with the HPIL. It's still difficult to do easy file transfers because of formats and conversions and so forth. So the USB connectivity has dramatically changed that. And the reference to better, as I'll get to in the various subsequent slides and discussion, there have been quite a few enhancements, both of features we talked about then, but also completely new features. But probably the biggest news, if you're not aware, is that the 41X is available, and you can buy it now. It's available at the Swiss Micro site, and ship times seem to vary between three to 4 days in Europe and a maximum of about 12 days in US. I don't know about to other countries on the far side of the world, but you can kind of extrapolate from there. I grouped the things we talked about into the core design focus and objectives that we had for the 41X. And those are in priority order, I guess I would say. Number one, to be completely 100% compatible with all 41X behavior in an enhanced way, but fully compatible. And that's due to the enormous amount of materials, software, programs, modules, books, tools, etc. out there. Probably more materials in the ecosystem for the 41 than any other calculator that's ever been produced. The most notable change when you look at the device, of course, is the huge screen compared to the one-line display that the 41 had. And we've used that in some ways, extending the same display format with more versions of the lines, and other ways, new UI to use the screen real estate. The single largest difference, in my opinion, other than the obvious screen, is it's dramatically easier to install and use the modules than other platforms out there now. If you've used the CL and Novi and Clonix and some of the other hardware devices, you have to have a reasonable amount of skill and patience to use them. And though they do work and work fine, they're not something that you just casually plug in to check out, which is what a lot of users want to do. Hey, I always wanted to use the blah, blah, blah module and just pop it in. Ideally mirroring the simplicity of the hardware, the original hardware. Just plug it in and see what it does. The next category is to create usability enhancements for things that are being done all the time or things that are tedious to do, spelling out long function names and things of that nature. If you use a function name that's 7 letters long and you're using it 5 times a day, one thing you can do is assign the keys. So we kind of took a look at some of that. We'll talk about that in a moment. The last two are related. One is very simple file exchange with the PC. By simple, I mean just connect it, put it into communication mode, and proceed. You don't need special software that runs on a PC and a Mac and a Linux and this and that. It's simply using the MSC mode so that the device appears to be another drive on your computer. And also simple backup and restore, both of individual components in the system, but also for the full unit. And we'll talk about that in detail as well. Regarding compatibility, the ultimate compatibility test is the 41X is running the 41CX operating system completely through emulation. So it's literally running the same NFL code that the 41CXs have been running. Nothing in the OS code was changed. There were some new functions added to provide more functionality, but nothing was changed, nothing was patched. To my knowledge, there is no code that runs on a 41 that will not run on the 41X. And I eagerly would like to hear if someone finds something that violates that. As I mentioned, focal, synthetics, and M code, the normal way one would use them on a 41 are all supported. The device comes with the maximum RAM that the 41 supports, both normal user RAM and also extended memory. All of the pages are used the same way they were used in a 41. There's no tricks or special mapping or anything. One thing that's different is upper pages, not different from a 41, but different from some of these other device options, is the upper pages in upper meaning 8 through F can be configured as QROM or quasi-ROM, which is a term that was coined in the 80s, which is putting RAM into the ROM address space so that you can have volatile memory that can be changed for writing code or modifying modules or storing programs and so forth. RAM in the 41 device is mapped into that ROM space, so you can use it the way an MLDL or similar device was used in the past. Things like the RAM box, the heat packs, and others that were using this upper RAM space can take advantage of them the exact same way that they were done back then. All modules, all known modules are supported with the obvious exception of modules that were associated with devices that are not physically supported. There are no ports, and HPIL is not supported. So things like the wand, the original strip printer, the card reader, and HPIL are not supported because they're physically not supported. One slight exception to that is the actual printer module from the 82143 is installed in the device, and that is used for printing to the IR, via IR. So it's a hybrid. It's the original strip printer ROM, but the output is through IR. 20 of the most commonly used HP ROMs are installed. And when I say commonly used, some of the more obscure things like the diagnostics and the development code, the Devil ROM, and things of that nature that just don't generally apply are not in there, though they can be installed because some of them have non-communication related features. And also the PPC ROM, essentially because these are all benign and safe to use amongst people, folks that don't even know what they're doing with them. You can plug them in and use them. The PPC ROM can get you in trouble quickly if you don't know what you're doing, if you start moving the curtain and other things. The other ROMs, both in some that we'll talk about in a moment, are available in various places. A collection of Angel Martin's ROMs are all available on the Swiss Micro's website. And those are not included because the idea we've taken is that some of those are extended functionality. You really need to understand what you're doing with them and how. So there's a bit of a burden to learn what you're doing with them to then install them and use them. But they all work fine and supported and so forth. And also the hp41.org website and others have collections of mod files. Broadly, and Sylvain will talk about this later, but broadly, the modules of old that you find come in two formats today: a mod file, which a mod represents a full module, and ROM files, which represent individual pages. The 41CL, which in recent years Monty has done a lot of work with Sylvain's help to create a collection of all of the known modules, are all in ROM format. Sylvain's going to talk about a possibility in the future of a way to make those accessible. There are tools available that make it relatively easy to convert a ROM format file into a mod format file, but you have to know a little bit about what you're doing. And I expect what will happen is, as users have interest in particular modules, they'll explore those, take them, turn them into mod files, and start sharing them. And we're going to think about a place that these can be collected for universal access. The modules are added to the device by simply copying a file over to the 41X. And I'm going to go through detail of the steps to copy it and the user interface for doing it. It's more interesting and easier to understand how simple it is with a live demonstration, but with the remote camera and so forth, it's just not viable to do it that way. You can store lots and lots of ROMs. There's 512K of flash space, so you can store more ROMs than you would ever want to use. It's still far less than a 41CL can hold. A 41CL can hold 512 and now 1024 ROMs, so there's far more there. But realistically, no person would ever need to have that many involved at one time. I dare say you could never put more in. There's always enough room for all the ones that you would want at any given time. And again, the 41X will hold 512K of modules that are not in use. The limit of how many in use is going to be driven by the architecture of the 41 and the pages available. There are utilities, as I mentioned, for converting ROM files. And there's actual work going on now by several people for doing that. MLDL2K from Minder Coopers is in development now. That one's well known amongst people that have done this stuff. And there's work going on with that. One of the interesting and exciting things about the 41X is it provides full support for what I call all the exotics, the things that none of us had or could afford or didn't get around to playing with back in the day. Things like heat packs, the CCD-ROM, Zen-ROM, Z-PROM, and more modern Angel's Library 4 and all of the enhanced functionality, modern, truly amazing modules that Angel's put together that if you haven't looked into these, you should, because there's modules there for doing just about everything. Including some hybrids. The CCD had a lot of interesting features, and there are a lot of features in different modules. Angel's created a module called OSX that has taken it's what I kind of consider some of the most interesting features from various different modules and combined them into one general purpose utility module that no 41 that I own is without at any given moment. And most people that explore it and understand what it is have the same conclusion. Okay, that's just got to be there. Moving on to the screen, we covered this in a lot of detail last time, but I will talk about here. For general, the calculator screen view, there are 3 different views of the calculator functions. This view here is showing the X, Y, Z, and T stack. This view and this view, and I think you can see my cursor here. Not if you can see the cursor, because I can't. Can people see it? No, you can't see the cursor. Okay, sorry about that. So then the top one on the right is the 4 stack view. The next one down is called the system information X and alpha. The upper 3 lines are system information that I covered last time, status of the program, names, and so forth. I won't spend a lot of time on that today. And the 2 large lines are the X register and the alpha register. And the reason for showing alpha and X is in many cases, application packs use alpha for prompts for data. But once you start entering the data, the prompts are lost. So what can easily happen is you can start entering an interest rate and then forget which button the interest button is entered on. So this retains the alpha display while you're doing entry. And that's interesting and very useful in those modes. But it can also be, as feedback has shown, to be annoying and distracting in other uses. So one of the reactions to feedback during the beta phase was to institute the bottom one on the right, which is X and Y, in addition to the system information. So you don't have the alpha data possibly distracting and interfering with use. Also, the multi-line editor, which is the standard program mode that the 41X uses. Last year when we looked at it, we had 1-line view and 4-line views, as you can see in the 2 bottom. So the bottom left is showing you program view in what we call 1-line view. You can just hit the display button and toggle into 4-line, but that's been enhanced to 6-line and 8-line, depending on the trade-off of readability and visibility within the code to understand. Most people I talk to, probably all aging like me, find the 6-line mode to be the most sort of the optimum trade-off between the 2, but this totally depends on what you're trying to see. But you could just hit the display mode, even in the middle of entering instructions, you can hit the display mode to change view. So if you're doing a go-to and you forget what it is, it's a few lines above, you can go to 8-line view to see what it is, what have you. You can just toggle back and forth whenever you like. Other things that have been done that take advantage of the larger LCD, and they're not all here, but I picked a couple different ones to show it, is the display of the flag status. Earlier versions of this were showing fewer flags per screen and multiple screens, and that became tedious because you just kind of want to pop it on. Basically, at any given moment, you're usually looking just to see the one flag you have in question, so you don't want to go to the flag screen and have to page down or something to find the one you want. So this is a layout David came up with that uses the full width and size of the screen to get all of them on there at one time. But one of the most useful and interesting applications of the of the large screen is the built-in help, which is similar to the DM42, but was enhanced in the 41X. And the same enhancement was actually released this morning on a new version of software for the DM42, which adds multiple file support. So on the lower left, you can see the idea of links. You can highlight with the cursor keys another subject, and that's a link that will take you further down the page. So if you click on the external references, it brings you to that section. But the key change is the addition of handling multiple help files that can link back and forth seamlessly between the various files. You can also hit a button and open up any file that's in there. But for example, a few months back, Angel created a module, and then the help content was extracted from that module for just reference information for 41 use, this generic 41. but it also had some things like some features for the warp core. So this is the second file that's added, and you can just modify the original help file to include a link, which is a tag, just like it is in HTML. I'm sorry, I skipped that. The browser, the help system is really just a lightweight browser with limited tag support, but you use it just like you do to navigate a web page. So you click on a link and it opens that portion of the file you're in or a new file, and you can chain amongst different files. The idea being that you can create a help file for each module or your own programs or whatever you like. So as you want to share a module, for example, some of the stuff that Angel has done, he's talked about possibly creating help files for each of his modules, which is a lot of work. But if you're familiar with his modules, there are amazingly beautiful and complete manuals for each one. You don't need the full manual online, but you may need reference information for the arguments to a function or exactly what setting is needed or something of that nature. So the idea is to have your own help files that you add for each module or application that you want. Also, there's documentation describing each of the available tags that can be used for creating things like links and special characters and things of that nature. And that documentation is available to download and look at, but it's also actually available online. There's actual help file of the help supported tags and content provided on the device. So you can look that up. So it's an example built in itself, so to speak, to explain some of these features and how to use them. Going to move on to the installation and management of ROM modules. The prime motivation for a different approach here was there are several different devices currently available that support loading all these modules. The 41CL, the Clonix and Novi, for those lucky enough to have gotten an MLDL2K, old Rambox devices, and actual even older MLDL devices are available, but they take a fairly significant investment of time and skills to learn to use them. They work reliably and they work fine, but they're not simple to use, and the barrier of learning to use them has prevented a lot of people from effectively doing that. I know I've talked to many 41CL users who have it and love it, but don't use it because it's complicated to remember how to change modules and select different ones and things of that nature. And if it's not something you're doing all the time, then indeed it is something that you need to look up and find a manual and remember what the commands are and so forth. And the Clonix Novi have similar barriers that actually are quite simple to use, but it appears to be quite technical and somewhat daunting to a lot of users. So we were trying to focus on something that has the simplicity of an emulator where you're literally just clicking on a file and poof, it's plugged in, and have that simplicity available on a real device. So after a lot of time, that has turned into the three-step, what I call the three-step procedure, where you simply copy a mod file from the PC to the 41X, and again, that's done via USB. I'll talk about in a moment. The next stage is to import that into the flash storage in the device. The ROMs are stored there. Again, more ROMs. Think of those as offline ROMs that are in the device. They're there and ready to plug in, but not online until you do plug them in. And the third step is the process of actually plugging them in so that they're available for the 41 user to use. And so this is an attempt to describe that process without the visuals of a live demo, which makes it simpler and easier. But it is simple enough that hopefully this can convey it. The first step is to connect the PC. And what one does is there's commands in the menu to go to the USB mode. And when you do that, you connect to a PC or Mac or Linux. It uses what's called MSC mode that you've all become familiar to when you plug in a USB drive. You plug it in and then poof, the E drive or F drive or whatever appears on your machine, and you can then see all of the files available on the device. In the case of the 41X, you would see initially, not all, but up to this set of 9 folders here. Initially, the device comes, some of these folders are not there. If you've not copied any information to the device yet, or you've not used some of the features, then the folders may not be there. But the 41X will recognize if it needs them, they're not there, and create them automatically for you. So if you don't see them and you want to use a feature, don't worry, you don't have to go create folders yourself. It will just do that for you. But once you've used all the features, all 9 of these folders are there. And the top there where I'm showing you, the PC view of the structure is that if you were to click on the mods folder on the PC, you would see a traditional listing of files the way you see it on your PC or in the Finder and Mac and so forth. Alternately, on the 41X, the view of that folder from the Manage Modules screen is seen in the upper right. So that is the device view of that folder. But you can see it's analogous. There's navigation to go to the parent folder and scroll down the screens. And there are buttons that let you scroll to the top of the list and the bottom of the list and change from the left to the right to make navigation of the larger set of modules or files in a given folder easier. This particular screen is accessed from the second screen down. You'll see the Manage Modules and Flash screen. The bottom left button is Import. So in step 1, you copy the mod files that you want to use into this folder. Once they're copied, you can disconnect from the PC if you'd like. You can leave it connected to power the device while you're doing this. That's fine too. But the device has to be taken, obviously, out of that USB mode to do the other functions. Then the next step, going back to here, step 1 was copy the file. Step 2 was move it to flash. So that's importing from the FAT drive to the flash drive is done in the Manage Modules in Flash screen. When you go to that screen, initially there's nothing in Flash. So you push the import button, the F1, the top left button, and it opens up what you now see is the top right screen. It gives you a list of those files that you've copied over. You just move the cursor to the one you want to import, press enter, and it brings you back to the Manage Modules and Flash screen. And then you can repeat that to copy as many mod files into Flash as you'd like. Again, there's 512K of Flash, but there's no reason to copy more than the ones that you're likely to switch between. At the bottom of that screen, you'll see other buttons there: Mod, ROMs, Flash Delete, Clear Flash. Successfully, those mod for a given one, if you highlight it, it will show you the metadata in the module file. For example, things like the name that you see on this screen, but also things that are related to the definition of a mod file. The ROMs button shows you individual details about each of the ROMs. And for those that aren't familiar and wondering, a module file can contain more than one ROM. One ROM is 4K. Some of HP's application modules literally needed more than one ROM just to fit the code in. So there's multiple ROMs, but there are also third-party modules that take ROMs from different places with different functionality. So a module can contain multiple ROMs. Each ROM has its own properties, and these buttons bring you to views that let you see those. Flash lets you see the status of how much of your Flash you've used and how much is available. Delete lets you remove the highlighted item in here from the Flash area. If you've installed a module and you checked it out and decide, no, it's not what I thought, I don't really want that, or perhaps you want to put an updated version in, the delete lets you remove individual items from Flash. Clear Flash is obvious. It lets you just wipe the Flash area of the module so you can start again. So that's step 2. Again, number 1, we copied it to the device. Number 2, we've now moved them into Flash. So now what's left, step 3, is to plug the modules in. That's done from the active modules screen, where you can see those modules that you have selected. In the active module screen, when you first come, it's empty. Again, the bottom left button, plug, brings you back to the list in the Manage Modules and Flash screen to select one to plug in. And we select it and plug it in. It then comes back to the active module screen. You'll see the top line is highlighted. When you click the plug button and select one, the module that you select will be installed below the highlighted one. And that's relevant because you see the bottom bullet here in the chart. When you go to install, at the end of selecting the modules, you click enter to leave the screen. The loader then proceeds to load the modules that you've selected in a top-down fashion. So in the 41, you could plug a module into port 1 or port 2 and so forth. So you had some control over the sequence by that. In the case of the 41X, you control that sequence in the order in which you specify the modules top down. In some cases, in my example, the top one, and it happens to be the second one, the modules themselves know that they can only be installed into particular pages in the 41 structure. So even if I put those at the end of this list, they would still be plugged into pages 4 and 7 respectively. But I'm just OCD. So because they go into lower ports, I put them at the top of the list. So the idea here is if once you plug modules in some cases, it quite literally doesn't matter what order they're in. If you're just going to plug in the math ROM and surveying ROM and statistics ROM pack, it doesn't matter what order they're in. There's enough address space for them to go, and the sequence that they appear doesn't matter. The only apparent difference would be the order that you'd see them in Cat2. But for some other applications, it does make a difference. HPACS is one. Some others need to have precedence in terms of lower ports or lower pages, things of that nature. So this lets you control it. You'll see at the bottom of the active module screen, there are buttons for move up and move down. The idea is if you want to change the sort order for something that's already in the list, you just highlight it and then move it up and down the list to change the order that they would be presented to the loader when you proceed to finish from here. But one of the most interesting new features is something that has been lacking all along, largely due to the limited display. But the question is, what module is where? How can I tell what's plugged in, what's going on? So this screen, the ROM map, was introduced to do that. And at the beginning, it looks very busy because there's a lot of information there that many users aren't even aware is going on. And the primary thing in that area is 41 can have code in multiple banks. Most people are familiar with bank switching, but the idea is different sets of code can take the same logical address with just a master bit, essentially saying, I'm going to use bank 1, and then all that 4K is available, but then it switches to bank 2, and then essentially 4K more code is available without taking up more linear address space. In the early modules from HP, there were initially only one bank. Things like the Advantage ROM and others came out adding a second bank, and eventually that was expanded out to 4 banks. So not surprisingly, things like some of Angel's most interesting modern ROMs are using the full 4 banks for doing that. So that's what it's showing you with the 4 banks across the screen. The P down the left is the page. So you'll see that there are 2 screens to see all of it, pages 0 through 7 and pages 8 through F. And many modules only use bank 1, and that's not surprising because they're either vintage or there are other limitations on there. And the coding of what is there is described on the chart. M4-0 means that it's something that is in module number 4 in the 0th bank, the bottom bank. Also, the right column can be toggled by the button under it. In the top 2 screens, that is showing you the module by page. So as you look down into, if I look at page A, I can see that the 5th module is in bank 0, 1, and 2. But to the right, it's showing me that that module is the warp core module. The button on the bottom right lets you toggle the view to see, well, wait a minute, what are the other modules? And so it just lets you see a list of the modules installed, 1 through 6 in this case. But it also, you can toggle back to see for each page what is in there. You might notice that the bank numbering in the operating system is different from the others, and that's just the way it is because there are no banks in the operating system code, but there are really 5 components to it. You see the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in those. The others are all driven by the bank. So very, very handy screen to understand what module is where and how to do it. Moreover, if you see something here that isn't what you desire in terms of the sequence, then what do you have to do? You have to go back to the active module screen and use those buttons I talked about to shift the order. We've added a button right here in the screen. You see at the bottom center, which is to the active module screen, which will bring you to that view, let you make changes. And when you exit that view, you come back here. So it lets you very quickly just bounce back and forth between the 2 screens to see what is loading where. If you don't like it, you go to the active module screen, move the module up and down or whatever to change the order, and then come back here until you see things are structured in the right pages as you want them to be. Also, if you look in the bottom screen, the top 2 lines, these 2 are the RAM pages allocated by the HPACS module. This is the HPACS 4.8 module that Angel modified that lets you allocate a standard HPACS, which is 2 4K pages. So you'll see in that case in the bank listing that it's followed by R as a reminder that those are RAM pages, not ROM pages. Probably harder to explain than it is to use and see in person. Once you see it and get used to it, it's very intuitive and very simple. But this view is what all of these machines have wanted to see all along. One of the hardest things to determine on a 41 is what is logically plugged in where, which can be different from what is physically plugged in where. And this gives you insight into that entire process. In the area of usability, there are 19 additional functions that were added. Angel selected some general purpose, general utility functions. I'm not going to go into them in detail. They're all in the manual, but in the broad areas of system control, alpha enhancements, and extended memory functions. Things like change the name of an extended memory file. You know, that's something that traditionally you can't do. Get the leftmost character in alpha instead of the rightmost, and things of that nature. Also, Ed Dollar is an enhanced version of the Ed text editor that at last provides access to all the lowercase letters and all the special characters. So for the very patient, full ASCII file editing and so forth. Also, because the keyboard layout is different on the 41X, all of the special keyboard commands that Ed uses are available, and those are visible on the silk screen. Well, it's not silk screen, actually the laser engraved image on the back of the 41X. And I should have put a photo of that in, and I didn't. So when we're done, I will hold one. Maybe Godwin hold one up to the, well, everyone's looking at this. Never mind. We'll hold it up to the screen later. One of the more interesting, more useful functions added in the 41X in the past few months is the feature called custom commands. That is, you can think of it as a macro feature. You can think of it as a second shift capability. There are different ways to view it. But the idea is another way to make accessing frequently used and complex commands easier from the keyboard. If you look at the screen on the right, the top screen, you can see the A through P and the 1 through 6. The idea is these are arguments to the custom key. So you click you push the custom key and then push A in this example, because as I've set it up, that's equivalent to doing execute ALENG, which is something like nine keystrokes or something. So it shortens it from the however many that is with the alpha and spelling it out to the simple 2 keystrokes. You just custom A does that. Custom B does the block FCAT, page cat hepter, and so forth. So it's a little bit like the user assigned keyboard, except it doesn't interfere with the regular keyboard commands. So it gives you a way to retain the existing default plus keyboard assignments that you've used. Another way to access the same, not the same, but in this up to, what is it, 19 different keys for commands that all come down to two keystrokes rather. You can see the left column has, those are system functions that are frequently accessed. Depending on what you do, these may or may not be the things that you access most frequently, but they're things that across general use, these are things that are accessed most often. The 1 through 6 cannot be redefined, but the A through P can be redefined. And the way one defines those is in the bottom screen on the keyboard. If you hit Shift Custom, the Shift Custom brings you into the configure screen seen at the bottom. And that's an editor of the above commands, essentially. So if I wanted to change what I use for the E command, I would go to the bottom screen. I just press E. It opens an edit in that command. I hit backspace and get rid of $ED and put in whatever command I want there. And there's no requirement for them to correspond letter-wise, but it's obviously a mnemonic, and that helps with remembering what's where for doing that. But for example, I use the size command on I because I couldn't think of anything I need to use that isn't readily available, and size sounds like I, so I put it there. There's nothing special or magic about these. These are just examples to illustrate how one can use it. In addition to the A through P, 3 other keys are also available for assignment, and that's the alpha key, the up and the down arrows, which in my case I've assigned to PAC because that's probably the command I use most often. And Shift Alpha is just simpler than other assignments. I also put fast on the Shift up and slow on the Shift down to make those available when we're testing. We're testing in fast mode and slow mode. But you can put anything you want there, just whatever happens to correspond for your convenience. Also, you see in the bottom 1 load and 2 save. Like most of the special features in here, one can save their settings to a file, so you can have multiple sets. So you can save a set for when you're doing this or that, and then create another set of macros for doing some other function. So maybe while you're doing M code, you're going to have a bunch of frequently used commands assigned. So you would go into your, you would load up your M code developing set of assignments. But if you're doing financial calculations, most likely the M code ones aren't going to help you there. So you can have another set. So a repeated idea you're going to see through many features is the idea of a personality, the ability to save a set of data for that particular feature for that personality. Also, one advantage, or not advantage, but one side effect that comes from being able to save them is opening, being able to share them. You can just save a set of keys, and somebody says, "Hey, that's handy. How do I do that?" You can just mail them the file, and they can put it in. Moving on, the PC data exchange. One of the common things to do is moving this data back and forth. Again, you just put it into the, connect the USB cable and put it into the FAT mode, and you get the new drive on the PC. There's no software needed. All of these supported OSs do this automatically. There's no setting or anything magic. One thing I will note, though, is that before you disconnect the 41X from your computer, you should tell the computer that you're going to disconnect it in the same way that you would tell the computer you're going to disconnect a thumb drive. You don't want to remove a thumb drive while you have a file open. Correspondingly, you don't want to remove the 41X while you have some active files in use, copying or something of that nature. And once it's connected, of course, you just drag files back and forth. All of the folders can be copied to or from the PC, but they don't all make sense. For example, the screen cap, the screens folder contains screen captures that I created by holding down the Shift key and pressing the DSP. It makes a full screen. For example, if you're making a PowerPoint deck like this one and you need screen images, more likely if what you're trying to do is create some documentation, or another reason, actually the primary reason we put it in, is for people to be able to capture a screen to report a bug or an issue that they're having. If you're seeing something strange on the screen, then just do Shift Display, and then the screens folder has a date time stamped file in ping format that lets you then put that into the bug report. So instead of saying somewhere near the top on the left it's doing something weird, you just make a screenshot and report that. Also, similarly, the help and the off image folders in the 41X, there's no reason to be taking data out of those. That's simply data that you're putting in, the help files that you want to customize, and the off image images when you shut the machine off. On the other hand, the other folders, backup, keys, mods, prog, RAM, and state, are all things that you may want to be copying data into. You may want to be copying data out of, depending on what you're doing and if you're sharing data with other people. Clearly, things like the mods folder you want to be dragging stuff into. You may not want to be taking stuff out of there, but you can to share something. Programs are raw files that you've imported and or exported. You type a long program in, you share it, people say that's great. You can just do export to raw, copy that file, and then share it on a forum post or something of that nature. RAM holds the upper RAM. We talked about the QROM feature. That holds an image of the RAM that was saved last in the system. Again, from the modules menu, you can save all of the RAM data at any time and also load it back in. So that's one way for you to back up your data. Again, the same themes pervade through. It also lets you save the data. So, share the data. So you can populate the upper RAM with some information and then send that to someone else, and they can then have that data there. The state file contains all of the information within what the 41 knows of as its data. In other words, user programs, user registers, flags, settings, and those things within the 41CX view. Many of these other things are not things that are within view of the 41CX. The key files that you've saved for the custom feature, raw files, upper RAM, backups, things of that nature, those are metadata around what the 41 knows. The state file is everything that the 41 knows about. And that's also useful because that, once that's exported, can be used to copy into a 41, the DM41 and the DM41L. They don't have these other features, but they can take the entire capability not capability, but the entire contents of a 41X. So one thing one can do, because there are, until a few hours from now, there aren't easy ways to get some things into one of those other 41s. you could arguably use a 41X to bring data in easier, put it into your 41, then save the state, and then take that state file and copy it to the DM41L or the DM41. Godwin's going to talk about some of that stuff a little later. Backup and restore, I've mentioned the two key reasons to do it is to both protect and from an archiving and backup copies perspective, but also to share it. A good way to take one of these sets of things and send it to a friend. If there's somebody that doesn't really understand the process of how to load modules and some of that other stuff, you can save your module configuration and send it to the person. Things of that nature. Each one of the things listed in the middle, the custom keys, the upper RAM, the state, the raw files, the module configuration, each one of those has a similar operation and named load and save component. So you can load the file, and each one of these lets you name what you're saving, so you can have a whole library of individual state files or individual upper RAM files or custom key files. The idea being, again, you can establish or a library of application-specific personalities for each of these areas. But if you want to save your entire machine, it's cumbersome to save 5 different components and remember what the files are and remember what folders they are, etc. So the full backup is exactly what you think it is. It saves the entire contents of your machine and your configuration into one named area. So, for example, if you create different personalities on your 41X, and I picked 3 examples at the bottom. If you're going to be writing M code sometime, but then you want to switch to, I want to be doing some estimates for refinancing something or investment, and or a set of power calculations for EE types. The modules that you use, the key assignments that you use, the programs in RAM and registers that you use probably have nothing in common, and there's no need to try and get all of that into one configuration. You just end up with a mess. So the idea would be to create an entire configuration for your 41X where you're going to have programs and modules and key assignments and all the other things associated with it. And then you do a full backup of that entire personality under one name. And subsequent to that, when you want to go back to that application use, you're just going to load up that one full backup, and it's going to restore all these different components into the 41X. So you're basically, it's almost like switching to a different 41 to have all that available, configured the way you want. All you have to do is select that one name. That is all, not surprisingly, stored in the backup folder. And there's a lot of flexibility in there. The manual does describe it. You can have folders in folders with other things and save all kinds of different things. So it's as simple as you want it to be, but it's as complex as you'd like it to be if you want to do some fancy things with saving. A few other things coming up on the time that I presumed would not have time to talk about, and I'm going to discuss them very quickly. The IR printer has a delay command that lets you tweak the interline delay to work with the printer. One interesting development, Minda Cooper has created using information earlier that Martin Hepperl had generated. You see the photo on the upper right. That little device that you see there is an IR printer receiver that HP sold back in the day with a dedicated cable to plug into the early HP LaserJet printers. When people were walking around with calculators and palm tops and wizards and things of that nature that had IR printing capability, you would just put this IR receiver out next to a printer so you could walk up and squirt the information you want into the printer. Those modules are out on eBay and other places for pennies. I think I paid $8 or $9 for one of those. Martin figured out some of the underlying technical aspects of modifying that to use as a PC peripheral. Minder figured out a way to take, and I won't go into in detail, I put the links there, but a way to take a dedicated processor in that package. So that package that you see right there has been modified both to essentially to turn it into a USB peripheral. The idea here is Christoph Kisselinks has the awesome virtual IR printer application that can accept logical information from the virtual app emulators that he's done, but it can also be redirected to accept input from the outside world. So basically the idea is you take this device and connect it to the USB port, and so now with your 41X and 42, you can print to that application, so that it's a way to instantly capture the output, similar to if you use the Pillbox and the ILPer software. The output of the machines can be captured in the text window. This provides a similar capability. So while the 41X will not let you connect to a PC to send the output directly, you can use a device like this to capture the output in the print window, to collect output there and then share it that way. And I put the links in for all the devices. There's also the ability to export and restore all of the lower level settings should you need to do that. Things like the printer time delay. Am I in SI-XY mode? Have I muted things? Things that are configuration for your current machine, like the date format for the header line. All of the, again, the metadata around it. There is a way to get all that and save that to restore later. If you'd want to. There are other details as well. The manual is online. Everyone has seen probably that the website has been reorganized. Most of that is done. If you haven't seen what used to be available in various places, all the technical support information like firmware and manuals and things like that is available at, and I should have put a link here, but I didn't, is available at help me out, technical.swissmicros.com, and you'll see a kind of a file explorer view. Basically, it's a web front end onto an FTP view of things. Support files there. I want to spend some time giving thanks where they're due. First and foremost, of course, to Michael and David for creating Swiss Micros and these awesome machines that we love. Both tremendously interesting and talented individuals, and a pleasure to work with in every way and every day. Tremendous patience shown on their part when I go on too long. Godwin and Angel for their direct involvement in the project. Again, ideas, testing, patience, an important ingredient in this. It doesn't always show, but patience is one of the key ingredients in a product like this. All the 41X beta customers, unlike other beta programs I've been involved in, there was some very good input very quickly. Obviously, bug reports, this isn't working, that isn't working, but also some really good ideas. And you've seen some of those features that came from ideas from the beta feedback made it into the product. And I encourage people to continue to submit ideas. Some may not get implemented, some may not be implemented quickly, but please send the ideas along. It's all, everyone uses these differently, and it's important. The communities like the one we're in now, I want to thank the HHC, HPCC, the Allschwil, the museum, and the Swiss Micros forum communities for their tolerance of my rantings. Also the contributions and education by some really, really smart folks, and keeping this, what might be seen as a vintage hobby, new and interesting. But thanks especially, of course, to HPCC, to Lodek, Bruce, Mark, and others for making this possible, and a lot of work that's invisible to most people for getting this to together to come online. And that's all I have. So I will.
Thanks, Bob. That was great. Okay, we're just slightly behind time. I will pass over to Eric Hazen, We'll have to skip on Q&A, I'm afraid. I think there's been lots of vigorous chat going on anyway, so you might like to catch up with that. There's also lots of chat going on the YouTube channel as well. And if we've got a bit of time later on, we can perhaps come back to the 41X. If any, Bob, do you want to listen to Eric, or do you want to go and answer questions in the breakout sessions?
I prefer to continue listening. If you think we'll have time, there probably are questions, and I apologize for talking too long, but there probably are questions. I would prefer to continue listening. I think if we have a hole later, we could get back to that if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much. Eric, you should have the share button now and be able to take control.
Okay. Can people hear me?
We can. Thank you very much, Eric.
And can you see my title slide?
We can, yes.
Okay, good. I'll try to stay on time. I realized maybe I should have tried to claim an hour slot, but I didn't want to outstay my welcome on my first time attending the conference. So thank you for inviting me. Someone invited me on the Facebook group. I'm Eric Hazen, not to be confused with all the other Erics. And I work at Boston University, but this is entirely spare time work. So this will be quite a contrast to the previous talk, I think, because what I have produced is a couple of, I think, one-of-a-kind, do-it-yourself HP-25 re-implementations. And at this point, I have no plans to mass produce and sell them. So let's see, going on to slide 2, just a couple of slides about myself. I've been fascinated by electronics since I was very young, and HP products in particular. At age 13, which was in 1973, if you want to age me, I lived in Leeds, England for a while with my family, and my father was an experimental physicist, and I was brought in as an unpaid physics graduate assistant, as they called me, to work in the uni. And one of the things I did was to encounter an HP 9100, which I just loved, and I taught myself to program it, and I was immediately hooked on the whole concept of programmable devices. Fast forward a few years, in high school, we used HP 2100 running Timeshare Basic. Many of you suffered through that system, although it was pretty capable. We played various games like Trek 73, nice Star Trek simulation, and others games such as hacking the system and posting the administrator passwords on the chalkboard were not so legit. My father bought an HP 25 in 1975, and I was drooling over it, so I devoted myself to delivering the newspaper faithfully until I could afford my own at about $195 US then. Unfortunately, my HP-25 is dead. It fell in the fish tank with piranhas while I was out of town, and my roomies were scared to retrieve it. By the time I got it out, everything was pretty badly corroded. My father's, however, I still have, and it's still working. Very briefly, I studied computer science and learned a lot of useless things, how to run a Model 29 key punch, and how to program Algol and System 370 assembly. I don't think that did me any good in my career, but what really changed my life was getting a TRX-80. I used that to program in assembly language and wrote a fourth system and a multitasking kernel and various other things. And then for a while, I worked at a theater lighting company, ETC, and I parlayed my Z80 assembly language experience into doing a lot of low-level software for a couple of their lighting consoles. Since then, the last almost 35 years, I've worked at Boston University developing electronics for the Large Hadron Collider at CERN and have become quite an HP collector. I've acquired a 10C, 11C, 15C, 16C, 67. A couple of them were stolen, but the 11C and the 16C I use almost daily. And I have to say that I never really made the transition to the 41 and more recent units. Just double checking, everybody still hear me okay?
Yeah, we're good, thanks.
Okay, good. Haven't used Webex before, so just checking. So why did I start on this do-it-yourself project? Well, let's see. The HP-25 is my favorite calculator. I still have my father's. It works well. The display and the keyboard are kind of small for my middle-aged eyes, and I really don't like emulators. There's going to be a talk about a tactile touchscreen emulator coming up, which I'm really interested in, but I hate clicking on calculator buttons with a mouse. And I have a bunch of time on my hands. No, not really, but So why use a Z80? I know them inside out. They were released about when the HP-25 came out. Obviously, they couldn't have used one in the HP-25 for cost and power reasons, but at least it was technology from the same era. And I like designing and assembling good old through-hole dip package boards. At work, we deal with parts that are too small to see now, and it's really kind of annoying. And the displays, I'll say a little more about it, but I really like using old school display technology. So probably could have deleted this slide. There isn't any specification. It's a hobby project, but I had goals: big clicky buttons, display I can read, simple hardware I can solder, and cross development from my Linux machine. So I usually start with the parts in a project. Z80, no brainer. I started with a Z80A, 4 megahertz. Memory, I found some UV erasable EPROMs in my drawer. I thought about using those, but nah, I couldn't find the eraser. So I used some more modern parts, EEPROM and a static RAM, both 32K by 8 in nice dip packages. The display, the first unit I built, I used 10 millimeter high brightness red common anode 7-segment displays. They're kind of traditional and easy to program. The driver is a multiplexed driver ICM7218, which was the same one I used in theater lighting consoles in the around 1980. And amazingly, Microchip still produces them, and it's easy to use. Switches, there was no question. Cherry MX mechanical switches. I love them on my computer keyboards, and I just wanted to use them for the calculator. And otherwise, I have drawers of LS and S series TTL at work because we never throw anything out. Then I started thinking about boards. How many boards? I did a toy layout in Express PCB, which is a free PCB design tool, one of the first ones. I didn't want to do the whole layout in it, but it was a nice way to just mock things up. And it seemed like about 120 by 170 millimeters would be the form factor of the thing. I wanted to fit the Cherry MX key switches into something resembling the HP-25 layout, and that worked out pretty well. It didn't look like the CPU would fit on the same board, though, so I started planning for a 2-board stack. I don't want to spend too much time showing you schematics, but this is the display and keyboard schematic in KiCad, which I love. It required 2 of these driver chips because each one can handle up to 8 digits. So a total of 3 4-digit 10 millimeter 7-segment displays, and essentially no other parts. That's one reason I like this chip, is it controls the current to the display, and the multiplexing and everything is handled in the chip. The keyboard is a pretty straightforward diode switch matrix, and the keyboard and the display are driven by, are connected to the CPU board by 2 separate ribbon cable connectors. And I did put on-off and program run switches. The on-off switch is not an on-off switch, really. It just blanks the display. The program run switch does what you would expect. I laid out the board in KiCad. Placement and routing are pretty simple. I love JLC PCB, the Chinese manufacturer, and I used pretty conservative design rules that they can handle easily. And I was kind of lazy, so I just used a copper area on the top for ground and a bottom area for VCC, and then I didn't have to route power supply connections explicitly. The CPU is pretty simple, maybe a little over simple for a Z80 system. There's the CPU, and the EEPROM and the RAM are connected directly to the processor bus. I just want to point out a couple things for people who might DIY their own Z80s. I really like this clock configuration. Divide the oscillator by 2, so the CPU runs at half the oscillator frequency. Use a 74S Schottky series flip-flop, specifically with a stiff pull-up resistor. Provides nice 50% duty cycle clock. Wait states were needed because the EEPROM is relatively slow, at least the cheap ones. And I wanted to run the CPU pretty fast so that the emulated speed would be about the same as the HP-25. There are 2 I/O ports. There's an output 8-bit output port. This chip here, and I guess you can't see my cursor, but it doesn't matter. There's one 8-bit output port, of which 6 bits are used to drive the columns in the keyboard, 5 bits, sorry, and an extra bit for an LED, and then there's an input port that reads back the rows from the keyboard. One really debugging thing I just want to point out here is I connected an LED to the halt line on the CPU. I always do that in my Z80 designs, and it means you can tell when you've ultimately run into a halt instruction, or during early debugging, you can do that deliberately. memory decoding with logic, I/O decoding with one decoder chip. I think there's not much else to say on here. Oh, one important thing is there is a serial port, but it's bit banged. Probably I'll never do that again. I did get it working, but UARTs are not very expensive. So next time there'll be a UART. The layout, again, pretty straightforward, two-layer board. And yeah, I don't think I'll say any more about that to save time. Then bringing it up, so the hardware came back, and that was great. It was easy soldering. It was all through hole. So I put it all together, and then I kind of stared at it, and I said, gee, then what? So I didn't have any EEPROM programmer anymore. Haven't done anything like this in a while. So I made this thing you can see on the left-hand, lower left part of the picture is an wire-wrapped Arduino Shield EEPROM programmer. Scarily, the first program I programmed into the board, I could type in hex from memory. It decrements a 16-bit counter to 0 and then halts. It takes about 400 milliseconds, if I remember right, on a 4 megahertz Z80. And that actually worked immediately. The halt LED came on after appropriate delay. Then I had a struggle getting the bit bang serial port working. Next time I'll use a UART. And then I took a little diversion that actually took about 2 months of my spare time to write a nice debugging monitor. I know there are other Z80 debugging monitors out there. I looked at some of them, didn't really like them. Anyway, spare time project. So once I had the serial port and the debugging monitor, then let's see, I started with, of course, Non Pare by Eric Smith, who I think is connected. Thank you very much. A wonderful emulator package. The only thing I don't like about it is that I have to click on the screen or try to remember keyboard mappings to use it. Otherwise, it's brilliant. It's pretty complicated now because it supports many different models and even different generations of the HP calculator family. Okay, then I stumbled on this thing by Chris Chung. I have no idea if he's connected or not, called the NP25, the Non Pare Physical. And it's a Woodstock-only emulator for the MSP430 microcontroller. And there are links to all of these things here, but you can see the general idea. I almost built one of those, but again, they're small and they use these tiny LEDs. So in the end, I took some of both. I started with Chris Chung's, and then I ended up actually undoing some of the simplifications that he put in and putting back in original code by Eric Smith. And I got eventually an HP25 only simulation running in plain C under Linux, just using the terminal for input and output and double check that the emulator was working correctly. Then I built it using the SDCC cross compiler and the Z88DK development kit, which is very nice, and tested it under a Z80 pack simulator. So I got everything running in simulation. And finally, bringing it up together, there were a bunch of loose ends. For debugging, I wanted a serial bootloader, so I wrote something that could just receive hex files and download them into memory, and then I had to write a C program to send the hex files. And I know there are commercial and even open source tools to support a lot of this stuff, but I kind of enjoyed doing it myself. The monitor ended up growing a lot of bands, and I'll probably use it for other things. Just pointing out a couple of specific things that were really useful. Driving the displays and debugging them, it was very helpful to have monitor commands to do that, a command to scan the HP keyboard. And then once I got the emulator running a bit, I put in some specific debugging features that could decode and dump the HP registers, the emulated registers, and that was really helpful. And the debugging was really not subtle things. It was mostly just typos and a couple of slightly odd things that happened moving onto the Z80 environment. So finally, I went into a cycle where I was loading and debugging the calculator itself. And I guess I had an interim version that emulated the keyboard and display through the serial port so that it was very similar to the Unix version, and then hooked up the display and the keyboard, and didn't take too long to get it working. And wrapping it up, stacking up the boards, as I said, and adding the on-off and program run switches for an embarrassingly long time. I had alligator clips there. And then I made what I thought was going to be just a very quick temporary wood box, but I don't know. It probably will stay in there forever. What next? Well, build another one, of course. I have a home office and an at work office, and I need 2 of these things. So I didn't want to just do the same thing again. And I have used Nixie tubes for quite a few projects, but they need lots of high voltage and they're kind of troublesome. And I'd never used vacuum fluorescent displays before. It turns out they aren't nearly as popular in the retro world as Nixies, and there isn't as much data about them. I was able to use Google Translate on the Russian data sheet and get the basic information and find some examples. And I did a little bit of experimenting. I bought about 20 of these tubes from some guy in the Ukraine, which took a month to get here, but they were packed well. And I played around with them with just some power supplies. Then I launched immediately into laying out yet another board, a vacuum fluorescent display driver board, KiCad again. This is probably painful to look at unless you're really an electronics person, but I chose this driver chip, the HV5812, which is a 20 output shift register and high voltage transistor driver that's actually meant for VFDs. I'm kind of surprised that they're still in production, but they are. It takes a lot of those to do 12 digits non-multiplexed, which I wanted to do. I didn't really want to write all the multiplexing firmware for the Z80. So the only thing really to mention about these things is they do need some odd power supply voltages. 5 volts for the logic. The filaments are 1.2 volts with very narrow specified voltage range. So I put an adjustable regulator right here on the board and then deliver 2.5 volts to give a bit of headroom from an external power supply. And then the anodes require 20 volts approximately. I laid out the board in KiCad. This was one of my first adventures in 3D modeling, and I made some kind of crude models for the tubes, and it's kind of fun to look at. Again, simple 2-layer design. A few extra TTL chips, power connector. Okay, then I decided I needed a power supply board, and I bought some boost and buck converters on eBay. They're inexpensive, they're easy to get, but I wanted to be able to turn them on and off because the tubes have a fairly limited life, and I wanted them to time out and shut down. And it turns out that some cheap converters do indeed have output enables, but sometimes the output enable causes the output on a boost converter to just drop to the input voltage or something like that, which is not particularly helpful. So I just made a junk box transistor switch circuit using a MOSFET finally to turn the power on and off on the inputs of the boost converters. And then there are enable signals that come from the Z80. Yep, this was a one evening layout, I think. There's the board. Putting it all together. So one thing I haven't mentioned Arduinos before, I don't think, but I use them a lot for simple debugging and prototyping purposes. So the first thing I did with the display board was to hook an Arduino up to it. And since it's a serial interface, it was only about 4 wires. And with a little bit of reading of the data sheet, messing around, I was able to get that running. And this display of all the hex digits is just a little test program that I wrote for the Arduino. And then, of course, I'm fast forwarding over quite a bit of work in code integration and so forth, but it wasn't that much trouble to make a version of the Z80 assembly code that drove the LED display and convert it for the vacuum fluorescent display and get that all working. Yeah, I haven't said anything specific about the keys and the labels and so forth. This is a good time to take a slight diversion for that. So these are Cherry MX mechanical key switches. And you can see that the layout models pretty closely the original HP-25 layout. And you can buy on Amazon so-called relegendable keycaps, which are clear plastic keycaps with a top that snaps off. And so with a bit of experimenting to get the alignment and colors right, I just sort of reproduced the original HP labels and printed them on a color printer and cut them out and put them in the keycaps. And I'm very happy with the results. They're not going to wear out since they're covered with plastic. And the Cherry MX key switches have a really nice feel, even if it's a little different from the original HP. Okay, so in summary, I built 2 HP-25 replicas using Z80 CPUs. They run the original HP-25 microcode at close to normal speed. One of them has 10mm LED displays, and the other uses these IV6 vacuum fluorescent displays. I currently have no plans or time to sell kits or finished units, maybe in a few years when I retire. But I've put everything up on GitHub, and you know, I'm happy to respond to a reasonable number of emails and comments. If people do want to try to build either of these things themselves, I may regret saying that. I can't remember if I have anything else here. Backup slides. Oh yeah, this was kind of nice. These just came in last week, but I designed a case for the vacuum fluorescent display one. And I was going to use this as an excuse to buy a laser cutter, but those are pretty expensive and I have lots of other things to do. So I fired up LibreCAD, which is a nice, simple, open source 2D design tool. And I carefully designed all the sides of a box. As you can see, some of them are transparent acrylic and some of them are plywood. And, you know, I have trouble getting this kind of thing right. So I did about 6 versions, but I printed out each one to one on paper. And after I thought things were about right, I glued them on foam core and cut them out with a razor knife and built the whole box up. And I found a bunch of mistakes and fixed it. So the amazing thing was I paid $60, sent it off to Pinocchio. Took about a month to get them back, but everything fit together. I was pleasantly surprised. There are a few things like holes for power connectors that I forgot. And if you look closely, you notice the program run and on-off switches are actually missing at the moment because there isn't any hole for the switches to poke up through this case, but I have a drill press. So yeah, and you know, it's a DIY thing at the moment. The processor reset switch and the USB interface are hanging out the front of the box. A couple more things about software. So programming in HP-25 from the keyboard is no fun. So in the spirit of lots of other more sophisticated things you're hearing about today, I wrote a little assembler in Perl. It reads source code of the format on the left here with just the line number and some ASCII representation of the program steps. The assembler produces a listing file as output that lists the step number and the display format, and then it produces a hex file, which is just the raw representation that's stored in the calculator. I love command lines, so then there's a C program that loads a program into the calculator over USB, just like that. So I can keep a library of programs and load them whenever I want. Emacs integration. So I'm also a dedicated Emacs editor user, and so I'm implementing cut and paste back and forth from the calculator into Emacs. So you can run a calculation, you push the F1 key on your keyboard if you're in Emacs, and that puts the X register into a cut and paste buffer. And this is implemented as a mixture of C++ and a little bit of Emacs Lisp to bind to the keyboard. And you can specify an argument in Emacs to pick which register of the stack you want and read storage registers and so forth. I think that might be it. Yeah, this is my last slide. So just a few other comments. The original C version, admittedly, this is C code that was written probably mostly by Eric Smith to run on a workstation. And so it was probably a testimony to the quality of the SDCC compiler and library that it ran reasonably at all on an 8-bit Z80. I didn't do a lot of optimization, but it ran at maybe 20 to 25% of the HP-25 speed originally. And so I launched with great enthusiasm into rewriting Eric Smith's entire emulator in Z80 assembly language. And someday I may live long enough to finish that, but boy, it would be a lot of work. I don't know if anyone has done anything similar or not, but then I noticed that you can buy off-the-shelf CMOS Z80s that are rated up to 20 megahertz. And so I ended up running the Z80 at 16 megahertz, and that results in an emulated speed that's within, I don't know, 10 or 15% of the original HP-25. So I'm happy for now. It seems a little bit untidy to overclock the CPU like that, but it's within specs, things work. What next? I don't know. I have a little more work to do on the Emacs integration. I'd really like to consider upgrading the thing to an HP-29C, which is the most capable calculator in exactly this physical package. And so I wouldn't have to do anything other than relabel my keycaps. It would be nice to have twice as many program steps. And who knows, maybe someday I'll build a third version with Nixie tubes, which would be cool, but troublesome. I think that's it. Yes, that's it. I've done my best to get us back on time, or at least not farther behind.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Eric. That was incredibly interesting. There's been lots of chat about that. I'm intrigued about the piranhas. There are questions as to whether the piranhas survived, but
the piranhas. So they lived for almost 10 years. After I finished uni, my parents inherited them. They hated it, but they fed them goldfish, and yeah.
Fabulous. Anybody got any questions? You can unmute yourselves to ask questions.
How did you create the double wide enter key?
It's just an ordinary switch, but you can buy double wide or even 2x2 size keycaps in minimum quantity of 5.
Cool.
I think you're supposed to put some extra hardware in there, but I didn't bother with that, and it works fine.
This is Eric Smith. I think you've done a wonderful job on that. I'm always intrigued by seeing people take advantage of the code that I wrote and do extend on it and do neat stuff with it. I'll make one comment about your Z80 at 16 megahertz. I haven't done a timing analysis on that. Technically, the 20 megahertz Z80 to run it at 20 megahertz actually needs memory with a negative access time. So at 16 megahertz, my guess is you're probably right on the edge of that. But if it works, I can't argue with that.
According to my arithmetic, which I did moderately carefully, at 16 megahertz, you need something like 65 or 70 nanosecond access time memory, which is exactly the speed rating by coincidence of the static RAM I have. I did, as I mentioned quickly, I did put in 2 wait states to access the EEPROM, and the code copies itself from EEPROM to RAM before it starts running. But yeah, I agree. The 20 megahertz Z80 is kind of a fictitious thing. And I'd love to rewrite the code in assembly. I think that would be a wonderful thing to do, but I may have to retire first.
Well, if you want to discuss offline, I have some ideas of how the speed of the C code can actually be improved without doing a total assembly rewrite. I can certainly appreciate the idea of rewriting an assembly. I've written the equivalent code in assembly for a microchip PIC processor. I don't really recommend that exercise in general, though, for exactly the reason you're talking about. You can spend an awful lot of time on it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, this is Bob. I can't tell who it is who's talking, or is that Eric still?
It's Eric. That was Eric.
Oh, okay, good. Yes. All right. No, then I can probably find you. So, yeah, it would be interesting to have a little chat about optimizing the C. I looked at it a bit, but at some point I really just wanted to get the thing working, and I was so close that I just forged ahead and cranked up the clock speed.
Yeah, the one of the hot spots in it is doing the the nibble at a time register operations, and I have some kind of experimental code not fully validated that unroll. Well, I was going to use the word unroll. That's not quite correct, but anyhow, although now that I think about it, actually it probably won't help on an 8-bit processor. So, but we can talk about it.
Yeah, good.
Hey, Eric. You and I are about the same age, and when you started talking, I realized we have some parallels. While you were delivering papers, I was mowing lawns to buy my HP-25. And on my HP 2000 timeshare basic system, I wrote a text editor, assembler, and emulator for the 25, so I could use alphanumeric labels.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I didn't actually think of that. I mean, I had access to both at the same time, but I never put 2 and 2 together. I did dream very briefly about something with a solenoid to push each key and a card reader, which never built, of course, but.
Well, you've taken this far beyond my wildest dreams, so you've done a fabulous job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. That was great. Right, so we'll move on to another homemade calculator. So we have Michael Park next, who's ready to go. Michael, over to you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can indeed. Thank you.
All right. Can you see my presentation?
We can, yes.
All right. Hi, Eric. That was a great presentation, by the way. Loved it. I'm here to tell you the story of how I built the MP29 Tactile Touch Calculator. My name is Michael Park. I'm M Park on on the hpmuseum.org forum. I live in the upper left corner of the United States. My HP collection, such as it is, consists of an HP-25C and an HP-42S. I'm just a filthy casual. I hadn't paid any attention to HP calculators for many, many years, but I stumbled across the forum a couple of years ago, and I've been slowly catching up. I saw how some folks were building their own calculators, like Eric, and I got the itch to build one myself. I didn't have a clear goal in mind to start with. Mostly I just had questions, whether to emulate something that already existed or to roll my own, what kind of processor, what kind of display. And of course, the biggest question was keys, because I wanted real keys. I didn't want a touch screen. But keys, that's a whole can of worms. And I was kind of stuck here. But I had this thought, what if each key had a little display built in? Wouldn't that solve many of my problems? There'd be no need for printed legends. Each key could dynamically indicate its current function. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got about this dynamic keys idea. But does such a magical device exist? It turns out there is such a thing as a display switch. There's even out there a whole computer keyboard with OLED displays in each key. But the current technology is a bit too big and it's way too expensive for my purposes. Maybe in the future, they'll come down in size and price, and I'll be able to build my dream calculator with them. But for the present, I needed some other way to explore this dynamic calculator key idea. So I had to basically come crawling back to touchscreens. I had originally dismissed them, but now I had to reconsider because they were the only way I could think of to implement dynamic keys, even if the keys weren't real. But of course, touchscreens have the huge drawback of lacking tactile feedback. The experience of tapping on a piece of glass is quite unsatisfying, especially after you've been spoiled by HP's legendary keys. So in an effort to solve that problem, I tried mounting a touchscreen on top of a tactile switch. And after a few iterations, this happened. It's hard to tell from the video, but in real life, when you press on it, you actually feel the key travel and you get a gentle click at the end, just like a real good calculator key. It's, it's maybe not Hewlett-Packard quality, but it actually feels pretty darn good. And there's a little more to it than just putting a button under the screen, but we'll get into that later. But having convinced myself that a tactile touchscreen was workable, I had to decide what calculator to build around it. I decided to model my calculator after the HP-29C, seen here in a photo from hpmuseum.org. The 29C is similar to my 25C, but different enough to be interesting. I wasn't interested in making a clone because I wanted the freedom to experiment, but I did hope to build something that would capture the spirit of the 29C. Software is all custom except for libraries, of course. In particular, I'm using GCC's double precision library for the math because I'm not really a numbers guy. Physically, the MP29 is a bit larger and blockier than my 25C, but I think it has some of the Woodstock character. As you can see, or maybe remember, almost every key serves three functions, indicated by colored legends on the faceplate and on two faces of each key. And the colored F and G keys select the correspondingly colored functions. The MP29 does things a little differently. Here you can see that when I press the gold and blue shift keys, each key updates to show its shifted function. So let's press the gold key. You see all the keys now show their gold functions, blue key, blue functions, and now we return to the unshifted state. I mentioned that I wanted to experiment with different ideas on this calculator. Well, I had read Richard Nelson's paper on what he called entry RPN, and I thought I'd try implementing it on my calculator. Entry RPN, or as I like to call it, RP entry, may be a good thing, maybe not. I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. What interested me was that it changes the effect of the enter key. Ordinarily, enter duplicates the X register, but in entry RPN, when a number is being typed in, enter terminates the input without duplicating it. This, to me, was a perfect opportunity for the enter key to dynamically indicate its different functions to prevent confusion. So here, when I start inputting a number, note that the enter key changes into the end key to signify that it will terminate digit entry. I also added a backspace key to correct wrong numbers. So here we hit end. Now 12.3 is in the X register. If we do a swap, we'll see that it has not been duplicated into the Y register. But if we hit the actual enter key, now 12.3 is in both X and Y. And of course, if you enter a number and are going to use it immediately, you don't have to push end. You can just go ahead and press the plus button. I also added an exit key to cancel out of number entry. At this point, I was pretty pleased actually with how well this tactile dynamic touchscreen was working, but there was room for improvement. The touchscreen gives welcome tactile feedback when you press it, but being a flat sheet, it does not provide any help in locating the keys, so you really have to watch where you're pressing. I figured that a physical keyboard would help, so I built one. Here I'm installing it. Keys are transparent, and they're hinged. And in combination with the touchscreen's tactile feedback, they become a reasonable facsimile of classic HP rotate and click keys, but each key is also a little display. It's the poor man's display switches. So now I felt that the I felt that the MP29 was a real calculator. So let's put it through some of its paces. Do a little calculation here. Get the square root of 2 by using shift key to get the square root function. Classic. Let's raise this to the 6th power. Y to the x. It's actually doing some number crunching, doing some multiplication. And hopefully you remember this famous mathematical constant from your youth. You can also do the forensics test here. We'll start with the number 9, and then we'll apply 3 trig functions to it. and then 3 inverse trig functions to undo them. And with any luck, we should come back with 9. And if we extend the display precision to 9 decimal places, we see that it is in fact exactly 9. But if we extend to 10 places, not quite. Still pretty close. The MP29 has 100 memory registers. So the HP-29C has 30 memory registers and a convoluted system of addressing them. But the MP29 registers are numbered simply 0 through 99, and any register can be used for indirection. We'll just do some memory calisthenics here. We'll put 100 into register number 5. And 123 into register 99. It's just some simple storage stuff that mostly I wanted to demonstrate the multi-key command editing and display. It's there's an HP-42 influence there. Recall 5. We've subtracted 1 from it, so it's now 99. And here we're going to do here we want to edit that into a multiply, and we're going to use indirection. And here we can specify which register we want to indirect through. So we're multiplying 10 into the register specified by register 5. Register 5 is 99. So we just multiply 10 into register 99, which started out as 123 and is now 1230. The MP29 is, of course, programmable. Program memory is 100 steps, and there are 100 labels. And programs can be saved in non-volatile memory. Hang on. So you'll notice that there's an extra key here in the top row. The HP-29C has 2 slide switches, as Eric mentioned, power switch and a program run switch. For the MP-29, I eliminated the slide switches and snuck in this extra key. So we'll switch to program mode. We're going to write a little Fibonacci sequence program. Start with a label. Just choose 12 arbitrarily. Assume the 2 numbers in the sequence are on the stack. Add them together, do the last X, and swap them around to get them in the right state. Pause to show the new number in the sequence, and then loop back to the beginning of the program. Load up the stack with 0 and 1, the first 2 numbers in the sequence, and go to the execute starting at label 12, and we see the Fibonacci sequence in the display. 589. You can interrupt the program and single step through it. First, we'll examine the stack. There's a 55 and an 89. Single step. We're at the go to 12. We add 55 and 89. Bring back the 89. Swap them. And then we pause to show it. 144 is the new number in the sequence. The stack is ready for the next iteration. Nothing to it. And now I will load in a previously stored program. They're all numbered from 0 up to some number, I forget. I think there's room for 70 some. We'll just start with program 0. It's a factorial program. 7 factorial is 5040. And then 69 factorial. That extra switch also serves as the off button. Just puts it into a sleep mode. You can wake it up by hitting any key. And it picks up where it left off. Now I'll talk briefly about the MP29's internals. Electronics-wise, it's very straightforward. There's the touch screen, of course, and it's the display driver board. There's one mechanical switch and a piezo speaker. The brains are 2 parallax propeller microcontrollers. One is full of GCC floating point code and acts as an FPU, or the other, which handles everything else. The propeller is a very interesting microcontroller, by the way. A unique architecture and super fun to play with. Definitely check it out. I promised earlier to discuss the tactile touchscreen mechanism. The touchscreen does not simply rest on the switch. If you're familiar with the little scissoring mechanism in some computer keyboards, as illustrated here, you will recognize what I built. So there are the scissors. And the touchscreen is attached to this plate, which hooks onto the scissors. And the mechanism keeps the screen level so that no matter where it's pressed, it activates the button that's underneath it. Hope that makes sense. So, of course, this whole tactile touchscreen idea is just a stopgap until small and inexpensive display switches become available, which they might or might not ever become. Until then, it may be worth putting in a little more work. I'd like to find a stiffer material for my scissors. The one I'm using right now is 3D printed in PLA, and it's a little bit bendy. So when you press on the screen near the center, you get a nice clicky feedback. But the farther away you press, the mushier it gets because of that flexing. I'm also experimenting with different mechanisms. And I also want to do some experiments in using this dynamic key idea with something closer to the 42S. And I don't know what, I think we have time for a quick demo, so let's switch over to that. But before we go there, let me just quickly yes, push the right button here. Give a quick shout out to my very patient wife who gave this project its code name, Calculon. Thanks also to HPCC for putting on this conference and the hpmuseum.org forum community. All right, let's see. So I have to stop sharing. Oops. Stop sharing. Turn on my video. Can you see?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. So, all right, here we go. So this is MP20. How do I make this a little bigger for myself? Where's speaker? Oh well, I guess as long as you can see it, it doesn't matter if I can see it. I have a very small view of myself, but guess I could just look at my hand. Okay. So anyway, this is the MP29 in all its 3D printed glory. I'm not a 3D printing design expert, so it's all sharp corners and flat planes. But yeah, it's a handful, but it can be held in the hand. Let's see, it actually does turn on. You can see the display. I know that's hard to get the keys on video, but hopefully you can see what's going on. We'll shift and shift back here. What I really wanted to show here was just plugging in the programming cable. I want to run a little demo program here. Okay, so this doesn't do anything except the keys are sort of alive. I'm experimenting with something like a 42 layout, except within the confines of my MP29 keyboard, because I'm too lazy to build a new keyboard at the moment. But I'm thinking about putting frequently used functions up in the top row, much like the 42's soft keys. I can have a sort of a little arrow keys to scroll through them. And then I'm thinking you can have, much like the 42's application menus, choose what you're going to be, what kind of work you'll be doing. Maybe you're doing statistics, and then the top row turns into stats keys, or maybe you're doing some work in different bases, hex, decimal, octal, and you have you also have the ability to put in those upper hex digits now with the keyboard. And eventually maybe there'll be an alpha mode, so you can have the letters here, uppercase letters and lowercase letters, and symbols, something like that. Ideally, I want to find a way to make the entire layout user customizable, so that it'll bring an end to all those religious wars about which side the arithmetic ops should be on. Anyway, I think that's about all I have. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to entertain any questions, except maybe the question why, because there's no good answer for that.
Michael, thank you. That was excellent. There's been a lot of chat on this, on both the Webex chat and the YouTube chat, so a lot of interest. Anybody got any questions that they'd like to ask Michael?
When you were designing the keyboard appearance, did you consider putting all the functions on display, or is there not enough resolution? How can you remember whether you're using the F key or the G key?
Well, the keys themselves, when you hit the yellow, the gold shift, the keys display their function in gold. So that's one hopefully helpful reminder. So I don't know if you can see this, but here I get the gold key, and now fixed and psi and eng are all in gold. And if I hit the blue key, I see the blue functions. But actually, it's an open question. I was wondering myself, actually, if because there's a sort of discoverability issue, if on a regular calculator, you see everything laid out at once, even though it may be a little bit overwhelming. With this, you have to actually choose a particular shift to see what's available. And in my case, since I was intimately familiar with the 25, which is close enough to the 29, I didn't have a problem. But maybe it is a case that printed labels are actually an advantage. But then you see some new calculators with 3 or 4 shifts, multiple functions on a key, and the keyboard and faceplate become an unreadable mess, in my opinion, sometimes. So I think there may be a trade-off somewhere in there. But my interest was in just having the keys display their dynamic state.
I have a quick question, if you can hear me.
I can hear you, but I don't know who it is.
This is Eric Hazen,
hi, Eric.
presenter. This is brilliant, by the way. It's quite a complementary approach to what I did. Honestly, OLED screens the size of Cherry MX keycaps, I'd be in heaven, but they're expensive, and yeah. I had a specific question. The code that's running in here, is it some version of HP microcode, or is it a re-implementation in some other language?
No, it's totally, it's totally my own code, completely, what's the word? Freestyled. I didn't have an actual architecture or anything in mind. I just sort of, I had the HP-29C as my guide, but I just threw things together and, trying to aim in that general direction. But there was no plan, no real design, and it's all my own code from the ground up.
I was suspicious of that because your the little trig function test you did gave a much more accurate result than any of the HPs that I have at hand here. So they're good and bad aspects. I mean, I think as a calculator, you get a better calculator if you do what you did and re-implement the code for sure. And then some of us use the old HP code just on general principles. But anyway, brilliant design. I like it a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, I did not do any of the math myself. I just used GCC's double precision libraries. So.
Yeah, you'll get much better results than HP did 40 years ago doing that.
Yep.
I have a quick question. You mentioned that there is a speaker chip inside the M29. Is there any plans to implement sound or beeps into the calculator software in the future?
Yes. Well, right now there is a beep on wake. I don't know if you can hear that, but there was a little beep when it woke up there, and it does beep when you make an error, like if you're in the middle of storing something and you push let's see, an illegal button, you get a beep.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. And eventually, if I go more towards the 42, which has tone instructions, I might end up having actual different frequencies and things. Whoops. Guess I can't get out of this.
My apologies if you said this earlier. It is a great design. I love it. What's the kind of battery life do you get out of this?
Okay, well, I kind of deliberately skirted around this problem, but yeah, the processor I chose, the propeller processor, doesn't have an extremely low power mode. I thought I could get slow the clock down and get it into a relatively low power state. And I have a hefty LiPo battery in here. I think it's 2,000 milliamp hours. So I was expecting that it would stay on. Well, let me just back up a little bit. When it's on the screen at full brightness, it draws about 250 milliamps. So if the battery pack is 2,000 milliamps, and you get it should run continuously most of the day. When it's in a low power state, it draws, at least I thought it would draw about 9 milliamps when it was sleeping, which is not great, but it's 2,000 milliamp hours. You'd think it would stay sleeping for a week at least, but it turns out for some reason it doesn't sleep. I mean, when it's sleeping, it exhausts the battery after 2 or 3 days for some reason. I'm not sure if my calculations are incorrect or if there's something wrong with the battery or with the battery. There's a voltage converter port in there that's actually providing that blue light there that I did not maybe properly account for. But it has a USB charging port, so I just charge it every other day.
No, I think that's great.
Step right up if you have any more questions.
Fabulous. Thank you, Michael. Any more questions before we move on? Okay, we're going to have to engage Plan B at this point in time. And Cyril has not arrived. We're not sure if Cyril is able to join us. So what I suggest that we do now is that we do a break for 10 minutes till 18:15, 6:15 UK time. I'm afraid everybody else will have to translate, so you've got about 10 minutes break. We'll come back, we'll do more Q&A on the DM41X, and then we'll have a quick discussion about the Prime. Okay, so back in 10 minutes if everybody can. Feel free to ask questions and chat while we're waiting.
Yay. Thank you, Zooty Blum. We're taking a 10-minute break. Oh.
Hey, Mark, it's Bob. One comment. When you're presenting, you can't see the chat, so it's impossible to see hints like you should be finished now.
No, I realize. Yeah.
So maybe
that's okay.
Give people a couple-minute warning or something verbally.
Yes. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll be giving you a verbal warning in about 25 minutes' time, because then it'll be me. Okay.
Is that the case on all versions of Webex? Because I'm running a Windows version and can see.
If you're presenting full screen, you can't see anything else.
Oh, then you can't see. Got it. Yes,
Yeah.
thanks. That's useful to know when when Gene and I are presenting. Thanks.
Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
This is Johnny. I never got the idea of how to get to the tea room. Where is it?
In the upper right of the participants list, you'll see a join button.
Yes.
On the far right, at the top of the list of participants.
Trying to find it now. I only have a list of all the people in here.
At the top right of the list of the participants, there's a join button.
No.
Not if he has not yet joined Breakout at all. There is also a list of menu items along the top of the screen, and the last one before help is Breakout. If you click on that, you can join the Breakout session too.
Yep, hadn't found that one.
Johnny, can you see that?
No, I can't.
Have you got at the top of your screen a list of items which say File, Edit, Share, View, Audio?
No, I have not.
Are you using the Windows client or the web client?
No, this is Webex for Windows I'm using. So I don't understand why I can't see it.
Yeah, in the normal menu line on the top left of the window, under the title bar.
I think you have to exit full screen mode to see the menu.
Oh, yeah. What's that? Probably F11? Hang on.
Okay.
Alt Enter. If you're in full screen, Alt Enter will probably bring you back out, and then you can see the menu. Yes, hold down the Alt key and hit Enter, and that will take you out of full screen mode, and then you can see the menu.
On mine, Escape does that.
It's very strange. I cannot see any menu as in any normal Windows
On mine, it's along the bottom of the screen.
Okay. I have some buttons down there. Mic off and on, and camera, share screen.
One question: has Mark actually assigned you to the
I have.
key room?
Yep. Yeah,
You
yeah.
have. Thanks.
Yeah. I can only do it after people have arrived.
Yes. Well, I was just thinking Johnny had arrived late.
Yeah.
He might
No,
not have done it.
I put him in, but I can't go in the room myself.
Okay, it doesn't matter, Mark. Just forget it. It's not important. I just wanted to see what people are writing. But I'll chat with my wife instead.
Okay.
I'll mute again. Thanks.
Michael, if you're still there, are you there, Michael? This one's gone.
Still nothing from Cyril.
No.
He should have known a long time ago because you sent him the Webex practice session invitations.
Yeah, he accepted it on his HP account and everything, so yeah. Mm.
You'd have sent those invitations, what, last week or Monday?
Yeah.
Unless they've gone off for a week's holiday. But Cyril usually watches things even while he's on holiday. Oh well, we'll probably find out this evening that he writes and says he's very upset that we didn't remind him on time.
Look at that.
I have a general rhetorical question, which is Slarty Bardfast, for those Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fans, was involved in custom making planets for people who were very, very rich. So how much do we estimate it would cost to have a custom made calculator made for you? There seem to be a lot of people who are building their own.
Fully custom with professional grade housing.
Yep.
I would suspect more than $100,000. If you're willing to make some compromises on the quality of the housing, then less. Probably the most qualified people to tell us that would be the is it Michael from Swiss Micros?
Oh yeah. I wouldn't dare ask Michael. It's fine. It was like I say, a rhetorical question. So in other words, be very wealthy to be able to afford that.
Yeah, I think so. At one point, somebody had offered to fund Rich Otteson and I to do such a thing. And I think they were serious at the time the offer was made, but the offer ultimately was retracted. And I think it was maybe, well, you may have seen in the news that a particular political leader that I won't mention, who has undergone some medical treatment that included a steroid that causes that causes, among other things, kind of euphoria, was tweeting a bunch of things perhaps even more ridiculous than usual. And I think possibly this offer that was made to fund Rich and I to make calculators might have been sort of in that vein. I was pretty excited about that at first, our budget to do that, we were actually thinking that we might, if we were really careful, might be able to do a small production run of custom calculators for on the order of $40,000, but that was definitely with some compromises and not with a normal industrial engineering sort of approach. So the result at that kind of price point, I don't think would have been comparable to an actual HP product.
No, so repurposing is probably the way to go.
Yeah, I think the what's being done with the Swiss Micros with hardware that was originally built for the 42 being repurposed for 41 and 43 and so forth. I think that's actually probably as close to ideal as we're going to see anytime in the near future.
Yeah.
I especially like that Michael has said that if people wanted versions with custom key legends that the minimum quantity for that is not extremely high. I mean, for a small community, it might still be a little bit of a barrier, but and he's I think quoted slightly different quantities for that at different times, but they've been in the range of 50 to 100 units, and for any sort of a production product, that is a negligible number of units. So, and I certainly my opinion, I have several of the earlier Swiss Micros products, but the DM42 and the products derived from that, I think the industrial engineering on those is actually astoundingly good.
Yes. Yeah.
I think HP would have been hard pressed to actually do better than that. I don't know. Well, I don't even think current HP products live up to the traditional HP standards for mechanical robustness. But so I have no idea whether the DM42 and the like would stand up to the standards HP was using, say, in the 1980s. But I think they're better than the mechanical engineering and product robustness standards that HP has used on recent products. And that's not really intended as a slam at HP. HP has had to adapt to a changing marketplace where people won't pay very much money for a calculator, and it just it then becomes almost impossible for the kind of price point that they want to sell, let's say a Prime, to have it be as physically robust as an HP-41, or especially if you go back and look at the classic series, HP-35 and 65 and so forth. Those things were built like tanks. They would withstand almost anything, and nobody builds that now. It would be totally uneconomic to do that.
Prime's not bad.
No. I just my point isn't that there's anything wrong with it, but I just don't believe that it would withstand the same amount of abuse that a 41 or especially a classic would, and realistically, people don't expect it to, and also the price point. If you adjust for inflation, an HP-35 or a 65 or 67 would cost an absolutely incredible amount of money today, which no one in their right mind would be willing to pay. People complain about how much the used ones sell for on eBay, but if they were newly manufactured today, they'd be selling for a lot. They would have to sell for a lot more than even what today's eBay prices on the used ones are.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can signal to the people in the tea room.
I just left there. There's only 2 people in there.
Okay, Bob.
There's only one. Bruce is here. So
good.
Walter Matnow is in there. Oh, he's here. So everyone's gone from there.
Everyone's back. Okay, so unfortunately, Cyril hasn't been able to join us. We've not been able to get in touch with him. He had accepted to come. So we're going to plan B. Earlier on, Bob talked about the DM41X. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick Q&A for a few minutes on the DM41X, and then we're going to have a quick presentation on the Prime, which I'm going to try and do for you. Okay, so any questions back on the DM41X that Bob covered earlier? Remember to unmute yourselves.
Yeah, hi there. Can you hear me? Martin here.
Yeah, we can hear you, Martin.
Oh, DM41, very pleased with it. The menus are fairly brief. The functionality is around the 41. So you could probably add quite a lot more file handling and file lists and such like outside the HP41 in the same way. For example, if you want to save or load programs, you don't get a list. You have to remember what you have to do your save and load to the fat disk.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean.
If you've got your programs and you want to save a program to the from the main HP41,
yeah,
to the fat disk.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't give you a pop-up list of all the ones you put on the machine.
No, it works exactly the way the save P command works for saving a file, a program into extended memory. You can provide an alpha, you can provide the name of what you want to export, or it will export the current program.
Yeah. That was working on it. That's the only thing so far. I find you have to. Oh, what have I got? Oh, that one's in main memory, so I've got to do that, and so forth. And you're right; it's the same as the other one, but the DM42 can give you a list of programs that's on one of the other menus.
Well, that's because we have the code to that.
Yeah.
We didn't want to. We fought many times to never break the seal of the OS, and actually, it can be done from the emulation layer. I'll just say vaguely, there's a feature that could be coming at another time that does something like what you're talking about for the same reasons. So you don't have to remember what it is, kind of thing. In the area of trying to make things easier, not trying to remember and so forth.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crunch because we're all so used to everything being, oh, where's the list of this and where's the list of that? Oh, click on that and away we go. We're so used to that on everything.
Yeah.
But of course, HP41 goes back a few years.
And that's exactly what we did for as many things that we could do to make it just pick and click kind of thing and so forth.
Okay.
Well, must have been a perfect presentation if there's no questions.
I have a question, Bruce Bergman here. Before I volunteer for this, has anybody put together a help file that has, even just at the very basic level, a listing of the modules, the ROMs, and what contained in each one and what they do?
I would conclude that you've just volunteered. No. No, there isn't. And that's, it's probably a very useful thing for just the HP modules and maybe popularity after that, Angels and a few other things of that nature. But I mean, as if you've used a CL, there are literally 600 or 700 modules out there, most of which are not worth cataloging because very few of us have KC-135s that we need to navigate ourselves and things of that nature.
I would
space shuttle.
Yeah,
I believe that there is I think a PDF document or the like that someone composed a few years back that had that kind of general, description of a whole lot of ROMs. I wouldn't expect all of them since there are an immense number, but I don't remember where I saw that, but if that could be found, it's obviously not a help file directly suitable for that purpose, but it maybe could be used as a source of information for compiling one.
I'm pretty sure there is one, yeah. I've seen one.
The manual that Monty puts, got a weird echo. The manual that Monty puts out has a list of every module, but the description of what it is and what it does is not very useful. Of course, in many cases it's obvious, but there was a meme going this morning on the Facebook group. What the structural analysis ROM from the title seems to be something that is not for work related from the name, which is struct anal-1 kind of thing. So there are some that indeed people are not sure what they are. So I would say, Bruce, that's a very handy thing to do.
There's a question. I might give it a shot. I'll see what I can contribute and put together.
There's also some of the ROMs have interesting things. Even the HP ones have interesting things that are clearly put in for use by the ROM, but are more generally applicable. Like the petroleum fluids has the best of the HP unit conversion routines for the 41, and so a lot of people bought that module even though they had no interest in petroleum. I think those routines have been extracted and put in some other ROMs now as well. But just my point being that sometimes a general description of the ROM isn't really even enough. A brief one isn't really even enough to tell you why you might want to use that one.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I was going to suggest that is by far the best general purpose ROM that HP made, and the best manual maybe of anything that HP ever did. But it's a bizarre secret because only 12 people on Earth were petroleum fluid engineers, and somebody back in the day, I don't remember, at one of the early 80s HHC conferences said that same thing. They had a big internal discussion about which ROM should have all this stuff done, and the people working on that one did the work, but it never saw the light of day because they only sold a few thousand at the most of that ROM because it's such an obscure little field.
And that was Eric Vogel who wrote that code, and he presented it. He presented it at the Rockville conference in '81.
That makes perfect sense that it's an Eric Vogel thing.
Okay, Bob, we have a question from the YouTube channel. Somebody's asked if there are any plans to produce keyboard overlays by anybody for the DM41X.
Swiss Micros has no plans. However, they do have, and currently it's not on the website, but if you look in the forums, you can find a link, and shortly there will be a link on the website for the template design, so that you can download and print the template design. Most people have not discovered that on the sides of the hardware platform, the 41X and the 42, on the sides of the keyboard, there are 3 slits, top, middle, and bottom, exactly for retention of an overlay. I've asked Michael Feldheimer, I'm not sure of the pronunciation there, who had made the wide variety of 41 overlays, if he had any plans looking at that too. And he said when he gets there, he's currently on a different HP stuff project, but that's something that could come in the future. Obviously, it would have to be something that's general purpose with enough demand. I mean, individuals can make their own, but that kind of material, laser cut and so forth, someone contacted me and we gave them that file, and they were going to explore doing some way of letting you print them on your own with laser cut material. But again, you need that kind of device.
If you can find the link and put it in the chat, that'd be great. Thanks, Bob.
A nice compromise might be something similar to what you showed, Bob, for the custom menu. If there was a way to display on the screen what the user key assignments are, that would go a long way, I think, to be able to making user keys more accessible.
Oh, I'm sorry. I may not have explained that well. When you push the custom key, that screen pops up.
But are those the user key assignments, or are those just the
Do you mean regular 41 keys, or are you talking about the
yeah. I'm wondering about the regular 41 user key assignments.
No, there's no way to see that. I got to think about that. The emulation layer would have to read that buffer out of the 41 memory and somehow display that. That's an interesting. That's worth writing down. I wouldn't say that that's going to happen, but it's worth writing down.
You got the catalog, the keyboard catalog of the HP-41CX.
Yeah. You could do the keyboard catalog. Yeah.
Are there any more questions relating to the 41, or shall we have a little spin into the prime?
Yeah, quick question. They mentioned about the wear leveling on the one chip, on the chip that holds the memory in the 41X. There was supposed to be some problem that you could have a limited amount of read-write and so on.
Well, there's flash on the controller, but that's the only thing that would have a read-write life. I think like most of them, I think it's rated for 10,000 writes, but in fact, it's more like 100,000. But I mean, that's just the flash that's in there, like any other flash in any other device. So no one's ever encountered that problem yet. If you look at the Swiss Micro site, they actually have a statement saying that if anyone should actually experience a flash failure, send your device back and they'll replace the flash chip, which is astounding that that's never happened. Usually someone finds a reason to get something for free, even if it's just to get back to where you were, but it's not, no one's ever had reported a failure yet.
There's also the QSPI chip, the 8 megabytes non-volatile flash. Writing to that is only going to happen whenever you save a file, save the state, do a backup, or if you are updating the firmware, you're going to copy something over to the FAT drive, which is actually in that chip. But there too, you've got a huge amount of rewrites possible, usually more than they actually say on the manufacturer's data sheet.
But that's the same flash, isn't it?
No.
It's actually a different bank?
Correct.
I didn't realize that. See, I learned something.
You've got the 1 megabyte of flash within the STM32 controller, and then beside that, you've got an 8-pin chip, which is a QSPI chip, which has 8 megabytes, 64 megabits.
Which was the one they were mentioning on the website that said, we'll replace this if it's a problem?
Yeah, it does say that. Yeah. And,
where does it say that?
Yeah, I have read that, and it does say that it's 100,000 write cycles as well.
It's the main flash.
Yeah.
I think it's actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's actually in one of the manuals too.
Yes, I think it is. Yeah. Question from the YouTube chat. Is anybody aware? Is anybody prepared to comment on whether Swiss Micros or anybody else is in the process of developing a HP-48 type machine?
Not that I'm aware of.
It is fair to say that remains a goal. It remains maybe the #1 goal, but there are significant hurdles to do that, as everyone understands, both from a technical and legal and other perspectives.
Yeah, I think one of the hugest problems is going to be the legal issues, isn't it? It's true that the 48GX ROM is available for personal use, but not for commercial use. So we would not be allowed to provide the 48GX ROM with a fictitious DM48. That would not be legally possible. So the only alternative is to distribute the calculator without a ROM and get other people to locate the ROM themselves and add it to the calculator. And that I don't think is necessarily a viable solution.
What about new RPL?
If Claudio would do it, I've talked with Claudio about that, and he's obviously interested in, how many boxes are out there to make it worth doing. There's only one of him. But at the same time, at the time, he said he wasn't really interested in other devices. And since then, the 39GS version came out, and also the Prime V1 version came out. I think more as proof of concept rather than, I don't believe he's continuing to parallel develop for both. But it could happen. I mean, the code's out there if you're inclined.
Another question from the chat is whether there are any plans to provide connection to virtual HPIL.
Again, no direct plans to do that, but it remains the obvious thing that would be nice to do. Ideally, connecting to all the virtual stuff that's out there, but it's not easy, and it's not clear that the current hardware can do that. But it remains an objective that we would all, us as fans, would all like to have. That said, I believe that that's mostly for nostalgia rather than functionality, because all of the things short of talking to an HPIB device connected to an HPIL-IB adapter, for both people on the planet that want to do that or need to do that, it's really more for nostalgia and fun, because you can do just about everything that you could do before now. But that doesn't really mean I don't want it any less, personally.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you.
The technical reason why that hasn't been done yet is the CPU. If you want to switch it over into CDC mode, which is generic serial communication, it'll switch into that mode, fair enough. But when you want to come back to normal operation, you have to reset the processor. That's the only way to do it.
Okay. Thanks, Goldwyn.
Just send on the loop, but you can't get the answer.
I think that's all the questions. Right, let's have...
Got one.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Okay, so I'm seeing through the setup menu, and it says save module. Is that going to be the same thing as like creating? Would I be able to create like a ROM? Like if I have like a list of programs.
No.
Okay.
What save modules is the information that you can see in the active module screen, which is the configuration of which modules you have and what sequence they're being loaded, is saved.
Okay.
So that you can then send that information. I mean, so you can have a backup, but also you can send that information. I'll give you an example. Loading, like my standard configuration has library 4 and OSX and HPACs and some others. They have to be loaded in a very specific sequence. And so for somebody who isn't interested in why and the details and all that, I can just send that file, the mod file, and they can just import it and it will just load. That said, all the modules that you load have to be already installed into Flash. So you have to have copied them over and moved them into Flash, because there's no, you can't send that over that way. There's no getting around. The stuff has to be directly copied by the user into Flash. But that's the purpose of that feature, is to take your entire list. In the early versions of this, there was a manual file you could create in the root for loading modules in a particular format, but it became a little unwieldy. So we just wanted to sort of make it simpler and do load save, just like all the other features for keys and backups and so forth.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Okay, I think we'll call it quit there, if that's okay, Bob.
Yep.
We were hoping that Cyril from HP was going to come and join us and talk to us about the Prime. I'm just going to, if Lodek has suggested that I go through this presentation, that it is a couple of years old, but I think it's still relevant and it may be news to some people. So you may be aware that a couple of years ago, the Prime was updated and there was a G2 version, a Generation 2 version. And I just want to have a quick whiz through the differences between the Generation 1 and the Generation 2, and just talk about some potential implications for applications if you're interested in utilizing the additional performance of the G2. So the G2 version of the Prime was it's described as a soft roll by HP because it was a version that where they just changed the internal workings of it rather than launching a new version, giving it a new version number and all the rest of it. So they changed the hardware without announcing it, and the Prime is not the first machine to do this, to go through this sort of process. There have been many soft rolls with previous machines, and in Vlodek's book, The Guide to HP Calculators, there are a whole description of soft roll versus hard roll. Hard roll is where HP announced the change, usually with a new model number. So we've seen previous soft rolls where firmware has been updated on different models to fix. The HP-41 famously went through several redesigns. So we had the half nut redesigned, it simplified the internals, the display was changed, but the performance remained unchanged. The 12C, of course, has been around forever, I think, hasn't it? And has had many modifications to the case, the battery compartment, the internals, the keyboards. But strangely, when HP brought out a new version that was faster, the feedback from users was that it couldn't possibly be giving the right answers, so that the improved performance versions were rolled back. Of course, there are the CP versions and all the other variations as well, but the 12C, I believe, still runs the same speed as the 12C did originally because of user demand. The 48G2 launched in 2003 with 128K of RAM, but silently HP updated it to 256K, didn't change the version number, the model number, and didn't advertise that this was an updated model, despite the fact that it got twice the amount of memory. So the G2 version of the Prime, and I think if you were to buy a Prime now, you would be very unlucky to get a G1 version, and I think the resellers that I've seen, they do specifically say that you'll be getting a G2 version. So what's the same? It's still a Prime. It still looks the same. It's still the case, the keyboard feel, the display all look the same. The contrast on the keys is still poor if you use energy-saving lights like I've got above me. The blue key legends are much better. They're much more dense. And they're easier to read in poor lighting. The numeric keys, the original versions were quite dark grey keys. The G2 versions have the lighter grey keys, the same as the last revision of the G1. And regardless of which version, whether you've got a G1 or a G2, the firmware currently gives the same functionality. What has changed under the covers is that the G2, by necessity, has had to have a processor update. So in 2018, the original chip, the ARM5 chip that was in the G1, was updated to an ARM7. The processor speed was increased. The amount of RAM was increased from 32 meg up to 256, double the amount of flash storage, which 512 meg, probably way more than we need. The battery was increased in capacity, and the fundamental operating system that the system is not apparent to you because you're just running a Prime, that was updated as well to reflect the new chipset. The display, marginally better contrast, but I've heard equally that some have observed some minor flickering. I've not experienced this myself. So what does this mean? It means that you get a faster boot up time. If you start the machine from scratch, it will come up quicker. If you come out of light sleep, so if you've been using it, you turn it off, you turn it back on again a few minutes later, it comes up faster than a G1. If it goes into deep sleep, it does seem to take a lot longer than G1. So if you've left it for maybe a week, it goes into a deeper sleep mode, and it takes a while to come back. The additional RAM means that potentially it has the ability to handle larger matrices and all the rest of it. And the evidence, despite the fact that the CPU appears to be a modest improvement in performance, it does come out as between 2 and 3 times faster in calculations. So the Savage benchmark, which we've used on calculators for many years, you can see a G2 version there highlighted in green, and the G2 is more than twice as fast as a G1. It is currently the fastest machine that we had on there. The Swiss Micros forum tested, I saw a performance benchmark on there of a Galaxy S8 Plus. Okay, that's a bit out of date now, but that was slower running an emulator than a Prime G2. So the Prime is definitely a bit of a speed machine in that respect. And as you can see, things like the TI 89s and going back to the 41CX at the top, much slower than these machines, and even HP's previous generation, HP-50, massively slower than an HP Prime, and certainly a lot slower than the G2. Now, most of the time, you would expect, if you're developing software for a Prime, that you wouldn't really need to be aware of any differences in the hardware. You would usually want the behavior to be the same across all versions, but there are certain applications where you might want to take advantage of the extra speed. And what's the best way to do this? Well, it's tricky. There is a version command on the Primes. You can ask it to give you the version number of the calculator, and you end up with these horrific strings. And the snag is that we also have versions of the Prime running as emulators on iOS, on Mac, on PCs, and all the rest of it, and on Android phones. And consequently, there's a whole load of strings to wade your way through. You could look at the result from the memory map, because in theory there'll be more memory available, but if you're running out of memory, you may get the same result. So is there another convenient way of identifying whether you're running on an emulated Prime, a physical Prime Generation 1 or Generation 2? So this is a bit of a plug. A little while ago, I wrote this very dodgily named racer game. You may see certain similarities to Outrun, which wasn't originally written by me. This was really as a test to see whether I could write anything that was sort of had a bit of a wow factor on the Prime. So we know it's got a color screen, it's got a touch screen, it's very fast. So what can you do? We haven't got access to machine code, to assembly language that we had on the 50Gs and the RPL machines. So is the basic Prime programming language fast enough? Well, it is. Yeah, we can run a game like this, and it works reasonably well. So as part of this game, and this is the startup screen that you see, the technique that I've used is that I take several different images that are stored in the Prime and pull areas of them and blit them, do a bit copy of the image onto the display in order to create the parallax scrolling, in order to create the polygons and all the rest of it, and to put the different vehicles on the track. So all of these, the top, the sky, the background, the hills in the background, the trees in the midground, they're all loaded as separate grobs in initialization graphics objects. And you can load alternative sets. And if anybody fancies, they can go in and change them. I've put 2 sets in, so there's a daytime mode and a nighttime mode. You can switch between the two. So in order for it not to be apparent what's going on, what I do is I preload all of these grobs into grob 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 beforehand, and then move them one layer at a time into grob 1, which is still off screen. Once that is completely built, along with the 69 polygons that are used to draw the road, the lines, and the fields, and going off into the distance, they're all built into graphics object 1, and then in a single command, graphics object 1 is copied into G0, and that creates a very smooth effect. Now, this image is drawn during initialization as part of the flash screen. And what I do is there is a function in there, if you look in the code, called update world. And during the initialization, when I'm drawing the splash screen, I time the length of time it takes for the prime to render that screen. And that, so if we refer to that as the render time. Now, at the moment, the code is currently set to max out the G1 performance. So currently, the game runs at about 7 frames a second. So if we think about the frame time, 1 over the refresh rate, so currently about 0.143 of a second is what it takes to draw a frame on the G1. If we think about the wait time, then we've got the length of time that we have to wait between the frame time and the render time. On the G1, that's a very, very small number. But if you're running the game on an emulator or on a G2, then there's a wait time which is significant. And the idea of this at the moment, this implementation, is that all calculators and emulator versions all give the same experience. The wait time, incidentally, is a busy wait because there were some differences between emulators and physical calculators. So if we look at the difference between the two, the field effect, the road effect going off into the distance, I've set a draw depth of 20 units of field, if you like, 20 units of road going into the distance. In a G1, at 7 frames a second, it takes 0.138 of a second to render that field, which leaves spare CPU time every frame of 0.005 of a second. If you look at a G2, it is much, much quicker. So that goes up, that spare CPU time goes up to 0.09 of a second. And what I found is that I could increase the draw depth and give a greater perspective. If I double that on a G2, I've still got spare CPU time, and if I double it again, I've still got spare CPU time. So I can increase the draw depth, and I can perhaps make make some additions to the game as well. So the question is, how do we use the power? Well, I could increase the frame rate. It would mean that the G2 and maybe the emulator versions are slightly different to the G1 games. I could increase the draw depth. So what that practically means, if you look at the top picture on the left-hand side, you can see the dark and light green fields going off into the distance and the stripes on the side of the road. If you look on the one on the right, then there are actually twice as many of those. So that's the effect that the draw depth increase allows you to do. I did base this game. I didn't write this game completely from scratch. I did. It was an exercise for me to try and work out if I could do some graphics programming and if I could make the game do what I wanted it to do and that sort of thing. And I was following a tutorial on the web, and in this tutorial, the Outrun game that you can see at the bottom was implemented in JavaScript, so it runs in your browser. And maybe what I use this spare CPU time for is for putting additional objects into the game. So the trees at the side, the posters, additional cars, that sort of thing. And also I could look to improve the physics. So the G2 gives us options there. It does mean that the experience is going to be different if you play the game in the G1 compared to other devices. But it's a possibility for enhancements in the game. So there we go. That was a quick whiz through the Prime. I hope that didn't bore you all too much. I think it's great that the platform is still being developed. It's a shame that it's got things like a bit of a hobbled RPN mode. We would all love it to be a full RPL machine perhaps as well. The G1 Prime is still an incredibly fast machine. The G2, if you want to use the additional speed, if it's important to you, then by all means go out and buy one. If you like the darker key legends, then that may be a good reason to use it. It's not an essential upgrade, but it is quite a nice improvement on the original version. And of course, well, hopefully we're still getting software upgrades to firmware version upgrades to the Prime as well. So there we go. That was what I was going to cover. I apologize for not being Cyril. If anybody's got any questions, then please feel free to unmute yourselves and ask away.
Where have you hidden him?
Where have I hidden him? I wish I knew.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Someone will probably want to download that game, won't they?
Some of us already have. I need some good reason to use the Prime.
It's
You
my
can get it
favorite
on
classroom game.
hpcalc.org, and it's available on the HPCC website and on the museum if you look in the Prime software archive, I think. I will produce a new version soon. If there's anybody out there who is a graphic artist who likes doing 8-bit graphics, please get in touch and we'll build some new cars or something.
And you need an option for all the Americans and Europeans who want to drive on the other side of the road. I see that your latest picture, the one with the trees, has got them on the other side of the road.
They're random, I think. Yeah, they're all going the same way. It's a freeway.
Oh, right. Oh, it's a freeway. Okay.
And what I would like to do as well is the all of the polygons for the road and the graph are all separate draw commands at the minute. One day I will master the passing the huge arrays of points and get it to operate in a single command like the Graph 3D program does. But it has eluded me as to how to do that. Job for tomorrow.
You did mention when you gave this talk first about the difficulties with some of the graphics.
Yeah.
There were features that you couldn't figure out how to do, and you had to copy them from somewhere.
Yeah, the one where you can draw multiple polygons at the same time. That's the one that's causing problems. There is a tutorial on the museum site that explains it. I also tried taking the Graph 3D, reverse engineering it, taking it apart, finding all the bits that were necessary. And my Prime, when I stick what I need it to do into the game, it just comes up with a runtime error and throws me out and gives me no clue as to what I did wrong. So yeah, so I'm working. It's one of those frustrating things that it needs building from scratch. Okay.
Okay, we can give people a 5-minute break now.
5-minute break. We'll be back. Sales numbers, afraid not. I don't think we have sales numbers for any of these. We'll be back at 7 o'clock UK time, so 5 minutes, and we'll have Sylvain.
Yeah, can you hear me there?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're building simple menus on your Prime, like this one here, this is part of an Enigma machine, and you just press buttons. It's very simple to put things in squares and such like. It's very easy. It's not dynamic, and it's quite clear. The graphics is good as that for that respect, and the programming is not a great deal of effort. It's all static and such like. If I wanted to do tumbling numbers and such like, it would be more difficult. But if you just want to do very simple graphics, the Prime is very good for input menus and such like.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a calculator that beats it.
Mark, I have a question. Okay. You mentioned that much of the game came from other places, the gameplay perhaps. When you were porting that, of course, the language is inherently different because it's somewhat unique. But you know, depending on what it was coming from, did it port readily? Was it just syntactical? Language specific, of course, are necessary, but that can be automated to some extent. But did you find the port? You know, in other words, for porting something significant from whatever to Prime, given roughly similar language styles, does it port readily, and you find it a straightforward task?
Pretty much everything that I needed it to do was available in terms of the graphics. Obviously, the graphics are very, very different. So moving from JavaScript, the JavaScript tutorial program that built that program was object-based, object-oriented. So I had to sort of flatten it into just a structured piece of code. So I did miss that bit. It's not. I learned a lot of things in the porting. If you look at the code, it's not my best ever. It has the desired effect. So it's it wasn't. There were a few challenges in there. Obviously altering the screen size and all of that sort of stuff. For the G1 version, the graphics, the grobs are very compressed in order to fit in the RAM. So I could add additional graphics objects, but I would have to detect that I'm running on a G1 or a G2 so that I don't overwhelm the RAM before I load all the objects and that sort of stuff. So there's some machine specific bits, there's some anomalies in there I found with, I had to use busy waits rather than looking at the clock ticking and that sort of stuff rather than using the wait command. So there's a few little tricks in there. Yeah.
You alluded to something at the very beginning that I certainly don't read the Prime stuff in the forum and other areas as thoroughly as other areas, but I've never seen discussion. Has HP been asked to provide an API, which is what am I on? What kind of system am I on? A proper API to answer, I'm on this, I'm on that, I'm on another, so then the code can adjust accordingly.
I suspect they would argue that the version command is there to do that. And the problem is that the version command returns a whole string of information. And if you look across different versions, the format changed between different versions of firmware, even running on the same iPhone, for example, in the emulator. So,
well, that's why I said a proper version command to tell you what it really is, something that's useful.
Yeah.
I have a question about actually graphing math. My experience is the TI Inspire is superior for graphing mathematical expressions to the HP-50. So how does the Prime compare to those two? Anyone know?
Much faster, I would say.
Are you asking like in terms of ease of use or quality of output or what?
More in ease of use and obtaining insights from the graphics.
I'm not a TI user, but the way you do it on a Prime is quite different from the way you do it on a 50G because of the nature of the platform. But the quality of the graphics and stuff is unmatched. You can't.
Okay.
I mean, you can easily do multicolored stuff on the Prime that you can't really convey on other platforms just because they don't have the color and the brightness and some of the other stuff. But it's pretty good.
I think there's some comments coming on YouTube. I'm afraid I'm not a TI user either. So, but one of the guys is saying that they've got an Inspire and G2, and I think one of the comments is that the Prime is way faster than the Inspire, and zooming is easier as well. And I guess that's because of the touchscreen.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that might be a reason to pull the Prime out again. After I bought it and spent a little bit of time with it and then just put it away. So
we get it.
Might be a good reason to take it out.
You tried it, hated it, and then moved on.
and I think and another of our commenters has said there are some YouTube comparison videos of the Prime, and it apparently smokes everything else. So there we go. So we're back on time, just about. We've got Sylvain now, who I should be able to share his presentation. So I'll hand over to Sylvain to introduce himself and his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we'll try to share it. Do you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just going to check. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, I'm trying to share. It's working, but partially only. Okay, hold on. Do you see that?
Not yet.
Diego HP41 modules?
No, we're still seeing you at the moment.
Pick the application. Instead of picking the screen, pick the application. It works better.
Okay. Well, I don't know that. I'm going to try it, but because, okay, Keynote. If I share this.
That's coming up. Yeah, that's
okay,
good.
but if I do that, what do you see right now? Do you see the presenter note or just the...
We're seeing the presenter version of that.
So you don't see the note underneath?
Yes, we see. Sorry, we see your version of it with the notes underneath. Yes.
Okay, that doesn't work. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
You don't want us to know that you have notes?
No, I say everything is scripted because. Okay. Why?
F5.
That's the one.
Dun, da, da, da.
Sylvain?
Correct, no.
Okay. You should be all right, Sylvain, now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, this presentation is about Diego Diaz HP41 plugin modules. Okay, in this presentation, we will see what modules he has created, how to configure them, how to program them, and how to use them. Oops. Okay, the modules, Diego's modules can be divided into 3 categories. The Clonus series, these modules allow you to replace several modules by loading their RAM image into one module. The NOV series, these modules emulate the advanced HPACs, the HPACs double memory, and also allow you to load several RAM image into one module. And USB 41 modules, we emulate the HP41 original thermal printer by using a USB interface connected to a window application. Like the others, it allows you to load several RAM image into one module. Okay, this presentation is a subset of a bigger one that was planned for the HEC 2020. You can find them and the information about this presentation and this one at these links. Okay, in September 2020, Diego updated some of his hardware and software also. However, this presentation is mostly based on what was available before that update. I want to thank Diego Diaz for having creating these fantastic modules, for having creating an easy-to-use application to configure them, and for his patience and support. Monte Dalrymple for his dedication in keeping updated his HP41 RAM archive, and for his work on the 41CL. Angel Martin for keeping the HP41 alive by creating mind-blowing ROMs. Robert Prosperi, Diego, Monte, and Angel for the invaluable input in making this presentation more accessible. And all HP41 users for still using the HP41 and for buying Diego's modules, allowing him to improve and release new modules. Okay, in this presentation, we will review some key information about the 41 system. We will discover Diego's modules, cover every option of 3 modules, go through the programming process, go through the NOV runtime configuration, clear NOV RAM, NOV HPACs RAM, and transfer QRAM page. Okay, this is the reference part. Memory type that the HP41 you can see being used on the HP41. Those are 3 big categories: the RAM, the ROM, and the QRAM. You got several types of RAM. The RAM is the RESRAM and the FRAM. Old MLDL box was using SRAM. Diego RAM Diego is using FRAM. The main difference is that when you removed it with the FRAM, is still keeping the module is still keeping its content. Doesn't need power to keep its content. So that was not the case before. Like the original EPAX memory was using SRAM, I think. So when you removed it, you will lose everything. That's not the case with the NOV modules. On the ROM side, you got several ROM. HP, the original ROM was, the HP modules was made of ROM. Then several CMTs and Zengrange and other came up with different hardware and use different type of ROM. Those were either PROM, EEPROM, EEPROM, or now Flash. There's another one that's called QROM. It's a special one for HP-41. It's emulate the 10-bit ROM with RAM. So you find these in the RAM box and MLDL, and also EPAX and NOE. So that's it for the type. HP-41 ROM words. ROM are a native type of the HP-41. The type of access is direct. Each value is 10 bits. And you got 16-bit of addressing. That's 4-bit for page and 12-bit for code. That gives us 16 page of 4K word. It supports also bank switching for each 4K page. ROM page can be either statically or dynamically assigned to a page. A static page is a 4K, like the printer ROM, is a 4K ROM hardwired to page 6. Even though you're plugging the printer at the back of the HP-41, it will always be on page 6. Now, if you plug a standard ROM, it's going to use dynamic page assignment. So depending on the ROM, the page is going to, the port that you're going to plug it in the back of the 41 is going to be mapped to one of the 8 possible page. The RAM. RAM is different from the ROM in the HP-41. It's a peripheral for that, and so it's 56 bits and 7 bytes. You got addressing is 12 bits, so you could have 4K register, but for some reason only 1K is available. Does not support band switching, and the type of peripheral you find is, apart from RAM, is display, printer, card reader ones, and so on. So for the HP-41, RAM is a peripheral, is not its main memory. RAM is its main memory. Okay, the memory map of the HP-41. This is a template I use when I'm configuring Clonix or any NOV modules to visualize where I put my RAM and see if there's conflicts. So you got 16 page. Got 16 page and 4 bench for each page. The OS doesn't support bank switching, so mainly you can get that from page 4 to page 15. Okay, the following slide will address a different ROM format. The first one is the EEPROM ROM file format. That format is used by mainly EEPROM boxes and some emulators. The 10-bit word is broken into 2 upper bits and 8 lower bits. And the 2 upper bits is merged with 3 others, upper 2 bits, to create an 8-bit value. And the merged bits in the value are saved in the U2 file. And then the lower 8 bits are saved into multiple L8 file with lower 8 bits file. The U2 and the L8 files get written to 2 or more EEPROM, depending on the EEPROM box. The Iramco ROM file format. This is different, again, a different file format. It was used by Iramco MLDL, ZPROM, and some emulator also. The 4 10-bit words are converting to 5 bytes. So a 4K word ROM is saved into a 5K byte files. The bit translation pattern, the pattern is shown here. Okay, you will see that different. While they had a big play here, everybody was thinking that the best form factor. So each one came up with different mapping 4-byte, 4 words to 5 bytes in the different ways. So the other format is playing with how the bits is mapped. Okay, the HPACS ROM file format. Format is used by HPACS and emulator. Is 4 10-bit words are converted again to 5 bytes. Same as the before. And again, the main difference is how the bit is mapped here. Don't know why they choose a different file format, but again, padded ROM file format. That was it's mainly used on the PC. It's a format used by Clonix modules and AOV modules, the 41CL, MLDL 2000, and some EEPROM boxes and emulator. The 10-bit word value is left padded with 0 to create a 16-bit value. So a 4K warm word is saved into an 8K byte file. The bit transaction is shown here. So 2 lines here is equivalent to 1 line here, but it's left padded. Now the 41CL use some of the extra bit for internal usage here. Those are the bits. That's the only one I know that I think is using those bits. MUD ROM file format, that's the ROM file format is used by the MUD file. So again, a different mapping, same things, 4K is converted to 5K. And you cannot find a MUD ROM file directly. That's the format. The file that you will see in the MUD file is here. The MUD file format is a meta file. You got a header, and then you can have up to 255 ROM in it. Okay, so so this is used by MLDL 2000, DM41X, and some emulator. So basically, at the beginning of the file, you have that structure, and it's explained here a bit. And then after that, you know how much ROM it is in there inside. And for each ROM, then you have that structure that is followed by the number of ROM. And inside, you will have the name, the IDs, and the type, and so on. And here, you're going to have the ROM that has been converted, that was shown at the previous slide, the format. So if you want to have an idea of how does it look, the HPIL modules has that header. This is the header that the MUD file. You see that it's HPIL, the version, part numbers, and so on. And you got the categories of it, what it's a hardware, and you have the number of page 2. That's mean that you're going to have 2 structure following two module file structure here. So you got the module, again, IL printer 2E, the IDs, and the page is going to be assigned, the number of banks, and at some point you're going to have the 5K image here. And the other one will be the HPIL module itself. The first one was the printer. The second one will be the HPIL. And this one is assigned to page 7. And again, so that's basically the MUD file. Live file header. You see often that you got a ROM, but it's wrapped into a live file. So a live file it's for a logical information format. It has a header byte of 32 bytes, header length of 32 bytes, and the structure is defined here, and you got the type of the file here. That's it's used by different computers in the HP world, 71, HP75, the HP80s, and so on. But these are the type for the HP41 that has been used. Those sites has more information about that format. Okay, HPACS 4K RAM structure. I've started to reverse engineering to decode the structure on it. This is a work in progress. That's my next project, and I'm going to work on to finish decoding that. That's it. That's for the structures. Now, the histories of MLDL, EEPROM box. There was a lot of there was a lot of person and companies that had created hardware for HP-41 platform in the 1980s. Of these, there's a couple of them. In 1981, Jim Diarra created the first EEPROM box named HP-16K. Then in 1982, Lynn Wilkins published his MLDL1 design, and Prototech introduced their proto system in the PPC Calculator Journal. In 1983, Aramco released their MLDL and EEPROM boxes. Jim Diarra introduced the HHP portable EEPROM, and CMT announced their HPIL EEPROM programmer. In 1985, W&W introduced several RAM and EEPROM boxes. CMT introduced several CMT10 EEPROM modules. That's the first EEPROM box that was available in module format. In 1988, Zengrange gave us the ZPROM, and VM Electronics gave us the HPACs. In March 1990, HP discontinued the HP-41 platform, and after that, nothing that I knew of was released in the 1990s for that platform. At the beginning of 2000, the MLDL 2000 was released, I think, in 2005. Yeah, that's it, in 2005. And also Diaz started to release his own modules. Okay, the release, the Diego specific modules. The first generation of modules was introduced between 2003 and 2005. Those were the Clonix 41 Silver, the Clonix 41 Gold, the NUV RAM, and NUV 32. Then there was a gap because Diego was waiting for hardware to follow. And then the second generation of modules was introduced between 2008 and 2012. Those were the Clonix D, the NUV 64, and the USB 41. Then in December 2013, the NUV 64 release received a hardware upgrade and became the NUV 64D. At the same time, Diego released a limited quantity, a Clonix 41 10th edition anniversary. And also the first generation of modules and the outdated NUV 64 were discontinued. Now, in September of this year, due to lingering Windows 8 and Windows 10 drivers issue, Diego decided to change the USB to serial chip using USB 41 from Polyfic to FTDI. And he also released a new PIC programmer called PIC-Kit2, and that can be used for current product and maybe future ones. The new PIC programmer is a lot faster than the old one. The new PIC programmer takes what was taking the old one about 2 minutes now takes 5 seconds. Okay, this is all the modules that Diego has released with most of their technical the specification here. The module are at the top, and then you have a summary here what each of these modules support. Now, if we look at the current module and we remove some, we keep only what's more important. You see that on the ROM side, all modules have 48K of flash, which translate into 12 page of 4K. On the Clonix D and NOV64, these page can be divided into 2 blocks. The active blocks is selected by odd even port sensing hardware on the Clonix D and through a control word on the NOV64. Also, remember that NOV64 and USB 41 use of some of these pages for their functionality, so it's lowering the available page for users. So each one will get, out of the 12 page available, will use 4 page for their own stuff. HPAC simulation need RAM to work, so NUV64 has 64K of RAM that can be configured as 4 blocks of 16K or 2 blocks of 32K. All modules support page shadowing, which means that a physical RAM insert into one of the external ports will take precedence over Diego's module's loaded RAM. Other functionality are double X memory for CloneXD and NUV64, RAM box simulation or 41CY simulation on NUV64, and ROM page transfer for NUV64 and USB 41. And finally, the NUV64D has a split personality. It can be programmed to act as an NUV64 module or to act as a CloneXD module. So it's a two-in-one package for this module. Okay, so those are notes. Okay. Configuration utility, that's the main application that you will use to configure your modules. This 4.2 version allows you to configure current and past modules. The user interface is divided into multiple sections. Those are here, the red rectangle is where you choose which module you are configuring. The choice you make also decide what options are made available elsewhere here. The green rectangle are options that are related to the original CloneX 41 module only. The blue rectangles are options that are related to HPAC's RAM mapping and RAM image mapping. The pink rectangles here are options that are specific, like the 41CX service module, 41CY emulation. And when we use a pink option, it automatically disables all the other options. So when we select one of this, the module can only do this, nothing else. And the white rectangle is the programmer that you're going to use. The GDM is very old. I never saw that and never used it. And the key 149 is also good for the key 150 programmer. Okay, the new configuration utility that has been recently released by Diego is version 6.1. This application allows you to configure the new module, the current modules that you see. All the first generation modules are no longer there. So the red rectangle is where you choose which module you are configuring. Like the previous application, the choice you make also decide what options are made available elsewhere. The blue rectangle, you choose anything related to HPAC's RAM and RAM image mapping. Like the previous, the pink rectangle here, when you select one, that deactivates the other ones, and that allow you to have specific functionality like service modules or HPAC's RAM and stuff like that. HPAC's RAM here is mainly to create a double HPAC's RAM to be used with the original HPAC's modules, not NOV64, not another NOV64 modules. You don't need that options. And the white rectangle here is to choose the previous generation program, the programmer, or the new one, the pick it to. Okay, when you, the configuration application will generate an assembly language, an assembly file. That assembly file needs to be compiled, and it's done by the microchip compiler that is called automatically by the configuration option. The microburn program is the program that's loading the compiled image file into the PIC chip of the module. This is program used by the key 149 and the key 150 programmer. Okay, the PIC-Kit2 programmer is the new programmer, the new software that you use with the new programmer. So it does the same as before. It takes the compile file and transfer that into the CloneXD, the CloneX or the NOV module. Okay, Windows Device Manager is it's a thing that you use when you want to find the COM port, either the FTDI or the prolific, in order to find normally the USB, in which port the USB 41 has been assigned. The USB 143A application is to be used with the USB 41 module, and it's part of the printer simulation that USB 41 gives you. So when you plug the USB 41 modules inside the 41, it simulates the printer, the original printer, and the information is sent to the application. Now, the content of the text box can be either print or saved to a file. The USB 41 page transfer utility is used to, with the USB 41, again, modules with a different configuration in it that allow you to transfer a QROM file or a ROM file from the HP41 to the PC, or the PC to a QROM space. Okay, configuration, we're going to cover here the available modules from Diego, the CloneXD, the NOV64D, and the USB 41. So for the CloneXD, when you want to configure that one, the standard configuration is that first you must select the model type here. And then second, by selecting the CloneXD option, then you must decide if you want the flash to be split in 2 blocks or unified. Here we're going to keep it split. Third, for each ROM you want to load, click on one of the file namespace here, and that will bring us the open file dialog, and then you select which ROM file name and press open. And then and that's done. You choose which page and which banks you want the ROM to be mapped. And you're going to do this over and over until everything has been loaded into the one or two banks, blocks. And then when you finish, you're gonna select the programmer, and then you press the proceed button. Okay, you got several. You got 2 ROM that are specific here, special, that you need to configure differently. So in this, when you want to map the advantage ROM, you're going to first select the CloneX, then you're going to select the advantage. That will automatically here load the image at the good page and the good bank. Okay, and everything else is the same as the standard configuration. And that's it for this one. So for the 41, again, you're going to select the CloneXD, select the 41 option. Again, it will select bank 1, page 4, and 5. And then everything else, the same as standard. For the 41CX, you're going to select again CloneXD. You're going to select the 41 and then the CX option. The main difference is that instead of page 5, it's going to use page 7 because page 5 is already used for the time in the CX. Everything else is the same. Okay, now if you want to combine them, it's possible. So you're going to use the CloneXD, then the advantage, the 41, and again, the other ones. Same thing again for the CX. Select advantage, the CloneXD, advantage, 41CX here, and then everything else is the same. DualX memory. This emulates a dual extended memory, so that will bring you a 41CX to 600 register, or a 41CV or C with the extended function memory to the maximum memory. So how to configure that is you select the CloneX, then select dual extended memory, select the programmer, and then do the proceed to follow the logic. It's possible also to have the service modules for the 41C and CV. Again, how you do this is you select the Clonix first, then you select the service 41, the programmer, and then you click on the proceed. That will generate the assembly compiling this, and you program that also after that. Same thing for the 41CX. So it's a CloneXD, service 41CX, the programmer, and then click on proceed. And for the CloneXD, you have a special option to have 2 modules in one. So you're going to do the CloneXD, and then you're going to load the 2 ROM images into the same module, and then you select the programmer and then you proceed. What will happen for this one is that it's going to use the port sensing technology of the CloneXD modules. So the service 41C ROM will be used when you insert the module into an odd port, and the service 6 ROM will be used if you insert the module into an even port. So so you have the same modules. You can test both calculators. Okay, that's all for the Clonix modules. Now we're going to go through the NOV64D configuration. Here, whoops, that's not good. What happened here? Okay, good. The NOV standard configuration. Now first you must select the module NOV64, and you will see that when you select that, automatically the EPAX selection is automatically selected. So when you do that, it's going to load 16K of ROM image into the modules. So that's you are left with 2 banks of 16K. Then you can decide to join them, the 2 blocks, to create a one big block or not. And then you select for each ROM that you want to load, you click on the on one of the file namespace. That will bring up the open dialog. You select the file name and then press open, and then you choose the page is going to go. Then you select the programmer, and then you click on the proceed. HPAX with advantage. How you do this? You select NOV 64. Then you select HPAX is automatically selected here. When you select the advantage ROM, is going to automatically fill up 3 space. It's going to use 3 slots on the block 0, and that gives you 1 block left on block 0 and 4 on block 1. Or you join block and then you have all this into 1 block. Then, like the standard configuration, you load the file name and then you press proceed. Clear RAM. Okay, that's a special option for the NOV. The number here will be different. If you have the original NOV is going to be clear RAM 1, the NOV32 is going to be clear RAM 2, NOV64 is clear RAM 4. That's because the original one has 16K, the NOV32 has 32K, and the NOV64 has 64K. So you select, again, the NOV. That will select everything automatically. When you select the clear RAM, it's going to deactivate all the other. And then you select the program and you do proceed. Now, we will see later on that this option, although it's there, it has proven to be unreliable. So it's working, but not all the time. So there's an alternate method that has been devised to clear the FRAM part of the modules that we will cover later. Okay, HPCC RAM. Again, this is to be used, this is to emulate an HPCC double memory module. Okay, and it's to be used with the standard on an advanced HPCC module, the original one. So how you do this, you select the NOV64, and then you select the HPCC RAM, and then you select the programmer, and you proceed. Now with the NOV64D, you can also emulate a 41CY and a Rambox 64. So how you do this, again, you select the NOV64, and then you select the 41CY and the programmer, and then you click on proceed. Like the Clonix, you can also configure the dual X memory. So again, NOV64, you select dual extended memory, and then the programmer. So that's bring you again to 600 registers for the 41CX or CV with C or CV with the extended function memory module. Like the Clonix, you can configure that modules to become a service modules for the 41C and CV. Select NOV64, the modules, and the programmer. You can do the same with the CX, selecting the modules, the service modules again, and the programmer. Now the NOV64D is not able to create in NOV64 mode does not have the port sensing technology, so you cannot do the CCV option here, CCX option here. There's one thing that the NOV64D can do is to create, to use the RAM as quasi-RAM and not as HPCC. So in order to do this, you're going to select the NOV64, you're going to unselect the HPCC. So, and then you can select other RAMs to be mapped. Then you select the programmer and you do proceed. Now, the address here that's going to use, you cannot use page 8, 9, A, and B, because those pages are used for quasi-RAM. That's the 16K. That's normally used by HPCC, but right now, since the HPCC RAM is not loaded, you can use it to hold. It becomes mainly MLDL box at that point. Okay, the NOV64D, the NOV64, and specifically the NOV64D, has a split personality. It can be used as a NOV64 NOV64 modules or as a Clonix-D module. The hardware in the NOV64D has the same hardware plus the RAM chip of the Clonix-D modules. So if you want to use your NOV64 as a Clonix-D, you just select the Clonix-D and you configure it as if it was a Clonix-D, and it's going to work. Now, for those who has a 64 without the D, the port sensing technology is not there. So you have two choices. You got either keep the block unmerged. If that's the case, then the ROM that you select here must be also selected here. You have to have both sides with the same configuration, so that if you plug the module into odd or even page, is going to work. If you join the blocks, then you have more. You can have up to the maximum, the 48K available for mapping. Okay, that's all for the Clonix-D. No, so for the NOV64, the USB41, it's mainly you have one option with to become the printer simulation. And for that, what you do is you basically select USB41. That will load here the ROM Okay, that will load the RAM into the flash block 0, and then you can load your own RAM image here, and select the page, and select the programmer, and do proceed. Now these are for the all the options for the 3 modules. Now, when you want to do the programming itself, sorry, I will cover now the programming side. Okay, before September 2020, those were there was 2 programmers available, the key 149 and the key 150, and you had to have a module adapter here in order to plug the module in it. And modules and PIC programmers were available from Diego Diaz. So the CloneXD, USB 41, and NOV64D, these are the price for that. The adapter and the programmers was €10 and €40. Now, since September, this has changed a bit. The module is the same price, but now the PIC TIC2 is replacing the 2 other parts. It's the same price as it was before. But that's what you use now. You could use still buy this and buy the adapter from Diego, but that will work today, but it's slower. Now, my experience means that this is one a lot faster and it's working all the time. So I would suggest you to buy this one instead. Okay, the software that it's needed. You need to download the Clonix and NOV configuration utility, or that version for 4.2 or 6.1. And when you download the zip file, the Clonix CD file or the other zip for the newest one, it includes all the other software here. I've put the links if you want to download individual software and the manual that goes with them, but everything is inside the files given by Diego. Now, these are all the files that are generated by the configuration utilities and that are compiled and loaded into the modules. For each functionality here, you have different file names. So these are all the file names that we are working with. Okay, so this slide and the following one will cover the file generation, compiling, and PIC programming. This is the file generation fail scenario. When your module configuration is complete and you press the proceed button, okay, it will call automatically the PIC assembler that will take the assembly file generated by the configuration and compile that into an IntelliX file. Now, sometimes, depending on what you do, you may select a configuration that is not valid. At that point, you will see that dialog box with the red line here. That means that it has failed. It's also possible that you're going to also have that if you are missing one of the file. Should not happen, but if that happens, that's what you're going to see. At that point, you have no choice to press the OK button. Okay, that will bring you the microburn application, and then you have to close it because you cannot programming because the file has not been generated, and you have to go back into the configuration application and see what you have done in order to generate that error. Now, for a successful generation, it's the same. You do the configuration, you click on proceed, then it's gonna create, it's gonna call the assembler. The assembler will work. You see that with the green bar, then you press OK, and you have this application that the microburn application that is is being shown with the proper RAM image already loaded into it. Okay, now the programming itself. When that application is started, okay, you may have that dialog that says that it was not able to communicate with the programmer. The microburn is trying to communicate with the programmer, and the USB is not plugged correctly. The COM port that is specified in this application is not configured correctly, and things like that. So at that point, you need to press OK. And then you have to go to the menu, file menu, and then the port menu. That will bring you this dialog box. You need to configure the COM port and press OK. In order to find the COM port, you may use the Windows Device Manager to see which COM port has been assigned to it, and then use that number to fill it here, the configuration space. Now, once done, you press OK, and that will bring you to the dialog box, and the message, you will see that it's being ready. So that means that it's ready for, was able to communicate with the programmer. But at that point, you may have a hit and miss. So what I would suggest is to close the microburn application, to go back into the configuration application, and then press the proceed button again. So we will do the reinitialization, the compilation, and the restart the microburn application, and normally that works all the time. Okay, the other scenario is that the module is not found, not inserted correctly, or just the connectors and something is not going well. So what will happen at that point? You see that it was able to communicate correctly because it says key Win50 board success. He was able to access the board correctly. And then you insert the modules, and then you press program. Because the binary file was already loaded, it's ready to be programmed. You don't need to load anything at that point manually. So you press program, and you may see that if the module is not inserted correctly, or there's a problem with the connector, you will see that it's not able to talk with the CPU inside the PIC chip inside the modules. So at that point, you could say yes, and then we'll try to program, but I will suggest not to do this, and click on the no. That will bring you to, oops, what's happening here? Sorry. Whatever. Okay. That will bring you to the application again, and then play with the module and then retry until it's working. At that point, if it's not working, it's possible that the connector is you need to clean up the connector, or one of the module is not touching it correctly, and you have to diagnose the problem at that point. Okay, the other scenario that's going to fail is that when the microburn is able to communicate, is seeing the chip, but for some reason is not able to program it correctly. Something happened in the middle of it. So he sees that chip, he's able to communicate with the programmer here. You see that. You're inside the modules, and then you press program. That you will see the dialog box saying that he was able to see the internal of it and what is going to erase and what's not. And at that point, you press OK, yes, not OK, but yes. And then he will go back here, and you're going to see the status changing when he's programming. At some point, it's going to fail, and then you're going to see that box here. And you have no choice to press the OK and to go back into this application. Now, at that point, again, you have to play with the adapter or the modules and retry. That's the only thing you can do at that point. Now, when it's working great, the microburn is started, is seeing the programmer, You insert the modules, you say program, you see the dialog box here with the yes, what it's going to do, and then you say yes. The status will change here, and you're going to see the progress bar here changing. And then when everything is working, you're going to see programming complete. Then you go back here to the microburn application, and then you close that application, and you go back into the configuration application, and you have a working module that is ready to be tested into your calculator. Okay, that's the programming part. Now, if you have CloneXD, you just plug it into the HP41. If you merge if you have two blocks, you have selected, you kept the two flash in two parts. If you plug and you fill both blocks with different RAM image, when you plug into the out port, you're going to see one set of RAM image, and if you plug it into the even port, you're going to see the other set of RAM image. Now, for the NOV, when the NOV64D, or NOV for that matters, is programmed as an NOV module, it does not use the port sensing hardware. It's configured with a control word. Now, we're going to review that. And that is done in runtime when the module is plugged into the HP41. Now, the original NOV module only had 16K of RAM. So there was no configuration. 16K was mapped directly to page A to B, and that was it. Now, when the CloneX32 was released, then it got 32K, so 2 times 16K, so block 0 and block 1. So, but only one block could be mapped to the 41 memory space. So there was a control word that I was introduced to select which block is going to be active into the memory space of the 41. When the NOV64 was released, at that point you got 4 blocks. Now the NOV64 also added the possibility to emulate an advanced EPAX modules with the double EPAX memory at the same time. So you could either map one 16K or the whole 32K. Now you can use any blocks into the 2 mapping space here. So, and this is configured by the control word. So you can either have 4 advanced EPACs or 2 set up advanced EPACs with double memory at the same time. Okay, all modules, NOV RAM and NOV32 had 20K flash mapping. So that 20K, 4K, you could map into any page here, but remember that page A to B was mapped to with RAM in it. So actually, you could use it with port 4, 5, 6, 7, and C, D, E, and F. NOV64 doubled that memory to 48K. So you can have a 1 big block or 2 blocks of 24K. Again, it's going to be mapped here, and it's controlled by the control word. The control word, it's an address. The NOV32 and NOV64 modules has the ability to control where he's going to mapping its RAM and the ROM into the 41 memory. That address is at address 4100. So depending on what's the content of this, okay, you're going to map one blocks or the other. Any ROM memory editor can access that memory space, that memory cell. But since NOV64 has hexedit built in, with the EPAX functionality, normally we use hexedit. So hexedit, you enter the address 4100, and then you configure what you want to.
Sylvain, 5 minutes?
Oh yeah, okay, sorry. So NOV32, you can only configure 2 value here. NOV64D, you got a lot more configuration with RAM and ROM, and you got also some example here. The NOV64D has a crash recovery function. I have not tried it, but I think all NOV modules has that. Okay, and that's mainly when you're writing M code that you have used 1.4K to put your code in it, and or you have a 4K RAM corrupted, and it's locking up your calculator. And what you can do here, you put the calculator in off mode, press enter, you keep hold enter down, and you press on key twice in quick succession. When you do that, what's going to happen is that the ROM is mapped to the EPAX ROM is mapped to page C. The EPAX RAM is you cannot read from it, but you can write to it, and you can erase the content or modify what's need to be modified, and then you do a power cycle to go back normal again. And that will get out of locking when you do MCode developments and stuff like that. Pad shadowing and QRAM protection. All Diego modules has RAM shadowing, which means that when you plug a physical modules, it will always take precedence over the RAM image that has been put into the CloneXD or NOV module. And the QRAM protection is fully support when you're using a 4-key RAM as a QRAM. Okay, so I'm gonna go faster on this. EPAX RAM. EPAX, normally when you want to erase EPAX, the original EPAX was using SRAM. So in order to erase that RAM, you need to, you only had to remove the modules from the 41. In the case of the NOV modules, is using the FRAM memory. So you cannot, even when you remove it, it's keeping its data. So if you want to clear it, okay, you need to do it through either a program or you do it manually. The original way of configure it, do it, was to select the clearing option here and do the normal procedures of configuring, and then you enter the modules into the 41 without powering it up, and then after a time, you will see the message clearing okay. But we're seeing almost half the time we see no clear, and for some reason it's not working. So the other way to, since this is not working all the time, normally I use the second way to do it, is to do a manual clearing. And how to do this, you program your modules like you will do for EPAX modules with the flash, with the RAM image and the EPAX. And then I have the small program that is running that is able to, that's clearing, you call either HLR16 or HCLR32 to clear either 16K or 32K configuration into the, so that's clearing all the pages in the EPAX memory, EPAX module. So basically what you do, if it's an NOV RAM, you just plug the RAM and then you execute HCLR16 program and it's going to clear everything. Now, if you have a lookup, you do the crash recovery function and then you run the program that it's still writable. So you're going to write this and it's going to erase everything. And then you do power cycle and it's going to work. Now for clearing NOV32, you need to first select the block and then do the same procedure with HCLR16 that will clean the first blocks. And then you do the same for the second block. For the NOV64 or NOV64D, you have two modes, the mapped into 16K or 32K. The 16K, you have to do the same, you do have to do the clearing 4 times for each block. So the same procedure, hcalr16 for each block. You select which one it's active, you run the program, and so on. For the 32K mode, then you select the 2 blocks that you want to activate, and then you run hcalr32 to clear that block. Again, if you have a calculator lookup, then you do the crash recovery function, and then you run the program, it's going to work. And that's basically it. So we review some of the functionality of the Diego's modules. And if you have questions and answers.
That's excellent. Thank you, Sylvain. We'll, if we can, we'll move on with the timetable, if that's okay, and we'll do Q&A. Maybe you can do it on chat, if that's okay.
Okay.
Eddie, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Yes. Let me just switch it over to you.
Okay. And what do?
Hold on. You'll get a button. Here it comes.
Okay. All right. Show myself. There we go. Share content. Thank you very much. Can everybody see my slides?
Yes, that's good, Eddie. Excellent.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I am Edward Shore. I have been a calculator collector and connoisseur since 1990. I was in middle school, about the 6th grade when I started collecting calculators. I have a master's degree in mathematics and also a accounting degree, both from Cal Poly Pomona. And it is good to speak with you all today. And hopefully this time next year we'll actually be meeting in person, because it's really, I love going to these conferences. Anyway, I do have a math blog. It's edspie31415.blogspot.com. But what I'm here to do today is to talk about computer algebra systems in calculators. It's fairly... So what is the computer algebra systems? We're going to talk about calculators that have CAS, some essential CAS functions, and then how has it affected the educational market. And then I also want to share some of my thoughts, what I think is going to be the future of any calculators with computer algebra systems. So what is CAS? If you're not familiar, CAS stands for Computer Algebra Systems, which is basically symbolic manipulation of algebraic objects and interpreting and parsing mathematical expressions. Do you remember in your algebra class where you had to complete the square, or you had to simplify expressions such as x times the quantity of 2ax minus 3, and you need to show each step? That's basically what CAS does. It does the work that you would probably write on paper, the paper and pencil or paper and pen. And often the results can be displayed as it would be written on paper or the chalkboard. It's usually called pretty print, math print, natural print, that it's sometimes called. But it's displayed in that format instead of this one line of expression full of parentheses. Symbolic answers are allowed without the calculator requiring you to use numeric values for each variable. So for example, if I have the expression x squared plus a times x minus b, you can manipulate that expression without having to enter a value for either x, a, or b. CAS-enabled calculators are also the first to simplify most rational expressions exactly. So if I have something like 7 divided by the quantity of 6 plus the square root of 7, that can be simplified to -7 times the square root of 7 plus 42, all that divided by 29. And what it does in the simplification, of course, it multiplies the first fraction of 6 minus the square root of 7 over 6 minus the square root of 7. One of the first, if not the first, calculators with CAS functions is the Casio FX5500. This is different from the better known FX5500L. The 5500, it has a landscape design and has a QWERTY keyboard, and it's configured more as a pocket programmer. If you want to see a picture, you can go to Ladudu's Casio page, a very excellent source of all things Casio. What the 5500 offers is simplification of polynomials, expanding and factoring polynomials, and then it offers a range of CAS functions, but it only works on expressions with arithmetic operators, powers, and roots. Nothing on trig identities, logarithmic or exponential identities, no advanced calculus as of yet. So this is like basically the ground floor of CAS operated calculators. So what calculators do have CAS? I'm pretty sure you all are familiar. With the Hewlett Packard, it started pretty much with the 28 family, the 28S, 28C with its magnificent RPL engine. Then it went to the 48 series, 49, and 50G, and of course the HP Prime. On the Texas Instruments side, you have the TI-8992 series. And if anything, if you have the TI Inspire, it would have to be the TI Inspire CAS. Those have computer algebra systems operators. If you get the TI Inspire Plain, it will not have CAS. On Casio, as I mentioned before, the FX5500. Then you got the Algebra FX series. There was a 1.0, which I have never seen, and a 2.0. I used to have a 2.0. But Casio's most advanced calculator is called the ClassPad series. And it started with the 300, the 330, 400. Now they got the 500, and it's a really huge calculator with the stylus. The 500 and 400 both have a color screen. The screen can rotate. It's got a lot of soft keyboards on the ClassPad. Not only calculators have CAS operated calculators, you can get that on your phone. On Android, Maxima has not only CAS functions, but also a programming module you can use. One of my most favorite places and apps is the Wolfram Alpha. You'll need to be connected to the internet to be able to use it. You can use Wolfram Alpha on free if you're on a computer, but if you're using it on your iPod, iOS, iPhone, on your smartphone, it's a relatively small cost, about $3, and it gives you the ability. And Wolfram Alpha just gives you so much ability to do a wide range of mathematical problems, including computer algebra systems. Also, I haven't checked this out, but there's also called Math Studios for the iOS engine, and it's supposed to include computer algebra systems as well. So what are the essential CAS functions? Some of them start with a simplification. So you can simplify numbers in terms of square root, in terms of pi, and fractions. This first section here on top you can also see this simplification on GeoAlgebra, some of the advanced solar powered scientific calculators, non-graphing calculators such as the TI-36 Pro or the TI-30 Pro Print or the Cassia FX 115991. They will also have this type of simplification. In fact, now that I think about it, I think almost all modern graphing calculators have simplification now. The next essential CAS function is factorization. Now, you can have factorization of integers, but it also factorizes polynomials. So usually there's either you're going to have a factor command that does both integers and polynomials, or have two separate commands like the HP prime here. The I factor is the factorization of integers. So if I take an I factor of 1250, I end up with the 2 times 5 to the square root, 5 to the 4 power, excuse me. And then factor by itself factorizes polynomials, and it probably also factorizes any other expressions it can, the system can use. So if I was to factor x cubed minus 7x squared plus 15x minus 9, I get x minus 3 squared times x minus 1. You also have the ability to expand polynomials in any other expressions. For example, if I expand the combination function of x3, I get the function x factorial over 6 times 1 over x minus 3 factorial. And there's also synthetic division. One of my favorite commands is the partial fraction function. And what that does, it splits a rational function into a sum of terms and then plus a remainder. And you can use partial fractions to invoke synthetic division. You can also use it as an aid to integrate expressions that you have to use partial fractions. Now, some advanced calculators and graphing calculators do have sums that you can take an expression and make a sum with numeric arguments. But with CAS-enabled calculators, you can take that to another level, and you can use symbolic arguments. You can also use arguments concerning infinity. So if, for example, I have the sum of n squared, where n is equal to 1 to x, and then I can get a closed formula for it. 1/6 times the 2 to x times x cubed plus 3x squared plus x. Another calculus function that you'll find is limits, and all kinds of limits. It's just normal limits, limits to the left, limits to the right, positive, negative limits, limits to infinity. And then you have derivatives, both numeric and symbolic. And then you also have integrals, both numeric and symbolic, indefinite and definite integrals. And depending on the strength or the expansion of the computer algebra systems your calculator is running on, you can get a nice set of indefinite integrals and simplifications. So if you have a good CAS-enabled calculator software, there really is no need to carry around math tables anymore that has a table of integrals, or don't have to worry about oh, is my phone connected to the internet? Because you can go to your calculator and get that integral that you need. You also have real uncomplex solutions. Now, this is primarily determined by 2 functions, actually 4 functions. If you want to find the roots of a function, there's zeros for real roots and C zeros for complex roots. Then it's expanded to the more generic solver. So you have solve for real roots and C solve if you want to involve complex roots. So So if I have solve of sine of x equals pi over 2, well, you're not going to have any real solutions. So it's going to return blank. But if I say C solve of sine of x equals to pi over 2, then I get two arc sine of pi over 2 and arc sine of pi over 2. And as you know, arc sine of pi over 2 gives you the complex number pi over 2 minus about 1.02i. There are challenges to using computer algebra systems. You are dependent on how complete and complex the CAS system is. There are also bugs. There could also be bugs in the computer algebra system. If you are a member or if you search the Museum of HP calculators, from time to time on the HP Prime section, people will bring up a couple of bugs and of CAS related functions. There's also a learning curve. Can the user create programs or easily understand all the essential CAS functions and some of its explanations? Also, how easy it is to find all the CAS functions that they want to get to. Then there's the issue is if you have a CAS calculator, how would that calculator be allowed in the classroom? And it's not only just high school, or I can't imagine a CAS calculator being allowed in middle school classroom. Who knows? Who knows nowadays? But also university. Does the university class allow CAS calculators, CAS-enabled calculators? And then on the flip side, if CAS-enabled calculators are accepted by the school and the university, do the teachers use it to teach mathematics? And to what extent can mathematics can be taught? And if you choose to program with CAS, your mileage is definitely going to vary. It could be limited and complex at best, like the Casio FX algebra series. I don't know if you even can program any CAS functions in that series or not. It's been a long time since I've operated that calculator. And then you got a high learning curve like the HP Prime. The HP Prime is operating on the programming language based on the HP-38 and the 39G series, which is primarily a numeric series. And then you're adding computer algebra systems to it. That's going to take, how are all those commands going to work together? Also, you have a separate CAS page for the HP Prime, and you also have to designate which program has CAS operating. The best integration that I've seen on the calculator, that would be the TI-8992 series with its TI Basic, and then any of the RTLs with the HP-28, 48, 49G series. I just like the integration between and the easiness of being able to throw in a CAS-enabled command and not have to worry about switching to different modes, not have to worry about syntax. It handles everything just nice. What programs are allowed to do is to be automated repetitive tasks with both numeric and symbolic inputs. An example here with the HP Prime, CAS test 03, I have two arguments, F and A. F is going to be a function of X, and A is going to be your substitute. And you can use CAS test 03 in the CAS mode for both numeric and symbolic functions. So for example, if I could substitute X to be equals to A minus B squared. Then there's an educational and CAS issue. So how do you balance between CAS and learning how to solve problems manually? How can it be used to effectively teach mathematics? And the use of CAS in those mathematics presentations. Since computer algebra system functions are used to do a lot of legwork for the students, how can we use those functions to push the student to go understanding. So you could explore patterns. So students can look at so if you take x squared and you multiply by x cubed, and then x squared by x to the fourth power, and so on, you can tell what happens to the final product as you keep going, as you keep increasing the exponent of the second term. And if you do, you can use repetitive what if patterns to determine, like, okay, we can develop a general rule. One of my favorite part of CAS enabled calculators is to do manual step-by-step solving. So what happens is, in CAS mode, the variable ANS, last answer, will store the expression, both sides. So for example, I have 8x squared minus 66 is equal to 0. If I do ANS plus 66, it adds 66 to both sides, resulting in 8x squared is equal to 66. And then you can just keep on going, divided by 8, and then you can take the square root for the answer, which is plus or minus 30 square root of 33 over 2. However, since calculators don't have a plus or minus, it would display the answer as the absolute value of x is equal to square root of 33 over 2. This is definitely probably one of my favorite features of computer algebra systems. Another one of my favorites is to verify trigonometric and logarithmic identities. And it depends really on the system that you're using. You may have to use specialized commands like texpand, lncollect, and expand. So it's just really, you have to be willing to learn what the commands are. Also, if you were to present calculators that use computer algebra systems in a classroom setting or a presentation setting, you probably really want everybody to use the same calculator or to use the same computer algebra systems. That way everyone's going to be on the same page. There may be some drawbacks. Students may develop an over-reliance on computer algebra systems. So if you have your classroom and if you have your test mode and you turn it off, you turn the CAS abilities. Well, if the students kept over relying on the on computer algebra systems and not learning the middle steps, they're in trouble, because they're going to have to show their work. They're going to have to they haven't really learned the concept. There's also a learning curve of CAS commands. We got it for the most effective way for not only the classroom but for real world working. The commands are going to have to be easy to use, have to have a wide breadth of problems it can work with, and a good understanding of its limitations. Depending on which settings you use, maximum simplification, no simplification, some simplification, some of the middle steps can be stepped. You can also get unrespected results. A lot of the trig work with trigonometric functions usually default to have functions of sine of x when you were expecting an expression of cosine of x. So there may have to, from time to time, to be reconciliation with if there is the result you are getting correct. Ultimately, it will be up to the students to develop self-discipline. I don't know if the requirement is to show your work is going to disappear, but that might be helped by the environment we are in now. CAS is great, but it is evolving. And I think when you use computer algebra systems and their commands, I think you still need to have at least some kind of working knowledge of mathematics. Otherwise, you can do things all day and not understand what could go wrong. And if you run into a bug, you might accept an answer blindly that may not be the best solution. I think every student or every advanced calculator will end up having CAS capabilities at some point. I don't know to what extent it will have all the scientific calculators. I figured that maybe the next line of advanced scientific calculators will have some type of CAS functions, maybe like the old Casio FX5500, where you have simplification, expanding of polynomials, factoring of polynomials, maybe do some synthetic division. I do expect the integration of CAS into all the calculators to be slow. I do also notice that CAS capabilities might be present into calculators that may not even offer CAS commands, but the capabilities inside the calculator will be able to solve functions more efficiently, calculate integrals more efficiently. Some calculator apps have a dedicated equation library, like the 48G, 49, or the 50 series. You may need to start seeing like solving for a certain variable instead of just substituting values. So I also expect more apps on the smartphone to have more CAS capabilities. Probably the apps that will probably be developed is going to be more specialized rather than generic, because you got developers who want to solve a certain type of problem. And that is my thoughts on computer algebra calculus with computer algebra systems. It's pretty much been a slow build until the TI-89 and the HP-28 came up, and then it's an evolving process, and it's really I'm excited to see where it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. That was great. Does anybody have any quick questions? I think maybe if we go to the chat, then to take any questions, if that's okay, Eddie, and what we'll do, I'll just put up something while we prepare for.
Mark, while you're looking,
yeah,
just a remark. Bill Wicks, who was the head of the team that designed the 28C, claimed that the most used CAS system in the world was the 28C 28S. But there were more of those calculators out in the world than all other CAS systems combined at that time. So clearly that was a success.
That came about 1988, didn't it?
Yes.
It's a long time.
Well, 87.
Ago. Yeah.
The HP-28 series really did a boost for computer algebra systems, and to have it portable, to have a portable system in your hands where you don't have to necessarily have to run to the library or run to the bookshelf every time you need it to solve a problem.
Yeah.
Martin, let me say real quickly, I'm so glad you put a sweater on. I've been worried about you all day because it looked like you were simply a Star Trek red shirt.
What do you mean?
Yes, because it looked like you were like from engineering, and I was afraid something was going to happen to you. So I'm real glad you put the sweater on.
I've got a Star Trek uniform upstairs, if you like.
Well, just don't put on the red one.
I'm too lazy to put the heating on, you see. I'm too mean to put the heating on full.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Eddie. Jean, yes, you should be able to present. You're ready to go.
Got it.
I think I have managed to create the poll now. So
good.
But I have to take permission off you before I can do it. Okay.
Not a problem. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to share the stage with Vladik. We're going to be doing this presentation together. This will certainly be the presentation with the longest distance between the two speakers, I think we're going to do today. And so what we decided to do was to cover the top 10 worst HP calculators ever made. We've been doing the last several years with HHC, especially looking at some of the best HPs and even some of the best non-HPs. I've made it kind of a little habit of mine to call out hidden gems, even among the dark forces of Texas Instruments. But we hadn't really had a presentation where we just laid out flat the stinkers that we really think HP has left behind us. So we're going to talk about the 10 worst, in our opinion, HP calculators ever made. So starting off, we decided to present the worst HPs, but since in the interest of time, we're not going to do the top 10. We're going to do the top 10 base 8, figuring that would be a good thing to do in our presentation here. So we've gone octal, the top 10 best 8, the top 10. So we're going to alternate choices, starting from one and then the other. But when we get to the top 2, Vladik and I have chosen our top 2. We're going to put it up to a vote. This is election season in the United States, at least, whatever we call an election anyway. And so we're going to put it up to a vote and see between the top 2 what you think is the number 1 base 8 and then the number 2 base 8. So hopefully everybody will be ready. So here we go. These are our opinions, as I've said before, and we're going to stick to them. So here we go. This one is Vladik's.
Okay. We have called this the worst HP calculators, but what is a bad HP calculator? Is it one that doesn't work, the keys stick, or what? It can be argued that HP haven't made anything that's really a bad calculator. So what we're arguing is something somewhat different. A perfectly good calculator can be bad as an HP calculator. And my prime example of this is the HP-6S. It's just a cheapo, nice little scientific calculator with lots of functions, with rather tacky keys, a rubbery keyboard. It's the sort of thing you'd buy in a thrift store, and you'd be very happy with it for a couple of years. But for HP to have made it, I'm not sure it should really have had an HP label on the front. So there you are. A calculator that works, but probably shouldn't be an HP. Gene, over to you.
That's all right. By the way, we will have a dishonorable mention page of machines that did not quite make the top 10 base 8. So if you don't see the one you think is the stinker, it almost certainly is going to be on the dishonorable mention page. My choice here is the HP-10S and HP-8S. I mean, just look at it. Do I really need to go any further? Should I just click to the next page? Now, of the two, the 10S certainly looks nicer, but the 8S in particular is just a stinker. I mean, look at it. It's one of the few HPs that has a dedicated X cube key. And why not X to the 4th? And I jokingly said, why not put a dedicated X to the 7th key on the thing? I mean, where do you stop? Where do you stop? I use the HP-8S to level a table. That use of the calculator, by the way, is not mentioned in the awfully small owner's manual, but it's been one of the best uses I have found for that HP-8S. It's one of the most hollow calculators I've ever seen. And that's saying something when you have the universe of some of the ones that HP made in the early 2000s. Of these, of course, I think the HP-8S is the worst of the two. That HP-8S picture is from the internet. The owner asked for his name to be kept private. Does not want anyone to know that he actually has one of these. So that's my choice for number 7 base 8, the HP-10S and the HP-8S. They're exactly the same machine, simply in a different physical factor. No difference otherwise. Back to Vladik.
Thank you. And by the way, I was a beta tester on those models. They basically sent us a cheapo scientific calculator made by a standard Chinese company who made the Casio versions of these. And HP had clearly gone to them and simply said, make one of these for us. They did change some of the software for it. I think they extended the precision. It was fun to play with them, but it wasn't a real HP calculator once more. Okay, my next one. The 28C. You may be surprised at this. It introduced RPL. It was wonderful. It had terrific functions. It wasn't necessarily a logical successor to the HP-41, but it was a step ahead. But think of what it did. The battery cover was absolutely terrible. You couldn't pull it off. If you pulled it off, either it broke or it fell on the floor and a cat ate it and you couldn't put the batteries back in. Or you had to crawl on all fours under a cupboard to pick it up. Then you put the new batteries in and you couldn't squeeze it in. Then you finally got it in and you had memory lost because it had taken you so long to change the batteries. This was shared with the HP-18C. Someone had thought it would be really neat compared to previous battery covers, but sorry, it wasn't. Now, the next bad feature was the stiff keys. If we'd had an HP-41 or one of the earlier models for years and years, and we'd been pressing the keys, suddenly we had to press these about twice as hard. You would miss them. You had to actually watch what was going up on the screen. You couldn't just press the keys at random. The color scheme, well, they were trying to get away from previous color schemes. And I suspect that they thought plum was a nice color in fashion at the time. But was it? Not for calculators. And then it had 2K of RAM. Now, they called it an infinite stack. But how can it be an infinite stack if you can put about 20 objects on it? We understand that this was the first and the only way that Bill Wicks could introduce a new family of calculators, the RPL, and of course it had CAS in it. So, Gene, the last point, without it, we wouldn't have had the 48SX, which is what Bill Wicks really wanted, and beyond. So we can't blame it, but really, what a pity that it had these features to downgrade it. Thanks.
Now, the next choice is mine, and I will take full responsibility for it. It may be the only one that actually may step on a few toes, because for this one, I'm going way back in time, way back in time. So here it goes. I'm going to call out the HP-55. Sure, has a very wonderful timer, great timer, but relatively small program memory and a fairly high price. When it came out in July of '73, it was $395. As an early programmable, it also used some key code conventions that are odd by later standards that were still being developed by Hewlett-Packard. I have an emulator on my phone for this one. I have a terrible time keying in a 30-step program because of it. For example, key code that would show up in the program memory 32 and then a -30 is actually for the function pressing the G, the blue G key, X = Y, go to 30, which is unlike any programming structure that followed at all. So it's certainly an oddball, granted every allowance being given for it being the second programmable really introduced, but it's a very, very tough one. Apparently, I would also argue it was not a very successful model for Hewlett-Packard, as it was still on sale as late as August of 1978. Think about how the calculator world had changed by August of 1978 for $110 in the old calculator advertisements that I had found. So I would suggest that represents a large unsold inventory of HP-55. So I think the market had deemed it a failure. And I'm going to call that one out and say, to me, that's the number 5 of the worst. Velotic?
Yes. You may be surprised at this choice too. The 15C limited edition. We had been screaming for HP to bring back a 15C. After all, they now make the 12C using a programmable ROM, using a very standard factory manufacture system. Why not just change the keys and change the ROM, and you could bring back the 15C? In fact, they did that at the HHC the year before they brought this out. They gave each one of us something called an HP-15C Plus, and they were very nice. They had gone to the factory and they had said, please just make 12Cs with this ROM in it and with this keyboard. But then when it came to manufacturing a large batch of these, first of all, it had a bad bug. The display kept blinking on all sorts of occasions. Why? The self-tests corrupted memory. You couldn't run a self-test. One of the beauties of the Voyager series was that you could just click the combination of keys and it will tell you, I'm fine. Not this one. Maybe it would tell you it was fine, but it wasn't. One of the horrible problems with it was that it was made probably in a hurry by a Chinese factory which forgot to use deionized water to wash the circuit boards. Cyril puts it much more bluntly than that. And therefore, quite a number of them failed. They had to be sent back to HP and got a new one. Cyril and Tim, who had done this, were really very unhappy about it. It was so close to what we'd wanted, and yet there were features it didn't have. I understand that they didn't use the original 15C ROM for it, did they? I suspect that they sent the manual to the Chinese company and said start again. So odd, considering that the original batch of 15C pluses was fine. So there you have it. So close, and yet so far. Gene, last point. It was expensive, and of course now it's expensive because collectors want it, even if we don't use it. And last point. One of the horrible results of this was that Cyril and Tim said, this was a failure. We're not going to make any more comebacks. They did not get round to making another batch of 16Cs, which many of us would have liked. They certainly didn't consider making any comeback 41s. They had not been keen on the idea, but if this had been successful, they would quite possibly have made a new batch of 41s. So the idea was great. The actual execution, unfortunately, was pretty terrible.
All right. Number 3. For me, it's the HP-12C Platinum, the first version that came out. There's a picture of the HP-12C Platinum. The first version was the one that came out without parentheses on it. First of all, if you look, you have a platinum faceplate, I guess suggesting more valuable than the gold of the 12C, but you put these very strange orangey yellow shifted functions on it, which completely disappear depending on the viewing angle. I don't know what they were thinking when they decided to come up with that. But they had an algebraic mode that was added, but without parentheses. I've covered up the very bottom of the screen, shows the remaining bottom row of keys on the original 12C Platinum. And I wanted to scream at it when I first saw it, because without parentheses, you're back to adding machine logic, which is just asking for trouble. I mean, it was just horrible. It's no wonder that they also had a last X in algebraic mode, but it does who knows what. There's a whole big paragraph in the owner's manual for the 12C Platinum that Tony Hutchins and I wrote, and essentially it was trying to describe what last X did, and the owner's manual purposefully did not use it because we could not be sure we had it all figured out. Last X, just horrible. They also had an owner's manual for an algebraic machine that didn't have a single algebraic example in it. Not a single example of how to add two numbers in algebraic mode or anything. So it was so desperately important to come out with an algebraic version of the 12C, but I guess they assumed everybody would always know how to do everything in algebraic mode. Very, very strange. It also had some problems in that its display quality was much of a much poorer nature than the original 12C. For example, that's a zoomed in picture of the actual display of that 12C Platinum. I mean, that's just nasty. You put that next to a 12C, which is still being made. It is the same display other than adding an algebraic indicator to it. And that's just pure gnarly. So to me, this one almost bubbled up to the top two because it showed such a combination of poor design choices. But for me, this is number 3.
Okay. Number 2.
I was going to build the tension here a little bit, Vladik.
Oh, go ahead, Gene.
Can I have some music? Dun, dun, dun. All right. Again, number 2. For the top 2 choices, we're going to talk about them, but what ends up number 1 and number 2 will be dependent upon the vote of the audience. So here goes. This is Vladik's choice for the worst.
This is a love it or loathe it machine. It's a fridge magnet, but with a calculator added to the front of it, instead of a picture of your favorite holiday destination. Riveting. Rivets all along the top, rivets all along the bottom. Why would HP make it? Lots of Chinese companies make nice things like this. Actually, HP made it because Cyril and Tim, the HP calculator team, felt that it was wrong that every single piece of HP would buy a Chinese calculator, stick HP on it, and make it as a giveaway. You can get giveaway calculators with HP on them, but not made by HP, of all sorts of sizes and shapes. I have a large collection. So they said, let HP make this. So they made a calculator that was going to be a giveaway, but it was just a bit too expensive to give away. So instead they started selling it. It's got a lovely display, except of course that the commas in the display are at the top instead of the bottom. But if you're using a fridge magnet, maybe it doesn't matter. Next point. Have you tried changing the batteries? Well, have you? Probably not. You probably threw it away after the batteries died. If you have, then you'll know all sorts of things about that. And the way you might have seen on the back, it says 10S. No, 10S. It's supposed to be the Model 10. Go on. So, best use for it, clip a to-do note on your fridge with it, and Gene, to do, buy a real HP calculator.
That's certainly a very strong contender, in my opinion, for the worst ever made. And I see Martin has one on his fridge, but I don't see the note saying buy a real HP that it should be holding up. So there you go. That's a strong contender for the worst ever. Here's my worst ever coming up next. Big drum roll here, because I believe it's the 49G. I think it's a disaster in so many ways. A display cover that got scratched up. Hard to read the display when you've got scratches from pulling the thing in and out of a backpack. A display cover that's scratched. Rubber keys. Rubber keys. Like, hello? A blue color scheme that was tagged with a 3-letter acronym in terms of a color that it represents that I won't repeat here in company, but a nasty blue color scheme. And the key symbols of the thing wore off despite being assured that it would last 100 years. The original 39G and 49G, same style, keys and problems, so you could easily say 49G, 39G, and 40G. True, I suspect no eventual 50G without this, of course. I mean, come on. So take a look at how terrible it is. There's a 49G that shows a few of the keys where the symbols have just flat out worn off. There's a zoomed in picture of the function keys. Really and truly, just nasty looking stuff. And there's the number keys at the bottom. It's a good thing we kind of know what those are supposed to be. So in my opinion, it has to be a low point. has to be a low point. And I agree with some of the comments I'm seeing up here. Remember, there is a dishonorable mention list. And some of you have got some that just, for Vladik and I, just did not quite bubble up into the top 10 base 8. So those are the options we would like to put forward to a vote. Don't vote particularly for something that didn't make our top 2. You know, just like in an election, you have to choose between the 2 candidates that are offered, at least in our system over here in the United States. So what we'd like to ask
you
is,
have a libertarian candidate usually. Maybe we should have made it 3.
well, for a libertarian candidate over here, which might actually be the best option, they are simply a footnote. So here we go. Vote for the worst, the best of the worst, as a matter of fact. Which is the worst?
So everybody should have, who's on the Webex should have a polling option now.
And we are not quite done with the presentation, but please vote. Because I do want to show the dishonorable mention list. Some of you are showing your vote as you walk out of the polling location.
Hey, Gene, that 49 with the keys horn off, is that Joe Horns by any chance?
That is Joe Horns. That is Joe Horns 49G.
I could tell by the display modification.
He took it out and got me a good picture of it just for this presentation.
10 seconds, people, if you would like to vote, and then I'll close the poll.
And the traditional HP logo on that one.
And believe me, to me, it's a close call. Vladik has a lot of good points on the quick calc.
Yeah.
Some of the other ones, number 3 and 4, could easily be up there as well.
In our dry run last night, I think the wrong calculator won. Tonight.
Joe also had a 49G that had buttons inserted in the buttonhole upside down. So it looks like they won't fit, but actually the buttons on the assembly line were somehow inserted in an inverted way.
Well, I wonder if that's because they were put together down under.
Will you accept the result when you lose?
Yeah, you got no choice.
Well, there you go.
So there we go. Yeah.
So do we have the result?
This is a very nice 49G. Much better.
I'm not sure if everybody can see the result there, but what we've got, the quick calc got 35% of the vote, and the HP-49G got 50% of the vote, and the other 15% of people didn't vote. I'll put you back on presentation, Gene.
Thank you.
The 39G was nothing special either.
I kind of consider the 39, the 40G, and the 49G, since they all share the same body, as being the same. I'm going to put the presentation.
No, 39G is algebraic. The others are not.
That's true. It didn't even have a redeeming quality of algebraic.
And the color scheme was bad.
Speaking of color schemes, let's look at the dishonorable mention list. Yes, the 49G Plus and the 48G2, keys that clicked but did nothing. I remember within 10 minutes of receiving my first 49G, I was on the phone to the head of HP marketing saying, listen to this. And I would click. I would say, that's the button clicking, but nothing showing on the screen. We know how long it took them to figure that one out. The HP-10B2, this is the rubber version. That's the only HP I have ever thrown away. And it was a business model, which you would think I would have kept, but it was so terrible. And the 17B2, the rubber version of that as well. Somewhat birds of a feather, the 33S and the 35S. They fixed so many things with the 33S, but it still had so many problems. We also, and Vladik and I talked about these, the non-HP-34C Spice series, because of the mechanical issues that the 31, 32, and 33 are often subject to. The 39G2, a bridge to nowhere. And I had also put up the 39G Plus, in particular because of the green and orange colored versions that they had. You could have a dark green letter on a dark blue background. something out of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe with black buttons on a black background, turning black to indicate you pressed them. There are all sorts of other ones, but the 9S, the 9G, the 30S, and some of those were just not as bad as some of these other ones, knowing as well that this is only our opinion. But hopefully, at least many of the ones that were in the top 10 base 8, you might also have felt some slight stinky feelings toward in the past. Well, Lodik, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you have the final words here on this topic.
We did have one more slide. Yes. Okay. HP has made us loads of wonderful calculators. We picked a few that we had gripes with. It's not necessarily terrible. A few people have actually been waving about their HP-49Gs at the moment and saying how wonderful they were. Well, every one of these had some good features about it. Our point is that these had many bad features. Nevertheless, if you collect calculators, you will want one of these as well, won't you? In fact, in the case of the Quick Calc, you will want 6 of them because they came in 6 different colors. So we now return you to the regular scheduled programming. And of course, it'll be an RPN, unless you're an RPL programmer. Thank you, everybody.
But there's one thing that I use the 49G still for, and that is the quick reference manual, because the 50G didn't have one.
Indeed. Thanks, guys. Roger makes a good point. I think you win the award, guys, Gene and Blodik, for the most number of chat entries generated on both Webex and YouTube. I can barely keep up with the two of them scrolling up the screen side by side. So excellent talk. Clearly, lots of debate going on there. Right. So shall we carry on, or do we want a break? Let's carry on, shall we? Godwin.
Type in the 6 colors in the chat. Which means I have 2 to go in my collection here.
Godwin, are you there?
Yes, ready when you are.
Yeah, you should have the button now, I think.
There we are.
May I mention one that was not mentioned? And that's the blue 50G.
Oh, I quite like that one. I've got 2 of them.
I have one. I don't use it for that reason.
You can send it to me.
I'll have it. Okay. Okay, Godwin.
Actually, easy.
Godwin, over to you.
Okay, right. Well, I am an HPCC virgin. This is my first ever conference. The reason I'm here is because I am in the process of writing a piece of software that's going to be used for Swiss Micros called DM Connect, the purpose of which is to extract information from any of the Swiss Micros Voyager machines and play around with it, back it up, basically do whatever you want with it. This started out as a personal project. I just wanted something to simplify writing programs, to simplify the firmware update process, and just make life easier for myself. But it started growing into something a lot more functionally complete, if you will. And it piqued the interest of Michael and David at Swiss Micros. And then if I'm here now, it's mainly the fault of Bob because he suggested that I present it. So if you think this is a stupid presentation, you can blame him, not me. So what is DM Connect? As I say, it's mainly to make life easier for you. It already has features that allow you to get data in and out of it over a USB port, but what can you do with it? The most frequent use of that USB port is to do firmware updates. As things are, the process is a little bit convoluted right now in that you have to use one piece of software to extract the memory of your calculator. You then have to shut that down, use another piece of software to do the actual update, poke things into the back of the calculator and what have you. Then you find out that the memory has been wiped, so you have to go back into your first piece of software and load the backed up data back into the calculator. Now, the whole point of DM Connect is to automate the whole process. You connect it, it'll back up the memory, it'll locate the firmware online, flash it into the calculator, restore the contents, and doing that at the press of a button without having to poke things in the back of the calculator as well. Yes, it's true that if you just want to do a quick and dirty algorithm, a quick solution, it is easier to just grab your calculator and program it there and then. But if you have something that's a little bit more convoluted, that needs a bit more thinking about it, it's a lot easier to have a full text editor and write a program on your laptop, your desktop computer, or whatever. It makes things a lot easier. Another thing that you can do is all the memory in all the data in your storage registers. You can DM Connect will allow you to exchange that with a spreadsheet using a CSV import and export. And it will allow you to explore the model-specific features of the various calculators, like matrices on the DM15, alarms, and that kind of thing on the DM41. Now, when you first start up DM Connect, you get a fairly unassuming window like that with only a few controls on it. That's the window on the left. I assume you can see my mouse cursor here.
Yeah, I've got that.
Good. And on the right, there is a window that gives logs of what DM Connect is doing. In particular, it can give you debug logs that would be useful for me if there's a problem, and it will help me track down what went wrong and where it went wrong. So the first thing you're going to want to do there is connect a calculator using a standard USB cable. And when you do that, you are asked which COM port it's on. It can't detect it automatically. If you have several COM ports, it's not going to know which one it is. But one thing that can do automatically is it can synchronize the real-time clock in the calculator to your computer's clock once the connection has been established. So you click on the connect button, and you get this dire warning of impending doom here, which is only intended to help you save a bit of battery power, because communicating with the computer over the serial port does use a fair amount of power. So the idea is that this will prompt you to just suck the data into your computer, save it into a file, and then work on that file. Once it's connected, you will see a few bits of information scroll through on the log screen, and you get a window similar to this, which shows the model of the calculator. It shows you which firmware version is running. It gives you the battery voltage, which can be useful, and note that the color of the indication here changes depending on the battery voltage. It goes green above 2.6 volts, down to orange if the battery is getting a little bit low, down to red if it really is low and it really needs replacing. You'll see down the bottom here, you have this, it shows the state, the memory state of the calculator, what we used to call the dump in actual fact. And you have a certain number of tabs here which show you which areas of the calculator you can explore. So I have a DM41 connected here, and it gives you the things you would expect for that, with the extended memory, the alarms, and all that. What you can do is you can load a state file that you saved previously from your disk and just write it straight to the calculator. That is the end half of the backup process. Or you can save the state of this calculator to a file, or you can clone it to a compatible calculator. That, for most models, means the same model. But in the case of the 15, we have 3 different models with different amounts of memory. So if your programs and memory registers will fit into a DM15 with a smaller capacity, you can still copy it, whereas before, if you wanted to restore a memory state to a DM15, whichever model, it had to be from the same model. This one allows for different memory capacities and allows you to mix and match in a way. So as I said, you can work with memory states from disk rather than from a calculator. So you can load a state from a file, or you can create an empty state in memory. And when you do that, you're given the option of which type of calculator to start up. There are actually going to be keyboard shortcuts which will simplify the process a bit, but I haven't got around to documenting that yet. Now, the initial startup that you saw showed the memory dump, but there are other tabs here. The first one of which that you can switch to is the registers. So it shows you the content of all the registers in your memory. You can see there's a scroll bar here, so it does actually go down further. Some of them are a slightly darker color and they have a little label after them. These are registers that have a specific purpose. For example, in this case, you can see the registers that are used for statistic functions on the 15. There are a number of other controls here which will allow you to clear all the registers in one go, or to make them revert to their state prior to the last save or load. You can set all the registers to a specific value. You can export them all to CSV. This is so that you can import them later into a spreadsheet. And you can also do the opposite operation and import registers from a CSV file. The registers page is the same for pretty much all the models, but you can see particularities here of the DM15, where you can set the memory partition. The default is 19 like it is on the HP-15C. On the 41, you see the alpha register as well. And you can also change the curtain, move the curtain with the size command, and you can also change where the statistics register starts in memory. Next one is the stack and mode view. As you can see, I've already integrated the complex stack of the DM15. You don't get that on the others, obviously. There's a quick control here to clear the stack if need be, and you can modify the display modes that are used. So the display precision, angle mode, the decimal symbol. You can toggle it into user mode for the 15 and the 11. And yes, you can see the complex checkbox there. This is the interesting bit here where you get to program the calculator. You can see three list boxes here. One that shows the step number and the key codes as you would see it on the screen of the calculator. I've used the example of a DM16 here. The middle column is just the 8-bit code for that particular instruction that you see. And that is a text representation of the instruction itself. It keeps track of the current step in memory. And if you move this line here by single clicking on one, and I went forward there, didn't I, when I shouldn't have. If you single click on one of the lines, it will just select that particular program step and update the information in the calculator state. If you double click on any one of these three list boxes, it puts you into edit mode, where you can type your instructions, delete things, copy and paste from a text file elsewhere. But as far as text listings are concerned, you have a few helpers here. You can save the program, the currently compiled program that is in memory. Actually, that one should be grayed out in that mode. But there we are. This is untested software as yet. It's not released yet. You can insert a listing at the current cursor position. And I went forward again because I'm clicking on this. You can insert a listing at the current cursor position. So if you want to add a program that you already had from elsewhere, you can just insert it into there instead of replacing. Save the listing, obviously. And if you hit the compile button, it encodes your instructions and returns you to the view screen, where you can either save that program in binary form, or you can replace it if you want with another program that you've saved previously, or you can load or save the listing. And radical measure, you can clear the program space if you want to do that. The next tab is the flags. Not all machines have flags, obviously, but for those that do, you see this tab. And similarly to the memory registers, if a flag has a specific purpose, then that is noted down here. And also flags that it makes no sense to try and manipulate in a piece of software like this. They're grayed out, you can't change them. Now, there are obviously some model-specific features, which I'll briefly go through here. The DM12, which is the clone of the HP-12C, obviously has financial registers. So that is what you see on this particular model. And you also have the wherewithal to change the payment mode, whether it becomes at the beginning of the period or the end of the period. And you can clear all the financial registers in one go if you need to. The DM15 has matrices and complex mode. The complex mode I showed you earlier on the stack view. But the matrices are interesting because it gives you a certain amount of information here, like the number of registers that are already tied up in matrices, how many are available. You can delete all of them in one go if you need be. This is where you set the dimensions of a matrix, either A, B, C, D, or E, depending on which tab you have active here. If the matrix is empty at one point and you set the number of rows and columns and click on dim, it will just create a new matrix with zeros in it that you can either fill with a specific value, or that is editable. You can just click on one of the cells and fill in the value that you want. You can load a matrix that you've saved previously, or save a matrix, or you can just clear one specific matrix. But the interesting bit is when you try and resize a matrix. If you recall, when you change the size of a matrix on an original HP-15C, what happens is the cells are stored sequentially in memory. So if your number of rows changes, the values that are in the cells are going to move around into different rows and different columns. I implemented the option when resizing a matrix to use what I called fixed cell strategy, whereby whatever is in row 2, column 3, for example, will stay in row 2, column 3 if you expand it beyond that number of rows and columns. If you reduce the size of a matrix, it will keep the top left portion of it as previously. So what was in row 1, column 3, for example, and you resize a matrix to only 2 columns, that particular value is lost. You won't have it anymore. Previously, it would have gone into row 2, column 1, which could be confusing if that's not the kind of thing that you're expecting. You just have to always keep that in mind when you're resizing matrices on a DM15 or HP-15C rather. Yes, I had fun implementing the various bit widths and the number-based architecture on the DM16. That was fun, that. And one of the things that I tried to stick to with DM Connect is if it shows you values in a register, it is the value that is in the register, not necessarily how the calculator displays it. What I did here was I allowed display of numbers in hexadecimal, octal, binary, or decimal, depending on the mode that is selected on the stack and mode screen, with the exception, however, that if you're in binary mode and there are more than 16 digits in your word size, it makes no sense to have something half a mile long on screen, so I did make it revert to hexadecimal display. So as for the other ones, you can clear all the registers, change it back to what they were before the last save, import, export registers, and this one here, this is what allows you to change the word size on the 16 from 1 all the way up to 64, as you can on the original, obviously. The word size that is shown here and the shown here are obviously kept in sync. You can also change the sign, how signs are handled with 2's complement, 1's complement, or unsigned, and any display of a value in decimal will be adjusted accordingly. It also performs the binary to float conversion that the 16 does by using the X and Y registers for an exponent and a mantissa when switching between float and binary. Interesting the way that it does that. Finally, there are the extra features that you see within the DM41 extended memory and the alarms. So the view of the extended memory is pretty much the same as you'd get with Cat4. It lists the file names along with the type of the file that you have there. This is a program file, and it's 49 steps long. You can save the entire extended memory to a file, or you can load an image you saved previously back into the machine. You can rename files in extended memory, so that is where this dialog shows up. Obviously, name validation takes place. It can't be more than 7 characters, and it has to be characters that are recognized in the alpha character set that the 41 uses. You can save individual files to extended memory or load individual files into extended memory, with the particularity that if you want to load a file into extended memory, it will also allow you to select an image file that contains a bunch of files in it, and you can select which files within the image to load. You can remove a file from extended memory, in which case it packs a whole lot back to the upper limit, and you can clear the entire extended memory, of course. Alarms. Right, so the alarm can be past due or not. They are displayed in chronological order, as you can see here. Alarms that are not past due are indicated in green, and those that are past due have a red bar on the side instead of green. Alarms that are repeating have a little indicator on the end there, so you can see at a glance of an eye that they are repeating alarms. And this little dialog that I set in here, it shows you what the window looks like for setting or editing an alarm. So new alarm, you can edit a select. You can select an alarm here and edit it, or you can delete it. You can clear all the alarms if you want, and you can load and save alarms to the disk. Now this is not complete yet, and the roadmap to completion is, well, the program decoder for the DM41 is more or less working. I need to get the division into different program areas sorted first. I need to write the encoder. Firmware management for the Voyager machines. Right, we need what I call Beetlejuice support in the firmware, which I think is coming in version 31. And if you're wondering what on earth that is, if you remember the movie Beetlejuice, when you had to invoke his name 3 times for him to appear, this is similar to that in that you have to send the command bootloader 3 times to the calculator for it to go into bootloader mode so that I can upload the firmware. The user interface needs tidying up a bit. There are a few things that are inconsistent, like the example of that Save Program button that shouldn't have been up there in that Program tab. And I already have CSV import-export of registers, so adding that for matrices makes sense as well. As for a timeline, I can't give that yet. It depends on a lot of factors. It's a bit like asking how long is a piece of string. So no ETA for that, unfortunately. And as for the future, yes, I saw a couple of people saying that they wanted Windows other than versions other than Windows, and that is planned. Currently, it's built against .NET 4.7.2, so yes, it is Windows only. And even mono emulation in Linux and Mac doesn't work, I'm afraid. It might work with Parallels on a Mac. I honestly don't know, but I can't try that out because I don't have a Mac. I'm planning eventually to switch it to a GTK Plus application, which would really be cross-platform, Windows, Linux, and Mac. And of course, I'm open to other ideas if anybody has any. So that is basically me done in 20 minutes, which is about the time that I was hoping it would take. So that's me. That's my horrible mugshot. And that is an email address where you can reach me if you have suggestions or if you want to blast me out of the water or whatever. So there we are. That's me. That's me done.
Thank you, Godwin. Excellent. There were a few suggestions that both on the YouTube channel and on the chat in Webex. Somebody suggested maybe GitHub and let the community fork it and tweak it and that sort of thing, maybe. Possibly.
Yeah, well, that's not my decision, but I have no problem with that. But once it is actually working, has been released for Windows, I reckon.
Yep. Super. Anybody got any questions? Shall we have a? We'll do questions, but let's break till past because we haven't had a break for a little while, and then we'll have our final presentation from Will. So back at past, if that's okay, or ask questions of Godwin.
I'll hang around.
Thank you. Godwin, Martin. Oh, sorry. If real-time running of the calculator is feasible.
In other words, turning it into an emulator or simulator.
Or communicating with it in real time, I suppose.
Yes, yeah, not an emulator. It's running the machine itself. Tricky.
It is doable, though. There are commands that we can issue on the serial console that would actually press the buttons calculators. Yes, that is possible.
Because programming is always, messed it slightly. Okay, right. Okay, couple of changes. You maybe do 20 slight changes. So once you've loaded it, you tweak it, a dozen times or something. And if you have to disconnect, reconnect, it's too much for that.
Well, you can leave it connected, but just turn the serial console off.
Right, but you got to do that, yeah. So really, this is best as an archiver, really, isn't it? It's a very good archiver.
Oh yeah. That is the main purpose of it. But then it basically sort of grew into what else can we do with that thing?
Yeah, I have a DM41L, which I've got a 41X now, so I'm not using it quite so much. But okay, what about yeah?
That's that's a 41X, yeah, isn't it? I can't see from here.
I'm sorry. Yeah, well.
Yeah, that's a 41X, yeah.
Okay, could work on that as well.
No, it couldn't. No, because the USB port is only mass memory mode.
Right. Okay.
So I'm the author of Nonpareil, which hasn't been updated in forever, and I wrote that using GTK Plus, which, as you pointed out, is cross-platform. And my ultimate discovery on that is GTK Plus does a very poor job of being cross-platform, and I can't recommend it. I nowadays for my programs use Qt, which is much better and truly does work very well cross-platform. The potential drawback of it, depending on what programming language you like, is Qt really only works well from either C++ or Python. It's not very usable from just plain C.
Yeah, that's true. That and that is another possibility. I mean, I haven't actually started the conversion process yet, and I do intend to look at various different solutions and see which one works best. But the drawback of Qt is in the Linux world, at least, not that many people have it. Most people rely on GTK. It just means installing another bunch of libraries, that's all.
I've never run into that being a problem on either the Red Hat family of Linux distributions or the Debian and Ubuntu family. They all actually have Qt. It might not necessarily be pre-installed, but when you go in to install a packaged application that needs them,
oh yeah, that depends. It'll pull it in. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a .NET framework that will be released by the end of the year that should work cross-platform.
A .NET framework that's cross-platform.
It's called .NET MAUI. It's basically they start from Xamarin Forms and they generalize it.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Xamarin. Yeah. That's ringing bells up. Mm.
Well, that was the compatible framework that was developed, that has been bought by Microsoft at some point, but that was developed in parallel with Microsoft.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because I remember we were talking about using that where I work, so for mobile development, Android, iOS. Yeah. Interesting.
Since you have already developed your code with .NET, that may be the more easiest way to go cross-platform.
Yes, that's a very good idea. That I'll have to look into that.
Godwin, this is Mark Hartman.
Yeah, no, you all right?
Yes, thank you. What about the display of complex matrices?
As far as I remember, the HP-15C doesn't actually implement complex matrices. To do complex matrix calculation, you have to juggle with multiple real matrices.
Okay.
Thanks, Godwin. Excellent talk. Will, do you want to queue up now?
Sounds good, Mark. How's my audio?
Yeah, excellent.
Okay, I'm going to share screen. Hopefully you're seeing that. Okay, and I'm going to switch to laser pointer mode. And do you want me to wait another minute, or would you like me to start?
Yeah, just give it a minute, just in case anybody's disappeared.
Oh, you get to stare at me staring at the camera for 45 seconds.
It's okay. No,
so
we're seeing the slides. It's good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mark. Yeah. So just as a note, this is HP in that my DM16 was my constant companion during the Icon launch campaign. So there's not a whole lot of really HP content to this. It's more about the launch campaign, but hopefully people will find that entertaining. Okay, and it's 1:30, so I guess I'll go ahead and get started. Mark, I assume you'll be watching the chat and YouTube for questions. And thanks everyone for having me here. The day's been excellent. I hope everybody else has been enjoying it as much as I have. As you can see, I'm Will Marchant. I work for the Space Sciences Laboratory, which is at the University of California in Berkeley. I actually live in Virginia on the East Coast of the United States and telecommute full time. So the lab was established at the beginning of the space age, and we mostly support science for the faculty on campus. And that's balloon payloads, sounding rockets, and then most of my involvement is in satellites, low Earth orbit. We've got some missions going out as far as the moon. We've got a couple of payloads in orbit around Mars now. And we've got a couple of payloads on Parker Solar Probe, which is a pretty exciting mission that's diving down into the outermost layers of the sun and making in situ measurements. So pretty amazing stuff. You may have heard of Space Sciences Lab without knowing about it. We're the home of SETI at Home, which is a citizen science program where your screensaver would crunch data from radio telescopes looking for extraterrestrial intelligence. And then Stardust at Home is a program where plates of aerogel were sent out to a stream of dust that we know is coming from outside the solar system out near Jupiter those were returned to Earth, and we built a robotic microscope to scan those. But you can sign up at Stardust at Home to be trained to look for the actual dust particles and identify those. So that's pretty exciting. My background is in computer science, although I've got a master's degree in space studies, distance learning program from University of North Dakota. And I'm working on a few different missions now. NuStar and ICON were both launched on board a Pegasus rocket. NuStar in 2012 and ICON a year ago today, actually. So it's kind of cool for me to be doing this talk on the anniversary of our finally successful launch. You can ask about EOI and MOAB and tracers later if we have time. I'm going to try and push on through. So Berkeley has a fairly large space program. A lot of these missions are currently operating. ICON, as I said, just a year ago got launched, and we're controlling that. That's wholly a Berkeley operated mission out of our Mission Operations Center from our ground station at Berkeley and a few other ground stations around the world. We do have an 11-meter dish that we can use to talk the missions out as far as the moon. And so we're controlling a couple of LEO missions as well with that. But I'm going to talk a little bit more about the ICON program because that was the most recent one that I did. This is the spacecraft. It's nadir pointing because it's space weather stuff. People can ask about the science instruments later if you're interested. But ICON is interested in this layer of atmosphere at the interface between what we think of as our shirt sleeve environment and the much higher atmosphere that the International Space Station, for instance, is flying through. This is interesting because radio signals like GPS have to go through it, and so this affects some navigation signals and also long-distance communications. So understanding how terrestrial weather affects this layer and then how space weather, mostly from our sun, affects this layer is vitally important for a lot of day-to-day activities. So originally, ICON was supposed to launch from Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands. And we'll talk a little bit later. We actually ended up launching out of Florida. But I travel a lot because in the later stages of our missions, I usually end up being the mission operations person on site at the launch site. And so I end up operating the spacecraft. Kwajalein is a long ways from anywhere. So you have to be completely prepared when you go down there. To get there, there's an airplane from Honolulu that flies down all the island chains on one day, flies back the island chains the next day. That happens 3 times during the week, and then there's one day during the week when there are no departures or arrivals. You can scramble military aircraft out of Honolulu, but it's incredibly expensive. And, rocket science is difficult and it can occasionally be dangerous. I didn't really understand how dangerous it was until I went to Kwajalein for my first time in 2012 for the NuStar launch and found out that there are inimical life forms on board the island. So I escaped both my launch campaigns to Kwajalein without any new scars. So but it was close at times. So just a little bit about the Pegasus launch vehicle, because I think it's so cool. And what's not cool about rockets and airplanes? So Pegasus first started flying in the early 1990s. It's the first privately developed launch program completely paid for by Orbital Sciences. It's the first one with a reusable first stage. So this L-1011 TriStar aircraft obviously comes back and can be used for subsequent launches. There have been over 40 Pegasus launches so far. If you're lucky enough to visit the Smithsonian facilities here in Northern Virginia, that's called the Udvar-Hazy Center. It's where the Smithsonian Institute stores all their large exhibits. There is a Pegasus XL around there, so you can actually walk on both sides and get an up-close view this pretty amazing vehicle. It's a 3-stage rocket. These are all solid propellant, and so it comes from the factory fueled. And the flight profile is that the L-1011 aircraft goes up to about 40,000 feet, and the rocket is dropped off. And then the flight profile up into orbit about 10 minutes later is completely autonomous. So that's completely controlled by the Pegasus vehicle itself. So this is me at Vandenberg Air Force Base, working on the integration of the spacecraft into the launch vehicle, and that happens at Vandenberg. And back here, you'll see right down there are the computers that I'm responsible for. That's a small copy of the Mission Operations Center that allows me to turn on and check out the spacecraft and get it ready for launch. And then in the event of a launch scrub, to safely turn the spacecraft back off again so we can get ready for the next launch attempt. It's pretty exciting working in here because that vehicle is fully fueled at this point. So there's about 40,000 pounds of low explosive in there, propellant. And so you want to be really, really careful that you don't actually set that off, because then it's a bad day. So RF emitting devices, your car key fobs or cell phones are not allowed inside this facility. And so just doing some routine operations like basic calculations can be difficult because we're so used to pulling our cell phone out to do basic math. And so that's some place where I found having a dedicated calculator that I could carry with me really sort of shone. And so, yes, my faithful DM16 accompanied me throughout the entire ICON campaign. Here's that Mission Operations Center on board the L-1011 aircraft. So I get to set this thing up, and the power supplies that run the spacecraft are actually in this rack that stays active during the captive carry flight when the rocket is carried up to altitude for launch. I do the turn on the spacecraft, run all the tests, and get it ready to go. And then this equipment has to be disabled and stowed ready for the flight portion of the campaign. And with all the traveling I do, of course, I've got sorry, I'll apologize to the HP crowd here, but I couldn't resist showing this TI programmer that I've had since the 80s and my original 16C from the 1980s that these are still working. But frankly, with the amount of traveling that I do, I'm just not willing to risk these things in my backpack. Going to Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, Florida is where we ended up launching. We did a lot of instrument spacecraft integration in Arizona and in Utah, Vandenberg Air Force Base, where the launch vehicle is assembled, and then you have to fly through Honolulu, stay overnight before you can fly down to Kwajalein, and then you have to come back again. So lots of miles. I'm not willing to risk my my heritage equipment on that. But that's when the Swiss Micros machines are just awesome. So the DM16 is a perfect size to fit in your pocket along with a few other basic tools. And that's critical for what I do. When that rocket's on the L-1011 aircraft, that's all a hazardous package. And so it's usually it's out in a part of facilities where if there is an incident, it will be safe. And so at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, that's the skid strip, which is the runway on the Air Force Base. At Vandenberg Air Force Base and at Kwajalein, it's a place called the hot pad, where you keep aircraft that have armaments or are anyway hazardous. The problem with that is that you usually have to walk out to those facilities. So you park, and then there's a quarter-mile to a half-mile walk because you can't take vehicles out there because you worry about debris getting left on the runway that can get ingested into engines. And so every little thing that you have to carry, Kwajalein, mid 90 degree temperatures, mid 90 degree humidity, you really start to feel that. And so you don't want to carry a lot of stuff. But on the other hand, you need a set of basic tools with you in case there are some issues. And so Victorinox makes these really cool cyber tools that have removable bit drivers and a light and a little set of pliers. Those are awesome for lightweight jobs. If you need a little bit more length, then I have a screwdriver with removable bits that'll do that. And then this Leatherman Crunch is really cool. This is a set of vice grip locking pliers. So when you need something with a little more heft, you can use that instead of the pliers in the Victorinox. And of course, you need your calculator, your DM16 in this case, for the intellectual muscle power that is that's required. So here's the mission operation system as it gets packed up to get ready for the actual launch flight. We turn the spacecraft on. It's usually about 6 hours before the aircraft lifts off, and we spend about 4 hours configuring it, charging up the batteries, and making sure everything's okay. And then there's a huge rush to pack this equipment up and get off the airplane before they can start the engines. So there's this tension where you want to be controlling the spacecraft as late in the flow as possible, but you don't want to get yelled at by the crew chief when they're trying to get ready to spool up the engines and get onto the launch campaign. So getting from fully operational to this packed state is always fraught with peril and terror. And one of the things is that each one of these boxes has got 2 lids, and each of these lids has got 6 of these little clasps to hold it shut. And it's just typical that somebody, and it's never me, I never do this. You're supposed to fold these things down before you slide the covers around. And unfortunately, if you don't do that, 2 people moving these racks around, they weigh about 100 pounds each. You'll just jam these connectors up, and then you can't close these lids and get ready for the actual takeoff. So you need that Leatherman Crunch at that point to get this thing bent back so that you can get the lids fastened on. But eventually you get ready, and the observatory's in the nose of the rocket. It's all powered up. It's ready to go. And at that point, you hand things over to the flight crew who are going to take the aircraft off and hopefully fly your baby into space. And then there's the long walk back from the aircraft to get to your car, so that you can head over to the local launch control facility to sit on consoles, so that you're monitoring during the climb out and during the launch phase. You hope. We had a handful of false alarms on the Icon campaign where the rocket had to come back and land. This photo is actually from one of those. You can see it's dawn in Florida, where we're dragging ourselves out to the aircraft again to reset all the equipment up so that we can talk to the spacecraft and safely turn it off to get ready. So that's a very long process, and you're very tired because that's at the end of a very long day. But eventually, the rocket flies, and we've been lucky so far. We've gotten both New Star and Icon into orbit, and they've been working perfectly. Icon just, as I said, celebrated its birthday, and with lots of good science results. So if you're interested in contacting me, feel free to go to that URL. If you want to learn some more about Icon, you can go to the official NASA site. If you go to the Icon site, there are lots of photos and videos if you like rocket stuff. And I recommend the Wikipedia article on air launch to orbit, because there's a rich history. Pegasus is still an operational program, over 40 launches. There were a few other air launch to orbit efforts. And then we've all got our fingers crossed that Virgin Orbit is successful in their attempts to get onto orbit, hopefully later this year. And so with that, I will stop sharing my screen. And I will see if there are any questions.
Thanks, Will. That was great. Anybody got any questions for Will?
I go ahead.
You get to keep
I'm
all the
just
freaking
seeing. Yeah, what led to 16 being the best calculator to use in this application?
Yeah, of course, that's a really difficult question because so many of the HP calculators shine in different ways. The 16 is my favorite because of the easy access to all the binary functions. And it's often the case, for example, there are some communication streams that we have to talk to that have sync byte patterns in them. And those byte patterns can be inverted or they can be shifted by a few bits. And so having the 16 functions where you can rapidly do bit pattern manipulations, both as binary and hexadecimal, is really critical when you're exhausted at the end of a long day and something is not working and you're just trying to figure out what's going on. Trying to do that stuff in your head is really difficult. A lot of the calculations that we do kind of rapidly are based on things like how long is it going to take to discharge the battery to a safe level so we can turn everything off? How long is it going to take that temperature that you see increasing to reach one of the yellow limits and cause an issue? So it's not a lot of it's not really fancy math, but it's stuff that's when you're tired and under stress, you really want to have a calculator that works well, because you don't want to add any extra stress to the situation because you're already at terror's edge.
So,
anything else?
I just wanted to say hi, neighbor, because I think you're down the road from me. I'm in Leesburg.
Oh, hey, Don. Yeah, I'm over in Winchester. So,
cool.
Yeah, so Don, of course, Northrop Grumman Corporation is who does the Pegasus is over in just north of Dulles Airport, just a few miles from him and from me. I'm about an hour away, actually.
Yeah, it's really cool driving down the road there and seeing warp drive signs. They're
a bunch of they're a bunch of science fiction. So they have their road off of the freeway. A lot of streets in Virginia are something drive, and so they got it terribly clever and did warp drive, and so yeah, that's pretty cool. They were they put in a planning process actually to take they bought an L1011 for spare parts, and they wanted to mount it on a pedestal next to their business campus there so that you could see it from the street. And if you can Google that and you can find the planning application. I don't think anything ever came of it, but it would be some amazing eye candy.
Well, I'm definitely going to Udvar-Hazy and seeing that Pegasus now. Thanks for mentioning that.
Yeah, and I'll put in that it's in the space wing there, and the other thing that's there is the Space Shuttle Discovery, the actual Discovery itself. And I've got a soft spot in my heart for Discovery because that's the only orbiter I've ever actually been in. We were flying Orpheus spas, and if you see the IMAX film Destiny in Space that's narrated by Leonard Nimoy, I recommend that. So I got to go and do some satellite servicing when Orpheus Spas was on the launch pad in Discovery, and so I have a soft spot for Discovery.
Cool, thanks.
Martin, did you have a question?
I was just wondering, do always use SI units in America?
That is an excellent question, and I just this week gave a talk to my wife, some class on how do you try and do space projects and avoid failures and things. And one of the poster children for how not to do it is the Mars Climate Orbiter from last decade. And I see a lot of heads nodding, where one team used metric units and the other team used imperial units, and the end result was that the mission ended up crashing into Mars. So it's basically the project manager gets to choose what they will use. And so on the missions I've worked on, there has been a mishmash of imperial and metric stuff, and people just sit down and try and you try and pick what makes sense in terms of being able to get tooling and parts versus, and it's especially difficult when you do international programs. So on ICON, we had an instrument that we ended up doing a lot of calibration operations on over in Belgium. And so you did have to be careful to make sure that everybody was speaking the same unit language there. So it's not easy, and it's still an issue. I recommend going to the Wikipedia article on metrification, because there's a bunch of interesting stuff there. And I didn't realize that in Canada, for example, there seems to be they seem to be falling away from metric and going back to imperial units in a lot of cases. So this still seems like, after 40 years, a highly dynamic. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm apologizing.
Is the spacecraft dead until it comes out of its shroud and announces itself to you?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Martin. No. So the way it works is that there are things that you don't want the spacecraft to do. You have to test the spacecraft when it's on the launch vehicle and it's inside that shroud. But there are things that you really, really, really don't want it to do, like you don't want it to deploy its solar arrays inside the shroud, because that would be embarrassing, and you would look foolish. You don't want it to turn on its radio transmitter, for example. Typically what you do is you have enable plugs that you put in as close to launch as possible. And so on launch day, there's an operation where you pull a cover off of the side of the fairing, and somebody goes in and they actually screw in these plugs that will enable the radio transmitter and enable the solar arrays and stuff. And then you cover that cover back up again. And you take a photo of those and you send that off site and you get somebody else to look at it to make sure that you didn't put in a test plug, for example, because that would be another embarrassing thing to have done. But then there are sensors in between the spacecraft and the final stage of the launch vehicle, and the spacecraft stays. It won't do certain operations until it detects that you've separated from the final stage of the rocket. So when I turn off my ground system and we pack it up, at that point there's telemetry, a subset of telemetry coming from the spacecraft through a hard line into the Pegasus rocket, and it's going out over a radio transmitter along with all the telemetry from the Pegasus rocket. And so during the carry phase, and then during the 10 minutes when we're getting onto orbit, we do see a subset of the spacecraft telemetry, some voltages and some currents and some temperatures and things like that, a little bit of attitude information, but it's really a subset. But yeah, once that third stage and the spacecraft separate, and then the spacecraft transmitters turn on, and then there's a 1 or 2 minute time before you can get a signal acquired with either your ground station or with the TDRS satellites up in geostationary. That's pretty terrifying as well, because at that point, if there's a really bad problem, then it's going to be a really bad day. And then the next 15 or 20 minutes are pretty terrifying as well, because that's when the solar arrays are getting deployed. Because if the solar arrays hang up, then you're going to die after a couple hours when you run out of battery power. So our spacecraft, Icon and NuStar, yeah, they both had power. The computer was actually running during the aircraft flight and during that 10-minute launch onto orbit. We've got 3 more minutes if there are any other questions. And I put some URLs into the chat if people want to go to the websites to look at some stuff.
I also have a question, if I can ask one. Is the DM16, does that have to be certified for you to be using that near a rocket?
That's a great question, Mark. No. So basically, what you have to do is you have to go to the ground crew lead and tell that person, what equipment you're bringing into the area, and you have to assure that person that it's not an RF hazard. You have to go through training for all these areas. So there's electrostatic discharge training, because you want to avoid generating static electricity, because that can damage equipment, or worst case can set off pyrotechnics. And then you also have to go through a number of other safety training procedures, and you have to redo those to get into that facility where the rocket's loaded. I think you have to get retrained every 6 months. But yeah, so you do have to be really careful to make sure that, because we're so used to carrying your car keys around, right? But you don't want those car keys in there, because there's a radio transmitter in those things. Your cell phone, how often do you just carry that wherever you go? Probably some places that you shouldn't carry it. And those have powerful radio transmitters in them. So there is a lot of retraining you have to do to make sure that you're RF safe when you're operating in these environments. Yeah. Anything else? I think back to you, Mark.
Yes, fabulous, and spot on time.
Thanks, folks.
Thanks, Will.
One more. Sorry, I wasn't fast enough. Will, do they totally evacuate Kwajalein when they're doing launches towards there? Well, you're muted.
Will, I think you're muted. There you go.
There you go.
And you're muted again.
It takes a second after you click it.
Okay, how's that?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that, folks. When you're flying stuff out of Kwajalein, what they do is the airplane flies either north or south. It depends on what orbit you want to get into. NuStar wanted to be in an equatorial orbit because they didn't want to fly through the South Atlantic anomaly, those radiation belts. So for that, they flew south. But then there are some populated islands to the east, and so you have to sort of thread the rocket's flight in between those islands. So there's a lot of range safety stuff you have to do, but that downrange stuff from Kwajalein, they don't do any evacuations.
I was really talking about when Vandenberg does test launches towards Kwajalein. I was on the launching end. I always wondered what they did at the receiving end.
Yeah, I was always upset that they wouldn't. So I've done a number of trips to Kwajalein now, and I had always wanted to be down there when they did one of those flights, and they never let civilians like us be there. And part of that is because so many people from the test team need to be down there, and there are very limited resources on Kwajalein for just hotel rooms and things like that for just keeping people. So no, as far as I know, they don't have any of the family members, for example, go off island.
Okay. I guess they just pray.
Well, this stuff is pretty, I mean, it's not like there are any weapons on this stuff, but there is a lot of kinetic energy involved. And if one of those things hit, it would be bad. But on the other hand, the aim is really, really good. So I guess there's probably relatively little risk. But not having been on the island during any of those actual campaigns, I don't know if people are huddled in basements or if they're out, watching. I know I would be out watching if I could, but
too, absolutely.
Yeah.
Best on earth you could see.
Yeah, and I have.
Oh, sorry, I've just chopped you, Will.
Oh, no worries. I'm sorry, Mark. I was just going to say, I didn't get a chance to see either New Star or Icon, the actual flight, because I was stuck on a console inside a building, and I had people the next day say, "Oh, I saw that launch. It was so cool. Did you get to see it?" And I had to avoid slapping them. It was really, yeah. Anyway, thanks very much, folks. I'll stick around later for questions.
Thank you, Will. That was excellent. Very interesting. And nice to see a 16 being used in a very unusual situation. That is the end of our agenda, pretty much, apart from, I think, Bruce, do you want to just pop in for a moment? You're, oh.
Just press simultaneously with you. I didn't really have anything to add. I was just trying to ping you back on the private chat, but it wasn't responding. So.
You just want to mention data file?
Well, apart from if anyone feels like writing an article, you're more than welcome, and please send them along. And if anyone wants to write a summary of today's events, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, if you perhaps feel that you'd like to contribute something, and in the same way these talks are, but you don't have quite the material for a full-sized presentation, then I'm always interested to even just to have even half a page or one side just describing what you use your calculators for in your job. If you do that, I find talks like Will's absolutely fascinating, because it is someone who genuinely uses a calculator as opposed to just collects and plays with them, if you like. And the point about the weight limit and the fact you've got to carry the thing in 90-degree heat is always very, these things all make a difference, and they are things that probably most of us don't really think about. So having that written down for posterity, I think, is always quite useful. So anything and everything is always welcome. The next one will be the renewal one for members. So I should probably say that those who are HPCC members, we switched to do the membership for 4 issues, so we've had 4 now. So the next one will be a new volume. I'll send out a reminder. Everyone will get one, so no need to panic. But just a forewarning them.
Thanks, Bruce. And if you're sorry, if you're not a member of the HPCC, you're most welcome to join us. We're also, as we mentioned at the beginning, we're also running twice monthly virtual calls. They're not quite as formal as this. We don't have a set agenda. But if anybody would like to present at one of those, then you're more than welcome to come along. if you look on the HPCC website, there's details on there about how to join and that sort of stuff. So I think I would just like to thank Eric Recklin, Jake, Bob, Eric Hazen, Michael, Sylvain, Eddie, Jean, Vlodek, and Godwin and Will for their presentations. I thought they were all excellent. Vlodek, I think we're over to you now.
Oh, thank you. Everybody has said thank you to everybody else. So
Well,
just
a
on behalf
bit
of
louder,
HPCC,
Vlodek. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Just on behalf of HPCC, thank you to absolutely everybody. Do visit our website. Do join if you feel our club is worth supporting or you want a printed magazine. Several people who didn't quite have their talks ready have offered to present them at future meetings. So do keep an eye on our future online meetings. And having thanked everybody, I look forward to meeting at least some of you again in physical meetings sometime in the future. In the meantime, be safe. Wish you good health.
Thank you, Vlodek. And we're going to be on till 11 o'clock our time, so another 50 minutes. So if you wish to stay, talk, chat, whatever, then feel free to do so. And apart from that, I think I'm good. We'll stop the recordings then and take it from there. Thank you, folks.
Mark, one thing. I know you usually capture the chat and publish it on the website. For this particular one, because it's so rich with resources, is there an easy way to also publish that maybe in a PDF or Word or something that can be downloaded for quick access? Because there's a ton of resources.
I will try and remember to press all of the right buttons before exiting the meeting and collect all of the data. Yeah.
You can also save it yourself if you go to File, Save as Chat.
Yeah. And we could do with capturing. I don't know if we can capture the YouTube one as well, because that's some quite interesting stuff on there.
I have most of the YouTube chat.
The YouTube chat should stay up too, because I'm going to be keeping the recording of it up, and you'll be able to play it back with the chat playing back in real time.
Okay. Good stuff.
Thank you, Mark, for doing all your work today. It's been a very good presentation.
Thanks, Frank.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of work. It's a lot more than just what's visible today, that's for sure.
We have had quite a lot of practice sessions and stress, haven't we? Yeah.
Thank you all for making the presentation time accommodating to the American folks too. We appreciate that.
Yeah. Welcome. It sort of worked out. I think we've got a few people in Europe who are perhaps it's getting pretty late. I think they're an hour different to us, so yeah, it's getting on for 11:10.
Yeah, it's gone 11 in the European time zone. I wondered what people felt about one long day, or whether 2 4-hour sessions would be better, either on successive days or a week apart, or maybe just more conferences that were shorter, so twice a year.
Maybe 4 times a year.
Can somebody else run
much?
For what it's worth, Jim Horn has suggested that we hold more conferences during the year.
Yeah.
Compared to the other conferences, certainly I won't suffer from jet lag tomorrow morning.
That is true.
Also, the airfare is considerably cheaper this way.
But Gunther doesn't get to do any touring around the United States this way.
Well, that's the downside. This would have been my 10th anniversary with the HHC in the United States, and I had planned to go from Nashville down to the Mississippi Valley to New Orleans and so on. But happily, it didn't work out, as the hurricanes are not yet a nice environment here.
There's one going on there right now, so it's a good thing you didn't.
Yeah. It's too
And
crazy.
there was another one beforehand.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to all for a great presentation. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't. I had to. I'm in California, so I had to get up at between 6 and 7 a.m. in order to catch the beginning of it. But it was worth it.
So we are closing into midnight.
There was no programming contest, so Roger, you couldn't whip everybody's ass.
Well, yeah, program. We have a virtual program, also a virtual thing.
I'm sure Roger only wins the programming contest because he doesn't actually sleep at all ever. And between Saturday night and Sunday morning, he's solved the thing.
Yeah. One time when we didn't have a programming contest, I thought, oh darn, I guess I'll have to get some sleep. For some reason, we didn't have one.
Just as a matter of interest, folks, we had at peak, we had 60 people on Webex and 84 on YouTube.
Wow.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah.
That's certainly larger than any other prior conference.
Absolutely.
We didn't have a virtual door prize either, but that's okay.
When you say any other conference, how far back do you want to go?
More than 120 people?
Yeah, we had 180 in Philadelphia in 1982.
Wow.
Had 180 in Corvallis in 1981.
The door prize is a fridge magnet and a 49.
I'll take the pink one.
I have a nomination for worst calculator, but it's not an HP, and that is Roger's Wrongulator.
Oh yes. Well, it's not HP, so I guess, yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
I've just gone back to grid mode and I can see everybody. Hey, everybody.
The Wrongulator actually has some bugs in it. Occasionally, right answer.
So we could keep the fingers crossed that we have the opportunity to meet next year again, as usual at the HSC. And I definitely would like to consider to join the HPCC also next year, if possible.
You don't have to wait till next year, Gunter. You can join straight away.
Oh, I think you meant the
conference. But in these times, I'm not going to travel anywhere.
Indeed.
To join HPCC, you go to our home web page, and it's in the top right corner. There's a box saying "Join HPCC." Just click there.
I know that page.
You know that page. Okay, Gunter. One day you will go there.
What's going on with Richard? Where is Richard?
Yeah.
Hold on. Can we stop? Eric, is it all right if I stop the stream?
Yeah, he's over.